Yeah.
Hello everyone, dear viewers, we are back yet again. Battle of Baltics, iteration number 3. It is grand finals time. It has been 2 full weekends action-packed, and now we're going to find out which of these teams is going to be the #1 in the Baltics as it stands this year. But before that, Twists, what are your thoughts coming into the event, and of course how it has, well, kind of went so long?
Well, judging by how the qualifiers went, I like to keep my predictions on the low. I feel like has just been chaos all over, you know, things we didn't expect happening. So, yeah, for today, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of action. Certainly, we have 3 best-of-3s coming up, obviously 2 semifinals and then the grand finals.
Yeah.
But before we get into all of that good stuff, let's recap. Let's understand how we got here. So I talked about the qualifiers, talked about it being maybe a little bit weird. Well, this is how the Latvian qualifier went. It was Havens winning 2-1 against Way to Go, and then also hypewrld winning their second game. So this is the first one. Then we also had the Estonian qualifier where Genesis won 2-0 in the grand finals, and also the Lithuanian one, which was well, unfortunately didn't exactly go as planned, but it was still Lithuanian Wolves winning it out due to a forfeit from We Will Win. And well, that leads us to that last chance qualifier that we watched last week.
Yeah, exactly. Cyber Empire were able to get the W there over Havens in a 2-0 fashion, securing that 4th spot in the grand finals, where of course all these teams now will be fighting for their fair share of the prize pool, and probably a few goodies along the way as well from Monster Energy.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of things that you can get from Monster Energy. All you have to do is go on our Instagram page, GOEXANIMO, do some things, I believe, tag a friend as well, and you are well on your way to secure a lot of different goodies. Obviously, all of that information will be available there, but talking about it, let's see. Well, we had 4 teams qualifying. Let's see where that ends up at. And this is how the LAN finals are going to be looking like.
Yeah, we are going to have the first match of the day, hypewrld going up against Cyber Empire, and later on then Genesis taking on Lithuanian Wolves to find out which of the teams will come out on top and ultimately meet in the grand finals, where the first place takes roughly half of the prize pool and the rest will be spread amongst the others. That being said, though, these are LAN finals, so this does actually usually bring in an extra talking point or two, in the sense that obviously there's a lot that changes in the LAN environment. First of all, dynamics. Second of all, the fact that these teams are sitting literally in front of each other. So you think we're going to see some smack talk?
Yeah, I think so. I have plenty of different questions I want to be answered throughout the day. I think the LAN environment certainly changes things quite a bit, and while talking about it, we have a new camera, everyone. We have this one. This is the LAN environment. It's looking like we're trying to slowly get into the gist of things. We still have 10 or 15 minutes to come up. I believe we had full squads on both sides. Somebody now has left a little bit, so not sure what that is about. But yeah, that's how things are looking like. And well, if you're wondering why some of the players are missing, Renars, I think we have something big coming up, something we have not really done before a lot, and that is the interviews. So slowly but surely, we should be ready for the first one. As our interviewee is getting set up, we should be good to go. All right, back to us. Hello.
What's up?
How you doing, my friend?
Fine, it's all good.
All right, so let me ask you a couple of questions. You know, we're just getting started. This is a LAN environment. Like, how does that affect your nerves?
A little bit shaky, but it's fine. I have played LANs like for a long time, so not a big deal.
All right,
Yeah.
just a regular day.
Yep.
All right. Well, you have the first matchup. That is like 2 Latvian teams playing against each other. Like, how do you think this changes kind of the environment? Like, do you play differently? Because I assume, you know, you've played against them a lot.
I don't think that we will play a little bit different. We just need to play good individual, and that's all, as I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, about that individual performance, like, how do you actually prepare? You just chug a monster and play some deathmatch, or there's something more involved?
I mean, we just play some duels, like warm-up, the basics. I mean, the individual come from practice. You cannot just get it like in 10 minutes, so yeah.
All right, and finally, my friend, if there was a 1v1 and your life depended on it, which teammate would you pick to win out that 1v1?
Hard, definitely.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. Best of luck. Best of luck in the semis,
Thank you,
and I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, so we still have one more interview coming up. It is obviously going to be from the other side of things. hypewrld have arrived in the building, and we have Chip on.
Yes, hello.
Hello. How you doing, my friend?
Pretty nice. Trying to warm up and got to kill 19 bots.
All right, so kind of similar question. Like I saw your handshake was quite firm. Like do you transfer that same confidence over in the game in the LAN finals?
Well, you should. This is LAN.
Yeah.
The most confident team should win.
All right, and you think you are the most confident one?
I think we are the most prepared one.
Oh, that's good. I like that answer. All right. Especially like again, you're playing against like fellow Latvians, so you probably know a lot how they play, you know, and you probably try to anti-strat that a little bit, no?
I'll be honest, we didn't do much anti-stratting because this is a mixed team.
Mm-hmm.
So they changed the Makarovs for, I forgot who, but so Makar was the IGL, so there's no point in anti-stratting them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
just gonna play our game and try to win.
So the idea is just to click heads, pretty much.
Yep.
As much as the
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, cool. Well, if you had to let's say warm up, like what would be the best way to do it? How do you do it? Just aimbots or deathmatch or?
That depends. Right now, at home, I do refrag.
Oh, refrag's good.
I'm
I
not
like
sponsored,
Yeah,
but,
yeah. No, it's good. It's
yeah,
good.
refrag is a great tool, but of course for LAN you do bots because that's how it's gonna be in the server. So, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, best of luck in the semifinals. If you win this, you're actually going to be the best team in Latvia. That's like the first step, and then, you know, on to the finals, I guess. So, best of luck. See you in the server.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, so those are two interviews. Hopefully that gave some depth to the upcoming matchup. As my fellow caster Beneficus is rejoining me, I think we can start talking about the actual matchup at hand. hypewrld versus Cyber Empire.
Yeah, exactly. So first and foremost, of course, the map vetoes we can see on your screen. Cyber Empire started off with banning Dust 2 and hypewrld follow up with a train ban, interestingly enough. So the first map is picked by Cyber Empire, and that is correspondingly Mirage, and hypewrld answering with an Anubis back. So very aim-centered maps as we've seen so far. I think this is an exact scenario. No, it was Mirage Dust 2 for hypewrld against Havens, right, in their Latvian qualifiers. So definitely we know that hypewrld are going to feel either way comfortable on the maps, and if it needs to be the third and decider map between these two, it's going to be Inferno. I love Inferno as a decider map. You know, it always brings a lot of stress on the screens because essentially even like very minute force buys can work out in your favor due to the fact that there is a lot of narrow choke points when it comes to taking any site. Really. That being said, though, looking at these maps, you know, behind the scenes, like I was kind of discussing with a few people about how this could all pan out, and I did put down that hypewrld are going to win this in a 2-0 fashion, and I stand by that prediction. Really, looking at the maps, what are your thoughts?
2-0, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Cyber Emperor is a little bit of a dark horse. Like I've seen hypewrld play more than them, and it's gonna be interesting. As mentioned, you know, Makarovs is gone, so they can't really enter. Like it's gonna be an interesting situation. I still think that maybe they can win one map. I would also put hypewrld as the favorites. Certainly a better prepared team, in my opinion. We saw Chipons being very confident as well. Like that was the exact fact that he actually alluded to, is the fact that they were better prepared, at least in their thoughts. But yeah, I'd kind of side with that as well. Cyber Empire, well, they certainly need to go on a run. We'll see how it goes, starting off on Mirage. This is just aim, and we've seen hypewrld play very great on Mirage.
Well, obviously, a lot of it is, once again, going to come down to the fact that whichever side do you pick, being this is going to be hypewrld's pick for the side, because it's not their map pick. I would assume they're going to start on that CD side, and then obviously from that point, it's very important to get those two, ideally 3 rounds in a row on the board just to kind of stabilize your economy from the get-go, right? Like I know I keep repeating myself, but it's pretty much like CTs are starting on a deficit unless they are able to get the first and second round conversion correspondingly. That being said, though, Mirage, yeah, as you highlighted, definitely an aim map. We know hypewrld are aimers. It's a lot going to be dependent on the fact that Cyber Empire, how much you know, the whole situation is getting on their nerves. Like, are they worried about getting in and taking those aim duels? Is the hand shaky or not in those situations? A lot of things can change. And I know that from hypewrld, they're definitely are going to be loud behind the desk. And as I said, because they're sitting literally against each other, that also could be a factor. You know, you kind of try to intimidate your enemies, bring out the old school LAN tactics, scream at each other's face, and see if you can get in your opponent's head.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. I think it's great we have the cameras. We'll be able to switch them whenever something interesting happens in the studio. Yeah, I'll ask some zoning questions, let's say, for some of the next interviews. I want to know if there's like a big rager or somebody who's just very emotional when playing. You know, that kind of Nico,
like
KD, and like that type of.
Or Apex, or Apex.
Yeah, or Apex. I think the desks in the gaming room when I was there, I think they're pretty sturdy. So I don't know if you can exactly punch a hole in them like Nico did, but
yeah, that takes some force.
Yeah, that takes a lot of tilt, let's just say. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think it's also like morning game, so probably, you know, it'll take some time to warm up. Actually, I casted like a different tourney a while ago, and the other guy was just like, you know, first game, the teams just warm up, and I was like, yeah, that doesn't happen. But actually, in Tier 3 and Tier 4, I kind of feel like it does. Like, sometimes it just takes one map to kind of get into things, like, even if you've done your aim practice, like, it still takes some time. And then I feel like Anubis is just going to be a closer map than Mirage. Even though Cyber Empire picked Mirage, honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if a map trade takes place.
Well, all things considered, Anubis is definitely a T-sided map, so this does bring into question how proactive is the CDs going to be. Are they usually, well, generally speaking, usually there's like two trains of thought, right? Like you either fight for middle or fight for all kind of pathways that lead you into Ts, or you just simply give up and kind of essentially play Anubis retake at that point, which is really dependent on how good your retakes are and how much time you spent on it. I heard before the match as well, like hypewrld talking about that, like they gone through all of the utility in every single map. So they've revised it, made sure that everyone can make sure that they can land their nades, etc. So the pop plays definitely should be strong from them. That being said, though, as you mentioned, Cyber Empire being a dark horse, the dark horse usually shines the brightest on Anubis, in my opinion, because we've seen it from countless teams, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3, even teams as well, where suddenly there's just one team that simply dominates on Anubis, and there's nothing that says, or rather, there's nothing here that prevents Cyber Empire from doing so.
Yeah, I think another point is that, like, hypewrld picked Anubis, so Cyber Empire probably starting on the T side, and all it really takes is just like the pistol, you know, a couple of good rounds.
It can really snowball.
Yeah, and then you're like at a 9-3, 8-4 half, and like you just feel like you're gonna win it, like just in your mind. Even though now you're on the more difficult side, it's like the same thing, right? It's just like, okay, mentally we need 4 or 5 more rounds and it's done. So I think that might be working out in Cyber Empire's favor. I see a lot of times when a team picks Anubis, then starting CT is just a slow start.
I just wanted to ask you also, like, thinking back to the qualifiers and the finals, where obviously we already saw glimpses of these teams, which are the standout players for you?
Well, I gotta put Fripp in there as the first one. I was actually asking the hypewrld guys, you know, off camera, just maybe some things I can ask for the interview, and they said Fripp very recently made it to FPL, so he certainly is an established player, somebody to watch out for. I mean, and then it's the old guard, right? Prelid and Chipon, they've been around for a long time. They're good. They, again, you know, have been in multiple lands, so the pressure is not really there as much. So I think they should be feeling pretty good, again, as the better established team. If I had to pick some standout players, I really liked what Meow did on Cyber Empire's side.
Yeah.
Last time, I think he looked promising. Astra as well was there. I don't know, I kind of feel like it's like that OG heroic lineup for Cyber Empire, where like nobody's really, you know, top fragging every game, but like everybody has their shades of brilliance, and anybody can pop off.
Well, last time when we saw Cyber Empire, we spoke a lot about the fact that they are really playing as a team, and it was literally like a team effort of getting over the line and making sure that like everyone is really involved in pretty much every single fight that takes place on the map. You really saw that. I believe that was Ancient, one of the highlights, I think, for the team, in the sense that's how they cohesively work together. And I think that cohesiveness is probably what's really required from them going up against someone like hypewrld, where yes, some of the individuals might be inclined to play more individually off the back of their raw aim. So if Cyber Empire can, well, essentially that's usually the only counter, right, is super strong team play against strong aimers, and you just make sure that you utilize the full force that's behind your back to take these players out one by one, ideally. And Mirage actually offers a lot of opportunities to pick off players one by one.
Yeah, for sure. Mirage, then Anubis, and what are your thoughts on Inferno? In general, like, how do you like it, and then in this matchup?
Well, in general, I think post-change, for me personally, the banana has changed a lot, despite some saying or memeing that it's been only a few pixels. I saw it right away, and it does feel slightly different. That being said, though, I still feel like Inferno is extremely claustrophobic and very telegraphed map for the Ts. if the CT is played correctly. On the CT side, you really just need to make sure you kind of strafe your corners and play for info, and as long as you do that, it's sufficient info enough, in my opinion, to have a good understanding as to what's kind of coming your way. That being said, protocols on Inferno is your bread and butter. Like, if you don't have fallback setups on CTs, where if your initial setup doesn't work out and you don't have a fallback setup that you can go to on the defense, then you might be in trouble, because that's usually the way how Ts break into the site, right? Like, you have some sort of initial idea how you want to hold it, and then afterwards it falls apart if you don't really have a backup plan. That being said, though, between these two teams, I really feel like Inferno is a pure coin flip. I'll be honest, because
I like how you went really in detail on like
yeah,
your reference. And then
no, but coin flip in the sense that, like, I don't see, now that we've seen the styles of both of these teams, right? Like, it can be completely a snowball in favor of a single team, and it can be an extremely close match between these two. I really don't have a favorite on Inferno, just because I strongly believe that on Inferno, literally anyone can come back into the game, as long as, like, you have obviously the mindset for it and whatnot, and a decent amount of aim, which nobody should be lacking here. But that being said, I really feel like Inferno, it's the map that offers the least amount of guesswork.
Yeah, just play your defaults and, click heads. That should be the game plan here. But we're going to be starting on Mirage, and as mentioned, I feel like this is a bit of a weird pick by Cyber Empire. Like, I'm not exactly sure about this, just because hypewrld looked so strong on it, and I understand, Cyber Empire perhaps as well are good, but
it might be the anti-stratting.
It could be, yeah. But still, man, like, they won like 13-1 and then 13-4. Like, it was insane how good they were. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. For the time being, we will still have to wait. I believe everyone is slowly getting into the server. We're still waiting on one player. So in the meanwhile, guys, check out GOEXANIMO's Instagram page. Obviously, big shout out to Monster Energy. This is their sponsored event. Try out their new drink. We can see it here on the tables.
It's called the Rio Punch.
The Rio Punch, yes. Yeah. Finally, we can see it in full beauty, because last time we had green screen behind us, so it was just like a gray speck. But yeah, thank you, Monster. Check out the giveaway. And hopefully, sooner than later, we get into that first matchup. But this is just going to be the first semifinal. We still have plenty to come. After this Latvian derby, as you would, we have Genesis up against Lithuanian Wolves. So the Estonians playing against, well, you guessed it, the Lithuanians. And then, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting that one of these Latvian teams is going to be in the final 100%, like that we can be sure of. But I feel like there's still a lot to be said about Lithuanian Wolves, about Genesis. I think they can definitely bring the heat.
Well, absolutely. One thing that Estonia definitely is kind of in the cards for them is the fact that in terms of Battle of Baltics, they have yet to win one. So there's definitely a lot of pressure for each Estonian lineup that comes through to the event and see if they can land the golden tickets on that part. But yeah, more on that when semifinals 2 come along. Really, I think hypewrld, the only way how they fail this is if they lose to themselves. Like, we know that raw aimers, generally speaking, do have a lot of emotion on their side. So I really feel like if it's just a couple of unlucky engagements, then everything can quickly go sideways.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that happens when there's a lot of pressure, right? Maybe the LAN environment does that, but again, I feel like for the side of hypewrld, they just have so many players that have been in this exact environment multiple times. So, yeah, maybe they do internally implode rather, but I think that should not be the case for the first matchup. Now, Cyber Empire on the other side, I feel like they're actually the ones who are at the bigger disadvantage in terms of just like playing consistent. Because again, they've had some recent changes to their roster. Like, it's different. Things are definitely going to be a lot more difficult for them. So getting into the right headspace early on, I think is the key. I asked if you watched the interview, you probably saw that I asked like, how do they warm up? Now, I think there's a lot of different ways to do it, right? I think just clicking heads in a deathmatch might work, but there's a lot of useful tools. Refrag, I think, was mentioned. Again, not sponsored, but it's a pretty good tool. I don't know if you use it, but you can do a lot with it.
I'm old school deathmatch kind of guy.
Right.
Like, I just love going in, zoning out, and then waking up after an hour or so when the music stops, and I'm just like, oh yeah. It's been a lot of frags. I was about to ask it just because like it's roughly around midday for us here in Riga, Latvia. So for anyone that might be watching outside of the region, what are your thoughts on like having your first game at this time of the day? Because like I'm kind of used to playing in the afternoon/evening, so for me it actually would be kind of weird to play in the morning. I'm not really sure how I would perform because like my internal CS clock per se is just like not there yet.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate playing in the morning.
Can you imagine like sitting down now playing? Because like I can't.
I've sometimes done it, like, you know, on a holiday or something, but I always feel like my aim doesn't wake up until like 6 p.m. or something.
So I'm just speculating here because it might be a factor for someone here as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we also have Estonian on the roster of Cyber Empire, so he probably had to wake up at like 7, you know, travel. Maybe he got here the day
Ideally,
before,
he would have gotten here a day before. That's
yeah,
like kind of what you want to take care of.
But still, man,
sure.
like you don't have a lot of time to warm up, really. I mean, actually, there is a bit of a delay for the game starting, so I guess that's good for the players. You know, they at least get to warm up a little bit.
Warm up the seats.
Yeah, warm up the seats. I mean, I can see the end game as well, so you know, it looks like they're at least practicing a little bit of their aim. But I think that's also like the point that I kind of pointed out too, that like sometimes it just takes a map to wake up. Because I think one thing is like training your aim. Like I actually went on like aim training spree for a little bit. I just like clicked dots and like aim labs for like a month. I got way better in terms of my aim. So much.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like for me my aim is also my bottleneck, but yeah, I did a lot of dot clicking. For one, you can see the leaderboard, so you can actually see like your score improve. But for two, it definitely transfers over to game. There's different like styles that you can warm up as well. Like so there's basically like static, just clicking dots, right? There's also like tracking, which I think is a skill that a lot of CS players actually have developed very poorly, just because it's not that necessary. But when you actually, you know, when it's your bottleneck, when you improve your tracking abilities, oh man, it gets so much easier. But my point being, like, even if your aim is really good, like, I feel like that compared with the movement is something different, and you kind of need to warm both of them up together. Because when I was like training my aim a lot, I did feel a lot more crispy in the game, but still when I played like my first match, it just kind of felt off. My timings were weak, my counter stripes didn't exactly work out. So yeah, I think you need both, and I mean, I guess Mirage is going to be a good warm-up time for both.
I was just thinking about that. Like, that's one of the reasons, like, why I haven't really. I've definitely tried out aim trainers, but like, I've never really crossed the bridge per se over to that side, just because like I really felt like always you're just kind of statically there clicking with your mouse, right? And that's not really what happens in game in those engagements. And I more prefer the simulated system of deathmatch where someone is actually like legitimately trying to counter strafe against you and whatnot. There's also like maps that you can use, like aimbots, obviously one of the most popular ones, where you can actually turn on for the bots to mimic your counter strafes. So essentially like you're kind of trying to out counter strafe each other at that point. It feels kind of weird, but at the same time I feel there's a lot of benefit in training like that, specifically for pistols, because like obviously on the first rounds that's pretty much the only way how you can dodge incoming damage, and at that point if you get proficient at that, you know, the impact is immense for the first rounds. Like every single level of the game requires for you to have a solid first round. So, and that's also something that I'll be expecting. I can't really now recall what was hypewrld doing on Mirage for their first round, but I feel like it was just like a B-pop probably.
Yeah, they just went fast, man. They just picked the site, attacked it. Yeah, I mean, deathmatches work as well, right? I feel like if you do aim trainers, like you can kind of break down like your mechanics into different categories, right? There's movement, there's aim, there's also recoil control, which I wouldn't exactly put into aim.
Oh, that's like
something you have
if you
learn.
Would see my recoil pattern, trust me, you would just like laugh out loud. I have the worst spray recoil control pattern, whatever. It's just horrible. Like I've had so many situations where people are legitimately like crying of laughter in TeamSpeak when we're playing just because like I can't spray for heaven's sake. And that's because I spend tons and tons of time in a headshot mode deathmatch. So like you don't need to really spray there, right? So I got really good at clicking heads, but then everything else kind of fell apart.
You know, it's not even 1 p.m., but I feel like I'll make a statement that will upset you. I play with the dynamic crosshair, like the one that adjusts when you shoot a bullet. It like goes where the bullet goes. You know what they added in CS2?
Where the follow recoil?
Yeah, follow recoil, that one. Yeah. I use follow. It's so, you know why it's good? Look, listen. My my spray control was so much worse. When I enabled it, it gives you like instant feedback where the bullets are going. So like if you've missed the first 6 or 7 bullets, and like at that point without follow recoil, you don't know exactly where the bullet. But trust me, there's something about it.
No.
I switched it on. I switched it on. I've tried both. I love follow recoil. It's the best thing they've added in the game for years.
Oh my god! No.
You're gonna have to spend 9 hours with me today, buddy.
Oh my god! No, well, obviously when it came out, I tried it out, but it felt so alien for me. It felt like someone else is controlling my mouse. I couldn't.
I mean, it takes
my
time
head
to adjust.
doesn't wrap around it.
It takes time to adjust. Now I can't play without it, obviously, because I've adjusted to it. But I don't know. I just like. I feel like it just gives more information about like your bullets as well when you're shooting with a deagle. Like. Like you know that the second shot will be crisp when like it resets. So
Wait,
like,
so how does it work, right? Like, cause I still haven't got it. So when you start to spray, like let's say your crosshair obviously goes downwards, so you correspondingly like what adjust how?
you just
what do you do?
you always try to keep the crosshair on the head. That's the idea, or on the body.
Oh, that's like kind
Yeah.
of the gist of the game.
No. Well, no. Listen. So when you start spraying, like without follow recoil
Just
on,
click heads, man.
when you start spraying, like the crosshair goes like down or something, right?
Yeah.
You might be getting a headshot, but the crosshair is like off the
Yeah.
body. So the follow recoil, like the crosshair is literally where every bullet is going. So like you
Okay.
at all times try to keep it like on the body or on the head.
Right. Okay, so you're kind of like what you're doing with your mouse is like you're essentially trying to force the crosshair back onto
Yeah.
it, and that's how onto the enemy, and that's how you kind of control your recoil.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah,
it
yeah.
teaches you. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say that like I learned recoil.
I don't know why that
control from it, but
came out so difficult for me.
yeah.
Like
I mean,
just
it's
have
literally
trouble
like I feel like
understanding it.
CS is one of the only games where like it isn't follow recoil by default, right? Because most
Yeah.
other FPS games, like where the crosshair is, the bullets go. That's actually why I switched to it, because I used to play games where like that was the case, and I just liked
Okay.
it way more. So that was kind of the idea. But it does make for some funny situations where like you join a face-it pog and like in the second round,
People are watching.
yeah,
you,
yeah.
Or someone
you're
takes your
You're last
crosshair.
one alive, and then like somebody just gets tilted off of you playing with follow recoil. Like, what is this noob doing? And then yeah, it's GG.
Well, hopefully not. And for us, it's the first map, and it's about to begin. I believe we finally have everyone on the server, so I think the players are just making sure those last and final adjustments are taking place. You know, the good old-fashioned adjust the temperature of the colors and gammas and whatnot, and sensitivities. Hopefully not. You shouldn't really change your sense in mid-tournament, but in a different environment, senses do sometimes feel different. Because like one thing that comes to my mind is always like when now spring/summer starts, the air gets a bit more humid as well. I always feel it on my mouse pad.
Do you use a gaming sleeve? Do you know what that is?
No. I can't have any material under my hand. Like it's but that's just because like how I play. I use my whole hand to swipe, and I have a big swipe.
I mean,
so
I'm the same. Actually, I got a gaming sleeve like quite recently.
Does
It's
it
like
help?
10 euros. I'll say that you're more consistent. Like that's the main idea, because like as
Okay.
you said, like the mouse pad gets different, so like the friction is a little bit
Yeah.
different. So when you like do the same flick, like apply the same force, you might flick a little bit less, a little bit more. I'd say it's just always the same. I wouldn't like I can't say that it's more like 5% change. I don't know. It feels nice. It's compression as well, so it's a little bit cold. You know, you feel good. I use it. I don't think it's a game changer. It's
I
certainly
wish
not
it would
gonna
look
be.
different.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like a condom for your hands.
Yeah. My girlfriend wasn't too happy when she saw
It
that.
just looks
that
geeky.
I
It
know,
looks
yeah,
so
I know, I
geeky
know, I
always.
know.
If there
Yeah.
would be some sort of a different solution, I would
I
perhaps
mean, you could
consider
do
it.
like a long sleeve shirt that has like it built
Yeah.
in a sense, maybe something like that.
That would be more acceptable, I think.
Okay, so you don't want to look stupid when playing CS. That's the
No,
idea.
it's just like it's. I don't know. Like obviously, when you're at home, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. But like when you're in the LAN environment, like oh, here's the man pulling out his LAN sleeve. Right, I think we have knives on the way, or is this first round? Are we live? Hello.
Well, let's check in. I think we are live. Here we go. Monster Energy, Battle of Baltics, Cyber Empire, waste no time. Getting to that A site, currently defended by 3. Pop comes through. CGK Preludin with the frags. USPs take down 2. Looking for more. Fripp is just not checked, so that's an easy headshot for him, and just all feels so done already. But It's a 1v4 necessary out in the open. USP bullets run out. They just want to play together. Don't give him any 1v1 gun duels. Low HP, but another headshot comes through. Looking for the fourth. This could be the clutch to start off the tournament. 1v1 necessary against Chipon. Trying to dangle around the angles. They're both hiding. They know what this means, but they're both keep missing. Chipon just needs to hit 2 shots, now upgrading to the Glock. A headshot would be needed here. Such suspense.
Oh, there's a lot of time for this to go down. There's still 45 seconds now. Xado is low on health. Chipon definitely has the advantage, but we know that one bullet can seal the deal here, and finally hypewrld will be able to close out that first round, but that was almost a throw.
That's probably the most anticlimactic ending to a clutch I've ever seen. Like, it's a really nice attempt, don't get me wrong, like, the 4-piece would have been crazy. But yeah, like, you know, when you cast, you try to be hype, right? I was hype for like 30 seconds, and then they just kept AD-ADing against boxes. I was like, all right, you take the lead. I don't know what's happening.
It's just like 1v1 aim map at that point. Like,
yeah.
Everyone gives up and then kind of resets mentally. Nonetheless, buy up, of course, here for hypewrld. A couple of deagles on the board for Cyber Empire, looking to get those insta headshots. So we saw some of those off the back of Xado in the first round. A beautiful spray down from Fripp, though. 3 on the ground. Last 2 left wondering, thinking what just happened. And somehow we need to try and see if we can get a kill, as Neki will fall and Chipon with the second as well will close things out. 2-0. No real threat there in the second, so I'm sure that hypewrld had a few words shared amongst each other.
Yeah, alright. Second one for hypewrld, so certainly starting exactly how they planned. And again, we kind of both agree that even though this is Cyber Empire's map pick, like, yeah, they could be doing some anti-stratting, you know, certainly I've watched plenty of these demos, but I feel like for hypewrld, this is still going to be a map that they take easier than Anubis, which is their pick. That's just our prediction. I mean, we're 2 rounds in, so, you know, we know how these things go. And it seems like, as always, a good tech pause comes in to the second round.
That's a must-have there.
Yeah,
it is not an event if you don't have a tech pause.
We should do like a event bingo, like, you know, everything being delayed by 15 minutes, like in-game feed not working, things like that. You know,
some sort of like weird lag,
yeah,
sound issues, whatnot. Yeah, sure, we can do it. But like, what's on the cards if once you get bingo? Like, what do you get?
Nothing.
More Monster Energy drink.
Yeah, more Monster, hell yeah. I guess we could put also, I think it was like a year and a half ago we casted like the event at Splendid Palace.
Yeah.
And I believe somebody uninstalled CS, that's why it got delayed. Like
yep, I still don't know how that happens by accident.
It was like 40-minute delay because the internet there was like pretty slow as well.
Yeah,
so.
Someone had to re-download CS. That's definitely one of the weirdest tech pauses I've had, for sure.
It wasn't even a tech pause. We were like, okay, well, I guess we started 40 minutes then, because like...
Yeah, but it was like a tech pause behind the scenes. Like, there really was no other reason as to the delay. It's just like, somebody deleted CS. Everyone's like, what? How do you do that? Well, looks like there's still a couple of seconds remaining for the teams to get the final says in, if everyone is ready or not. Definitely bought up, obviously, for Cyber Empire. First buy round with the AKs, not a lot of utility. 3 smokes, a couple of Molotovs available.
You know what? Maybe this will give us some answers while we wait.
See.
Well, seems like somebody from Cyber Empire's side is having slight technical issues.
What do you think the move is here for Cyber Empire going into this round with AKs, knowing full well that there's at least 2 MP9s against you? I would call like a B split, like out through mid.
Yeah, I think just take mid first. Take mid and like avoid.
But like my point being is that like Cyber Empire doesn't have a lot of utility to like.
I mean, yeah, I mean you can still
resmoke, etc.
I think your best option is just try to take mid by force, lay down like a connector smoke and a window smoke. Try to take mid by force. Like obviously, there's only one M4 really to deny it from short if it plays there. At that point, you have mid control. You probably can take ladder as well, and yeah, I think that B split is a pretty good idea. You nailed it on that one. But at that point, like hypewrld, they might be going for a bit of a B stack, I guess. We'll see.
Well, the MP9s, I would be expecting at least one of the MP9s going into like underpass, obviously, and then second one playing close con. So if needs be, they can trade, and potentially someone might be pushing up top mid as well. So I'm expecting all-out aggression from hypewrld. Really nothing else. I feel like that's kind of like their signature as well, especially on Mirage. That's kind of how it went down in the Latvian qualifiers.
We have an M9 Bayonet Slaughter, I believe. Are you big on skins? Do you have like a nice combo, or that you're too old for that?
I used to have, and then let's just say it went away.
So
and then I got it back, and then it went away again. So I've had my fair share of those. I think the best one I had is actually like the first knife I ever unboxed was actually a factory new Karambit Slaughter.
Damn.
And of course, back in those days, that was like legit when just skins were released. Let's just say, like, I was.
You lost a lot of money.
Yeah, I've lost more than I've won. Let's put it that way. And yeah, now I have a survival knife vanilla. I love the animation on it. Like I
Oh, it's the one where it like flips it out.
Yeah, when it flips it out. I saw Apex playing it with in a tournament. I was like, yeah, damn, that actually like looks kind of good. And I don't see a lot of people rocking it. I see a lot of people hating it. I don't really know why.
I think the animation's cool. The knife, maybe the model looks a little bit goofy for my taste, but it's kind of similar to Paracord, which I do like.
Well,
so.
it's for me, it definitely. I think which is the goofiest knife? Not Navaja.
Yeah, I want to be like very vanilla, but just put Navaja in there, just because I actually tried it recently. I was like, you know what? Let me maybe
it doesn't feel so bad.
Maybe I'm judging the book by its cover. Maybe I'm just buying into everyone hating on it. No, it's like that long. It's like, well, I paid for this.
It's like you can maybe gut a fish with it, but for that you have the gut knife.
Okay,
I feel like Bowie knife is the biggest.
I wanted to put it there, but
it's like a boomerang, man. Like
yeah. But I would say now it's actually not the goofiest one. It was when there was only one hand. I feel like that was just weird when all our knives, yeah.
But still, I just feel like it's too big for my liking. Like it definitely looks.
I think shadow daggers. I got it. Like it's another basic answer, but I got to put shadow daggers in there.
You know, there's one shadow daggers. This might be an unpopular opinion. I realize that, but there's actually like ones that don't look that bad, and it's the ones like I don't remember like what the name is, but they're like kind of full black, and then they have like a little white
black
icon. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those look fine. All of the other versions are just like whatever.
There used to be a thing where you inspected them, your crosshair would jiggle a little bit. That was
yeah, it took
a
lot of time to fix that.
Yeah, it certainly did. One thing though, I love the sound. Like when you inspect them, there's like a that type of sound.
Oh, can you repeat it?
Yeah, like that, something like that. I think I nailed it. Sounds just like in game.
Yeah, I'll have to fill you in, guys. Like we actually don't know like what the issue is as it stands. So we're just kind of in the same boat here and trying to figure out as we go. So hopefully we can get things going quite quickly.
Oh no, we need more guys.
It's the IT super team arriving. Damn, you need a whole team to fix it? What happened?
Now somebody else is having problems. It's like a virus.
No. They're just using the opportunity to have adjustments for the noise-canceling headphones. That's just so you don't hear the opposing team yelling at you, right?
I think you can hear it a little bit, right?
You can.
Yeah, it's to the point where, like, if somebody wants to tilt you, they can do it. They can.
Absolutely. Like, I know how generally I have a loud voice, so, like, if I would go to scream, you would hear. Please don't scare me.
Well, a great start. You know, this should have been on our
so
bingo
far
card.
As predicted.
Yeah.
So far as predicted. hypewrld in a convincing lead.
Oh man, we have 3 best of 3s today. You know, next up again, if you're just tuning into the stream, this being the Latvian Derby, will host the other 2 Baltic nations, Lithuanian Wolves, against Genesis. And as you mentioned, Estonians have never really won this exact tournament, so they're certainly looking to do it.
Yeah, I really feel like that would be like not necessarily like a fairy tale story for them, but some sort of a redemption, right? At least once for the Estonians to pick up the gold cup.
I think that'd be cool. Yeah, the map pick is here. Anubis would be up next, but obviously we still got to get through Mirage, and to do that, we still got to get through this tech pause that, by the looks of things, you know, we needed like a rival of the IT special units force. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully that's patched and ready to go soon. Inferno would be our decider, and yeah, I asked it to you about Inferno previously, but I love an Inferno finisher. It's not exactly a map I like playing myself, but I just feel like
it's great for viewing. It's just horrible to play as a finisher. I feel like if you are in the player's seat, like it definitely doesn't feel good at any point in time. At least for me personally, it definitely feels like you can lose that map at any stage of the game as well, off the back of like some silly Tech 9 push if you're on the CD side, or if you're on the Cs, like suddenly CTs decide to play 4A from the get-go without showing any presence in Banana as well, just like a random stack. So that's like one of the difficulties of the map, right? Like you can't really find out what's going on that CD side unless you poke and prod for that info. One thing also that to take note is, well, if we take things back to Mirage, of course, on the CTs you can see they are hovering around like 2.53k as it stands currently, but all it takes is for the Ts to break the economy is 2 rounds in a row, essentially. And from that point on, it can be very quickly a reverse sweep, because on Mirage, on the CD side, like if you don't have decent utility, you can't really fight for taking space. And at that stage, you're just kind of hoping and praying that you can hold on to the site long enough for backup to arrive and to have the opportunity to fight for the round, which quite often is not the case for the Ts. So we'll see what's up as soon as we get back into the game. I see headphones back on the heads. Hold up. Wait a minute.
In before they bring like 10 guys now, like 10 IT specialists, you know, like... apparently the issue is with TeamSpeak, so that should be fixed soon.
Oh, just use Discord, man.
I feel like on TeamSpeak there's less delay. I think that's like the one selling factor for it.
You know, that's funny you should say that, because like I said just use Discord, man, more as a meme. You know what was the... Do you remember a time when people used to use a program called Mumble?
Oh, yeah.
Mumble had the lowest latency ever for voice comms. It was insane to feel the difference over TeamSpeak. And TeamSpeak, obviously, these days, I feel like the difference is essentially non-existent, whatever kind of a program you use, just because technology, you know, like it's not 10 years ago. That being said, like there used to be a time where you could feel significant differences in the delay.
Technologia.
Technologia, technical pause.
At least we have the headphones back on. You know, that's promising. When I'm watching like a tier 1 tourney as well, like it's okay, we can see we're getting there. But man, sometimes for tier 1 as well, it's like a 50-minute pause. Like that does happen from time to time. Funnily enough, this happens in the second round, but you know we should be.
It's better in the beginning than at the end, in my opinion, because obviously then there's like teams have momentum going, they have some sort of footing, understanding in the match. We're back.
Hell yeah! Only took us a couple of minutes, close to 20, I think, but we're here. We should be looking for, just to recap, guys, the third round. 5 AKs on the side of Cyber Empire. Their first real chance to convert, and well, they certainly had the rifle advantage. Not the best util, so yeah, you just pick one side to go to and you execute on it. And they're going for 2B, 2A. This is interesting. Just map control is the idea here, which can get real dicey when you lose your gun duel against an MP9. The double push towards ramp, and they're just going to keep aggressing. Now stuck in the corner. CGK, well, alright, well, he takes down the first.
Eventually finds Xado there. He was kind of stuck in no man's land, essentially. He was waiting kind of for this push, so you would be expecting the player to be more prepared. That being said, though, Nicky has found some territory in window. And Con is going to be cleared out as well. Will this be a reroute into B? So far, doesn't look like that is the case. Ramp has been cleared. Going through the smoke, Rip with the nade, tries to pop it open, but so many Ts emerge. It's CGK again with the kill after Dare to respawn, and CGK's position, of course, is known. He's just trying to survive for as long as possible.
I think it's a double out of there. Now Chipon with the M4 takes down the first, low HP on the last, and Chipon has been in these situations, but Aster, damn, takes his head clean off. Now he knows where the second player is at. It's Disciplex to jump up, miss the jump, try to spot the spray down, he gets one bullet in, and that is another clutch denied for Cyber Empire. Man, they almost did the 1v4. This was a 1v2 close, you know, that the smoke spam could have went through.
Yeah, I really feel like Sato was just really needed in that round. Obviously unlucky and unfortunate that he died to that ramp push at the very beginning. You saw the idea from Cyber Empire was just like wait for these MP9s essentially for these pushes to happen, and it just simply didn't kind of pan out in their favor at the end of it all. The biggest problem here for Cyber Empire is that like they didn't really get to put down the bomb, and they've opted in for a hero AK buy. Chip on with the op. Opening the smoke, will not spot anything, and Sato once again the first point of contact in the round.
Well, this time they do go for the setup that we kind of expected them to make with the AKs. It's CGK to find the first on the head of Meow. And I mean, it already feels like this is almost starting to fizzle out. Like, sure, you have some mid control, you have some players on avs, but it just all feels so difficult to convert.
Oh, the problem is there's no resmokes available for you on the T set, right? Like you have a single flash, and the AK is posted in underpass slash under window. So they're gonna try and boost this up, but the Molotov is gonna be a dead giveaway. And never mind the molly, it's the instant 2 kills from hypewrld to really bring the round over in their favor. Last man standing, Hexecue. First team kill of the day. There we go. That's also on the bingo cards.
Yep.
Last time we saw, what, like 3,
There were like
4?
3 in a one match, I believe.
Yeah, that was crazy. Anyway, hypewrld, 4-0 so far on their opponent's pick. And this is do or die pretty much. Like, you really need to put a round on the board here on the T side if you want to put down a competitive side for yourself. And more so than not, also need to plant the bomb amidst all of it, because like you're missing out on crucial money.
So going for mid again, this time they have the help from under as well. The problem has been that once they take mid, like, it's a bit weird where they want to go next. Chipon is going to hit the first shot. That's a big opener. I mean, that confirms the presence. Now they chuck in the nades. And hypewrld have been really good on playing refrags, right? Like we saw last round, like everyone was there. The peaks came in, the refrags were there. Nice peek by Fripp. He's going to go for the double. Fripp, Mr. FPL here, gets the double. And now a 2v4 necessary for Cyber Empire. One thing though, they have been quite good at least attempting to convert them. Hexo now is tagged up, dinged down, and Fripp. This is just massacre on Mirage. 5 rounds straight for hypewrld to start off.
I'm not really a fan of how Cyber Empire are posturing themselves, like the way how they are peeking into these duels. I don't see the confidence that you would expect to see from a team that is playing on their map pick. Like, it does feel like Cyber Empire are feeling slightly uncomfortable slash, well, not necessarily scared, but definitely can say that something is slightly off. So they're going to go for a B-pop, what seems to be. So, Chipon, hold on with the AVP on that B-bomb site. You're going to be greeted by a whole lot of people.
Yeah, they're trying to switch up things. I mean, he'll catch the early wind of this, but I don't think he can get away. This would be difficult. Big molly from Chipon. That will slow them a little bit. Now they want to peek into it. I mean, that's all the info you need. He only spotted one, but with the clear kind of being there on connector and they're checking window as well, I think hypewrld more than know what's up here. They're still not pulling rotations though, but, you know, CGK is on very close proximity to do just that.
Just waiting out that initial utility. Neki to put down the smoke in mid. See if he can perhaps hold on. Well, rather force these CTs to hold on to mid for a bit longer whilst they try and challenge these B players. Smoke is going to be put down. Asher, Ollie is there, so they're going to actually go through the smoke. Displex to fall on the side. It's now with the opening. CGK to follow up with one of his own before he falls, and now Chipon with the op. Shouldn't overplay his hand. Needs to wait for his team.
I mean, they're smoked off, 3v4. Such a difficult bomb site to retake. Time already ticked off the bomb. They will try to go for it, at least have a look around, but I feel like that next by frag should shut it down. Chipon now just on a survival mission to save the AVP. Man, I gotta learn that flash. That flash was so good. I thought like hypewrld had them figured out. They even laid the smoke down. Sure, Cyber Empire chose to disrespect it, but if there was not that one flash, I think that's hypewrld's round any day of the week, because that, you know, Just gotta kill players pushing through a smoke. That flash was insane.
Yeah, well, this is great news for Cyber Empire as they get their first on the board. Of course, ideally, you would like to get a follow-up that would put CT's money in a terrible position. For now, they'll be able to buy up fully, no problems there. There were tons of defuse kits available in the last round as well, so you can see why in a 3v4 situation, still, hypewrld were tempted to go for that retake. And obviously, generally speaking, if you have kits available, you would like to just go and see if any of the Ts are willing to offer themselves up for free. Now it's more a default style approach. Chipan with the jump into ladder room. It's going to be a quick peek with the AVP from short. Aster might be in trouble and he's unaware of it.
They try to take mid every single time, but again, it just hasn't really worked out for them. And now they just want to push up towards B. I mean, Chipan's going to get the frag. This is unexpected, but the adjustment is there in a timely manner from Hexo. Now, you still got to worry about B, but it's actually Cyber Empire to send all of the remaining players towards A. A double setup there, CGK and Preludin. The first ones to fight. CGK's position is like the most, it's like a noob spot, but sometimes it goes uncleared. I think it can still work out.
It's a two-edged sword for sure.
It's like so basic that sometimes you're just like, there's no way somebody's there. Now you would need like a palace smoke, because if you come out of palace, 100% you're going to clear it. I guess Preludin is the maybe first one to fight palace.
It's a bit of an off angle, right? And Preludin is going to take a lot of attention away. So for Preludin, it's just about like baiting pretty much and just surviving, not so much trying to get the kill. Though knowing him, he might actually just go simply for the kill. There's the off angle into play, but instantly a trade from Meow. And Preludin's position unknown. Hexecute with the late flank into Khan.
Yeah, that late flank is going to be huge, but for now, Cyber Empire is still trying to establish some control towards A. I guess they're just waiting for the connector player to arrive. Nobody in connector, though, so they're, for now, fighting from jungle and 2 CT. 20 seconds on the clock. You got to make your move soon, man. Oh, wait, they did not see each other. Now they do, and that's a flag from Frib. That's huge. 15 seconds, you're overwhelmed, and you just wasted too much time, it seems, to get on the side. Oh, my God, Zato again on for the clutch. A 1v3, he's going to get the bomb down as well. Tagged up. One more bullet needed for Preludin jumping up, and damn, that's another big clutch attempt shut down. Zato, man, a 1v4 and then a 1v3 comes down to the 1v1. I mean, you gotta give the man props for trying. But for Cyber Empire, it just felt like it was too slow. They simply ran out of time to properly clear out of these angles.
Yeah, I really also don't understand, like, what kind of was the reasoning? Okay, so sure, you know somebody's in CT and whatnot. You killed the guy who was in the off angle as well, so the default position is kind of clear. And was it really the fact that they were waiting for that con player so much? I really can't replay the round in such detail back in my head, but still, nonetheless, I really feel like a bit more pace is all that's required from Cyber Empire. There's definitely moments of hope. That being said, all of the finances have been invested in this round for Cyber Empire with the AVP and Hexecute's hands as well. Perhaps that might be a game changer that they're looking for. And that being said, hypewrld are not sitting like on tons of cash as well. So whoever takes this round might force the other team down onto a forced buy / eco.
Yeah, this would be the best point to start a comeback for Cyber Empire, right?
Ideally, yeah. Ideally, this is where you want to take it.
Buy one, get one for free deal. If you can just win this round, 6-3. It's your map pick, maybe a slow start. You know, we talked about the warm-ups and whatnot. I think it's not as one-sided maybe as it seems. Again, there was a possibility, a very real one, of 1v3 and a 1v4 being won out. But a very slow round in which I think both teams understand what's at stake. Now, Cyber Empire have been really mixing up the pace. Sometimes they go quick, sometimes they play really slowly, but we saw what happens when time is not on your side in the previous round. This Plex for now going for the spot. Damn, that's an insane shot by Meows. Now we're going to push in. CGK on a good spot to get the first. Refrag should be there. CGK comes in with a double. Frib gets one as well. And somehow, some way, Cyber Empire are now at a player disadvantage with Chipon on the site. 30 seconds on the clock. Hexo is hoping that somebody will try to cross over. But hypewrld, they just have to wait. They know that the site is clear for now. There's no bomb plant, so we're just going to wait you out. We're going to stall you out. And then you're going to have 10 seconds left. Now getting on the site. Zato gets a frag. They know there should be one more on site, but it's Fripp again to arrive. And with 10 seconds left, Fripp is going to do it all. A big 3-piece and 13-4 in this game. I mean, I start to see what's the hype about.
hypewrld. What's the hype about hypewrld? Well, for Cyber Empire, definitely.
I hope you're happy.
I feel, yeah, thanks. You know, I feel like for hypewrld, at least 3/4 rounds have finished in the same fashion, where there's like 20 seconds on the clock. You need to make a move, and you're just kind of waiting for those CT engagements to clear out any corners and then go for the plant, and that's simply not. Doesn't seem to be a viable option against hypewrld so far. 7-1 up on their opponent's map pick. That is Mirage. Next up being up Anubis. Cyber Empire desperately need to recover some rounds. Like, what do you think is acceptable here for Cyber Empire on the T side? Like, I think 4 is the minimum. Like, you have to get 4.
Yeah, I'd side with that. It's again pace change. This time they want to go quickly towards B, and oh, the aim is there for 1. Almost the double. Display somehow alive. Chip on. Takes down Nekwai, and they've made it onto the side, but at what cost? Big nade from Prelden comes through, and now it's Meow and Zato to piece it together. Who other than Zato, man? A 1v4 would be necessary. Another attempt at the clutch, but this one is shut down preemptively. 8-1 for hypewrld, man. Yeah, 4 feels like the minimum for Cyber Empire, but...
Well, that would mean 3 in a row from this point on. It's the first tactical timeout called, right? And, well, what is the point of discussion here? You have a single smoke, you have a single flashbang. You could potentially smoke stairs and go for an A apartment/ramp pop with a single flash and hope for the best. Kind of, that's the situation that we're in right now. I know it sounds comical, but definitely Cyber Empire fans and the guys themselves on the team are not laughing at the moment, because, like, yeah, you're really running out of ideas at this stage, and it does. I'll still insist on the fact that I would require more pace from Cyber Empire. Just like you need to play faster with more conviction, because taking on these like methodical, careful approaches where you're like, oh, we need to do this and that. Like, forget what we need at this stage. Like, we have to. Kind of.
Well, let's see what they call. Oh my god, it's everyone towards ramp, and it's a double from Preluden. I mean, everything is just telegraphed miles away. They know exactly the play that's coming through. 3 more players to be found, some chip damage already done. And you're just walking into like 4 crosshairs here. Oh, Fripp, another double Aster taken down as well, and damn. That is just dominance from hypewrld. They took a 30-second timeout to call 5 ramp.
Yeah, and got a nade in between the legs. But in that, even in this situation, right? Like, Cyber Empire are walking out ramp. Like, yes, there are these plenty of engagements going on. There were a few flashbangs available on the team. Nobody kind of is flashing for each other as well. So I really feel like that hypewrld have gotten into the heads of Cyber Empire, and it's just nerves at this stage. Like, you're playing with. If you're playing like this, I can't see how you can say that you are convinced that you can win this match. It's simply not the case. You can see Chipan wide open, peeking, re-peeping. Of course he's going to go for the third. It doesn't land it, but doesn't matter, as well as Prelden is there to switch it up. Zato, once again in a position where he might need to clutch up, but with 2 health remaining, he will be dropped. Even an aid for insurance on top. The last man, Neki, standing. He has only a single kill to his name. So, what are the odds?
Hell yeah, doubles his kill count. 3 more to be found. Now, Cyber Empire have a bit of a proclivity of going close in some of these clutch situations. Jumping up, shot, shit. And Nekwai now on 18 HP, just kind of waiting out to die. It really feels like hypewrld are taking the Baltic CS scene by a hurricane, really. 10-1, man. Their semi-final match, I believe, in Latvian qualifier as well was just so quick.
Yeah, that was crazy fast. It was 13-2, 13-1 games for hypewrld there. Well. And yeah, notably so, Mirage being one of the maps. Now, one of the reasons why Cyber Empire might have been inclined to like pick this map, apart from the fact that like they like to play it, is of course like you do have some material to review and potentially have had an idea about a plan, how you want to execute things against hypewrld particularly, but I think it's safe to say that definitely hasn't worked out. So now you're in this kind of crisis mode where you're just kind of trying to scramble things together before the side switch. That being said, though, we could still see a crazy CD side from Cyber Empire. Definitely Zato has shown that he's shown up to play. The rest are perhaps finding their rhythm still. Neki on the cross needs to be careful, doesn't spot anyone and gets the cross for free for the time being. Though problem is the AVP is on that B bomb site, and Chipan so far usually takes at least 2 with him.
Yeah, I mean, you can highlight any of these players, really. I mean, this Flex is only on 5, you'd say, but like everyone else on the team has just had a YouTube clip montage, really. Like, they're aggressive, they're confident. Chipan was just out short, getting a double a while ago. Now they're completely disregarding this position, which, talking about it, I mean, that's a great double. Zato gets one. Oh my god, Chipan. Make it stop. Tries to go for another super quick scope. Come on. Hold Zera. Chipan will finish off with the 5-7. That is 11-1 for the first half. We can take a quick look. I mean, actually, we can see some smiles on Cyber
they're
Empire.
laughing it
That's
off.
good.
They're
That's
laughing
good.
it off. And that's how you should take it, really, at that stage. You're just like, you know what? Maybe taking Mirage was a silly idea, so
yeah,
we'll just meet you guys on Anubis.
I really still don't understand the Mirage pick. Like, you just don't want to pick a map that your opponent team has won 13-1, like, a week prior. I get, like, all the other caveats, but I just feel like it's whatever.
Yeah, well,
you know?
you saw hypewrld were, like, banned the map, like Train, for example, that pretty much instantly. That was, like, their first ban. So you want to avoid any of these kind of fluky maps where teams that you might consider weaker than you can come back and bite you in the back, right? Like, you really don't want to allow it to get any sort of footing. And for Cyber Empire in this match, an instant dink onto Car. Aster has a lot of trouble around him as the T's are making their way on the site. Neki with a double kill already in this round, looking for the third, still somehow surviving as Mal now turns up with a kill of his own, but Chipan with the double, make it 3 in the round. It's yet again Xado. We know he can, but will he?
He's always in these clutch situations, gets the first one, it's another attempt, and the bomb is still not planted. Maybe a bit of miscommunication here from hypewrld, as Zato seems to be well aware about the second player's position as well. It's Fripp who's, you know, on the side, and he has to plan, has to figure out how to piece this together. So far, Zato has been shut down, but I kind of feel like the third time's the charm, maybe. You know, you gotta convert one of these. It's another 1v1 where just trying to wait out things. Still have to recover the bomb, which it is a bit weird that you peeked with it. I guess they just wanted to be super sure that the site is clear. Well, guess what? Zato got the first off of it. A lot of time passes. That actually pushes Zato a little bit back. He might be expecting an A plant now, a rotation. But Fripp plays the 1v1, you know, just don't stop moving. Punches in the digits. And the 1v1 is underway. Zato to finish things off. Know where the bomb plant is. Fripp doesn't really take too much time to relocate, but because so much time has passed, he's not exactly expecting only kitchen to be a problem. He has multiple angles he has to work with, but I think Zato now is heard. So it comes down to Fripp just catching good timing to catch a Glock headshot and then some damage.
He'll be checked for, but not spotted. And I don't think Zato has a kit available either from anyone on his team. Damn. A single tap to the head will nail the round. And that is the 12th and the map point for hypewrld. 11 rounds in a row is what is required from Cyber Empire to take us to overtime for a chance to secure the first map that is their pick for their name. And I'll be honest, you know, like, I was expecting a closer match, but once again, it might be just the nerves in the first match as well. And once those are out of the way, and you kind of get a feel for, like, what you need to bring to the table to fight for a trophy, might amp up the pace. The first kill is there for Xado yet again.
But it's Aster who has to do all the heavy lifting here, and they're going to clear him instantly. The MAC-10 spares nobody. Nice shot by the scout. Double. Ooh, Nekwai. All right. Well, he makes them nice and soft for his teammates now. Finish off with the Deagles. This is still a round that they could recover. There's a Galil in play now as well on side of Zato. Bomb planted and a 4v4 retake with all 4 in kitchen. That is going to be claustrophobic to get out.
The problem is that the T's have full information about this as well. Like, you can see Chipan is kind of considering someone might be flanking, but the fact that nobody is there, and now spotting a few heads already in the kitchen, Fripp is giving call-outs to his team. Listen, I feel like everyone is there. MAC-10 is playing up close as well. Those nades doing tons of damage. CT simply can't make it out. There's no defuse kit available as well. Everything's falling apart, and it's 13-1 for hypewrld on the map pick of Cyber Empire.
Yeah, maybe not the start we expected, right? We put hypewrld as the favorites for sure. You said 2-0, but I guess it's going to be a fast 2-0 then. Now, still, we have another map coming up. Seems like all the Cyber Empire guys, well, they're trying to laugh it off. At least it wasn't 13-0,
like,
right?
I'm not even worried.
I mean, at least it wasn't 13-0. I
Yeah,
feel like,
yeah.
especially for somebody like Nekwai who had to travel from Estonia to only to get 13-0, like that'd be crazy. At least you get the one. Seemed like Nekwai as well activated a little bit in the end there. And I mean, next up we have Anubis coming up, a map pick by hypewrld.
Yes.
But I think it's going to be closer, right? Because Cyber Empire at least will have the advantage of
Do
starting.
we? Do we
look,
now?
look! I'm trying. Okay.
Okay.
They're going to start on the T side.
There's definitely plenty of room for it to be closer, for sure. I believe.
All right, well, I think with that, we can go on a quick break and return with our second map, Anubis.
That shit ain't new to me. Watch how I do it. You think that it's two of me. They just be fluffing and that shit is foolery. Coolin', but that shit ain't cool to me. I'm as hot as it gets. Yeah, they not on the list. Took a shot of success. Hit nothing but net. Yeah. Said they hit the rim. Changed up my number and took out the sim. I'm on my hustle. I'm back in the gym. I can be humble or I could go in. I go for the win. We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah, bitch, I'm young and I'm turn. If you play with my money, then your ass get burned. I done came off the bench, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym like MJ in the third. If you want it, I said you can get it, confirmed. We done packed the whole stadium like we the one. Ain't in no run, this shit is done. Ball on these niggas here just for the fun. Got a next, I won't try it. If I finish the drink, they gon' buy it. Yeah, we 50 something, like a right. If I said it, then I be lying. Yeah, I know niggas hate all the time. Had to change up my routes, niggas stealing my song. And I know bitches ain't worth the dime. Had to change up my line, they be wasting my time. Yeah, we got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Just concluded map number 1 in the first semi-finals of the day between hypewrld and Cyber Empire. hypewrld, with a very convincing 13-1, were able to take the lead in this series. And now Cyber Empire looking to return the favor on Anubis. Now, obviously, we had some minor technical issues in the first map as well, and I feel like that might have been the reason why behind Cyber Empire some of the pace kind of broke down. They tried to go for a more safe, methodical approach. That didn't really pan out, and once the hypewrld players really felt the rhythm going, you saw pretty much everyone just willing to take any type of duel presented to them. So I'm curious to see how things are going to change once we switch over to Anubis. Now, this being hypewrld's map pick, I would assume that Cyber Empire are going to choose to start on the T side, which offers more space on the map. And, well, we'll really have to see some miracles from them. Props to Xado, though. He definitely showed us a lot of resilience despite, well, the demise of the team, essentially, on Mirage.
Yeah, I do feel like maybe the individual performance was something that lacked a little bit on some of the Cyber Empire players. The strats could have been a little bit better as well, but I mean, this with this 13-1, I feel like with that scoreline, you kind of just put it behind you and try your best on Anubis. It would be a crazy reverse sweep, right? Because right now, this is how the LAN finals are looking like. We are about to get into the second map of the first semi-final, where hypewrld are at a huge advantage. They just convert 2-0, you said. I'd be really surprised if a caster prediction actually is true for once. But
right?
Yeah. But, you know, it's looking like it. One thing I'll say, though, like, I think a month ago there was the Vitality Mouse finals, right, where I believe Vitality started 13-0 on the first map, and it still went the distance. It still went to the fifth map. So look, if that can happen in the highest form of play, in the highest level of play, like, I think there's a world. I'm not immediately putting this 2-0 for hypewrld, but like, stats-wise, just everything laid out on paper, 100% they should be winning Anubis. I mean, it's their map pick as well. The only thing that maybe scares me a little bit if I was a super fan of hypewrld is just the fact that Cyber Empire get to start on the T side. You know, maybe there's a world where they can at least get into a headspace where they feel like this is competitive and that they can convert. Because I feel like on Mirage as well, that you mentioned like off camera, the tech pause broke them a little bit. It did feel like that. You know, you had to wait out and... Yeah.
Well, I'm also curious to see how many rounds hypewrld are going to be able to get on that CT side. Obviously, for a team like them on Anubis, I would say you're probably feeling already comfortable at the round 4, and anything more than that is just like great news for you. I would assume that would be the case. We'll see shortly if that is indeed the story. But as you said, you know, for Cyber Empire, it's a long road ahead of them. It's not unreal in any way or sense. It just needs to start off strong here, needs to start on Anubis, and then anything really can happen, because I truly believe it is an absolute coin flip if we get to map number 3. We see fifth shared round, and the teams are ready to play. Let's jump into the game between hypewrld and Cyber Empire. Map number 2, semifinals number 1 for this whole spiel.
Yeah, you gotta win the pistol. You gotta win the pistol.
That's how it starts.
That 100%. You don't want to be a map down and now you're in your opponent's map pick with no chance to convert. It's gonna be a very quick pop towards B, but Chipon hears this, gets a frag. Fripp with another. Fripp comes in with a double. He's been just electric, leaving a 2v4 in her hands, or Hexo at least gets the first frag. Distaplex now isolated, but oh my god, Hexo, how is that a headshot? Fripp still alive and fighting, looking for the fourth, but it's Preludin to shut it down. And man, just the individual ceiling that seems like some of these hypewrld players have reached is absolutely insane. Like, this was... I mean, it was a default B push. There were 2 defenders on it, but yeah, aim just goes the way of hypewrld. 3 clean headshots from Fripp, who, again, I mean, we can highlight multiple players on this hypewrld roster, but Fripp is certainly one of the more inexperienced ones, but it doesn't show on the server.
Absolutely. A huge shout out for Chipon there as well, you know, just going for the info play and actually manages to get a kill, fall back, and actually call out for the rest of the team as well, that it's like a full B pop. Now peeking into water towards the stairs. Nobody spotted just yet. Nade's doing a lot of damage, and there's the MAC-10 going inside the site. CGK holding on to it. Fripp is there again with the rotation, and suddenly Hexecube finds himself last man standing in a 1v4. Takes a ton of damage through the smoke as well. Position node, Nade on top, and Cyber Empire simply shut down. Can't even get through the doors on that B-bomb site.
Yeah, hypewrld right now, I mean, they're doing everything aim-wise. We have a PP Bison on Fripp.
That's BM.
I mean,
that has to be BM, like, at this stage. 60 bullets? Yeah, he sells it, he sells it.
I mean, to be honest, like it's not a good buy by any means, but, like, you know, you're up against pistols. Like, there's a world where that works out, but I guess you don't want to be overconfident, right?
It would have been okay if it would be, like, a full eco, but there are some upgraded pistols in play, and I think that might have been also shared amongst the team, like the sentiment that, like, let's just not mess around and let's close this one out confidently. As I say that, though, now with the first headshot, let's see if you can find more. That looked quite crispy, but the nade damage has been significant onto Cyber Empire. So low on health, this MP9 up close could do a lot of damage if they choose to go towards A. Rerouting now more closer to middle. And this is for hypewrld on the defense. You can see that it seems to be a more like, well, Aurora now approach, where mid is kind of left open, and the teams are playing more from sites and just periodically checking. Displex just watching the pixel on the cross. Will drop util as soon as he spots the player. Misses actually the util, or was that intended? Nonetheless, the frags are there. He gets the second. Preludin there to help out, and the last man standing can't do much. And most importantly, Cyber Empire haven't been able to really put down the bomb as well, so there's really not that much extra cash in the bank. But finally, the first full buy round. This is worrying signs for Cyber Empire, but definitely still doable. Those AKs could do a lot of damage, usually peeking into con or A main.
I feel like that Molly was just like a happy little accident.
Yeah.
I think he missed it, but it kind of worked out in the favor where the T's can't push through it. Has been quite aggressive from Cyber Empire, at least in the first 2 rounds. Let's see how they approach the first rifle. Big nade. Oh, 55 HP on Nekwai. Smoke's laid down. They're looking to approach B quickly, but hypewrld have the read. We have Prelude pushing out, timing, caught off guard. Hexo gets a frag as well. And hypewrld maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, you know, when you buy a PP Bison, misclick or not, like it starts to feel like you already have converted. So you don't want to give away that lead, at least mentally. Fight towards water, Nekwai now isolated, but will lay down the smoke, and there's Aster to assist as well. Almost get a frag out of it, and now they should know that, well, there's at least one B, they saw him. Maybe two. So the approach should be to go towards A. Chipon gets a frag, but needed a double there on Nekwai. Now the round does look like it's shut down. Smoke spam does not work out. The bomb will be planted. And CGK and Fripp have some cash. Probably just looking for exit frags. I mean, even with all the confidence you have. Are they setting up for a 2v4? Like,
I mean, they're going to go for this and just see initially if they can perhaps get some footing onto the side. The problem is, like, both coming from the same position, they really don't know where the T's are, and it's a guillotine waiting for them. Cyber Empire with the first on the board, nice and early, and now should be able to convert once we get back into the server.
Yeah, that happens in CS2. I've had my fair share of like casting a tournament that I also observe, and yeah, it's like
the GoTV is just like, no.
Yeah, 1v4 clutch, final round. Well, I guess we will not see it, but at least here we are back. No tech, no 20-minute tech pauses this time. 3-1. And I kind of feel like they could have saved the two M4s, went for a 4s, but yeah, they went aggressive. I mean, that will be punished now by them, hypewrld that is, being on Deagles, and a USP on CGK. So, Cyber Empire on a very good path to get more rounds in Mirage. That's how it starts.
Well, the callout should be there for Cyber Empire, that the CTs are on pistols. This is going to force the T's ahead. That being said, though, Fripp was staying alive for so long in that position. Now, Hexecue fighting with the platform. Displix, though, up close with the 5-7, struggles to find the second, though. Hexecue and Neki both open things up on that B-bomb site. I don't think they know that Prelude is here. This could turn dicey, but the 5-7 this time
it's a 1v4 with the 5-7. You're like, well, it's hypewrld. It could still turn dicey.
Yeah, 5-7 as well. Like
I don't like it. I'm
like,
not good with it.
It's a love and hate relationship for me with that gun. I prefer the P250 in the last few days, definitely, over it. Nonetheless, back-to-back rounds, most importantly for Cyber Empire, so this is great news. And nice and early in the match, so they can still come back and take the lead. There's an AWP in play as well. That's in Neki's hands. Chipon has managed to scrape one together as well. Displix is going to play around these smokes and just want to make sure that nobody's crossing close. He will fall, though.
Yeah, we can start to see some cracks on the side of hypewrld. I mean, Displix, nothing against him, but he had a great opportunity in the previous round of the 5-7 to take down an upper that literally missed the bullet. This round as well, kind of needed that frag. I mean, the swing is nice. Flash play, actually didn't flash him. But one way or another, they've lost Displix, and they've lost mid as well, where Cyber Empire are attacking with great speed. There's nobody on site, just one kind of playing slowly Prelude, hoping that maybe they walk into it. The molly, timing, out in the open, and that's a big frag by Hexo. That should be the save now. Last time they sticked around, but I mean, it's a 3v5, you have no entry points really. All three towards CT, so they'll evacuate, they'll save. And Cyber Empire, alright, we can start to see why they're in the LAN finals.
Yeah, and it would be fully justified for Cyber Empire to go hunting here as well and see if they can get rid of some of these weapons on the CT side. You can see Xado already has made it back to T-spawn, where generally speaking a lot of the times on Anubis CTs end up saving. With the bomb radius being so low, though, does allow for Fripp to stay close here. Aster with the molly will force them aside. And it's 3 against 3. I wouldn't be too surprised also if this particular round doesn't go hypewrld's way to see a tactical timeout called by them. Just because last few rounds have felt slightly off. Like, in the sense that like they've pretty much lost every single initial engagement.
Alright, so we're gonna have a Deagle and P250 that you said you like. Let's see this flex. Oh, CGK so flashed. Aster will get the frag. Nice damage. But again, a lot of control taken here by Cyber Empire. They really approach mid with fierce aggression in these last 2 rounds. And that gives them a lot of spacing around the map. Because now you gotta send some of these B defenders to look towards mid, especially when that is something they've done. I like the push on A. They'll get some information here, that's for sure. Problem is the setup is slowly but surely gearing towards B, so information is cool, you just gotta put the players in the right places quickly. And Cyber Empire are, well, seconds away from starting to throw the util on that B site. Rotations now being made. Man, if they extend their welcome on long here, I mean, this could be a 4B stack. Zato still gets a frag. Chipon has to hit the shot, and he does. Looking for more, but it is gonna be a miss. Trying to tag the site. Preludin now hits the Deagle shot, and now it's like, yeah, well, the site is stacked, boys. You've made it almost onto it, but you still got to clear some of these angles. At least they have the information of Chipons. Meow now gets Disflex as well, who's out in the open. And now just a Deagle and an Op. Both positions known. One eliminated, and the second one just stuck in the corner. Chipon is a dead man standing. Still gets one. But that is going to be it. And Cyber Empire, for the first time in the whole best of 3, take the lead. Anubis T-side, baby. This is where all good comebacks start.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, props to Chipons for sticking to his guns and like kind of standing in that corner just off the back. Like you had 2 teammates watching the cross for you from CT spawn. I feel like hypewrld with those few pistols in that situation just perhaps got slightly impatient and were more inclined to go for the peaks. It wasn't really that necessary. So a brief technical pause yet again. Let's see what is happening with the players, but 3 against 4 on the board. Cyber Empire definitely feel better about this map so far than it was on Mirage. Ideally, they would like to take all of the remaining rounds and finish off with like a 9-3 half, and from that point on, it should be like just getting the first round and getting the conversions right, and you're pretty much sealed the deal to take us to map number 3. That being said, though, we've seen tons of ways how this could go wrong for the other team. CGK needs to be more careful.
Cyber Empire switching up their play, now going towards long. Nekoi with a big initial frag. Chipon catches one through the smoke, the spam works out. And now they gotta ask themselves, do we want to stay around? You know, do we want to probably just wait out a little bit and then maybe reapproach B? Because at that point, hypewrld will just have to respect the possibility of a rotation. Actually, they're gonna leave B completely open.
Yeah, this is a big gamble.
Well, we all like gambling. Let's see how it works out. Molly comes through. Smoke flash. Aster with the frag on Distaplex. Trying to push mid. There's 2 on the other side though. But the smoke will delay things. And in the meanwhile, Cybershock looking to just slowly head back towards B. Guess what? Well, there's nobody at home right now. So, hypewrld, without information, want to make the aggressive move. Nice shot by Chipon. But again, that B bomb site is going to be empty only for a couple of seconds, and now they made our way onto it. 3v3 would be necessary for hypewrld. Fripp is already on a really great timing on the backstab, actually, because they haven't even went through long fully. Seems like that will be accounted for with the op. Damn, Zato. Oh no, the timing is insane. Zato still spots him, but in the meanwhile, Chipon just burns Hexo down completely. That is a bad beat. Chipon moves in with a double, and that's Preludin to catch another. hypewrld equalize. And that 9-3 that you said, I'm sorry, I don't see it happening here. Cyber Empire probably fighting to get... Well, 8 would be great. 8 would be great. It would require 4 of these remaining rounds. At least they definitely have the economy for it, right? That 4-round streak really built it up.
Yeah, I mean, in that post-plat situation, I really feel like the Xato should have repositioned sooner with the AVP. Obviously, unbeknownst to him, there was a lot of utility still remaining in play for the CTs to use, and that kind of pushed him in an awkward situation where he had to play through the smoke. Nonetheless, Cyber Empire still have plenty of cash to buy up fully here, and it looks like it is going to be a minor A fake. Will end up being a hit onto B. Meow shows himself. That kind of solidifies 2 players towards that A site. Even pulls Displex as a rotation, but here's the B pop, and Fripp has to hold on to this. And the push is stopped. Hexecute gets the flanking Preladon. This might reinvigorate the approach towards that B bomb site. The teaser are there making their way onto mid. Fripp knows that somebody's stuck close by. Hexecute still comes out on top. It's a 3v2 now for Cyber Empire, and Displex is on extremely low health. There is only a single defuse kit available for Chipan. And the T's are just grouping. There's still 55 seconds remaining, so they can take their time with this and really force the CTs guessing as to where the bomb is going to go ultimately. Hexecute feels like he can continue pushing his luck whilst his teammates are clearing out mid.
Chipan is quite aggressive, so has the info, but Displex has to hit the shot, and this has just not been a great game for him, leaving Chipan just in the 1v3 with the op to his name and not too much cash. I think we already know where this is going. The fabled Jame time is about to begin. Cyber Empire, I love that they have the fight in them. I love that, you know, they go on a 4-round streak, they lose a round, but they're right back into it. They're looking confident. Sure, it's an Ubis T side, but like, you need some kind of an easy start to where you can actually start believing that, hey, maybe we can take these guys down. As you said, 9 would be ideal. Now the next possible score is 8.
Well, the economy is kind of in shambles for the CTs, right? So a lot is going to be riding on Chipan's shoulders in the following round, just off the back that, like, he looks like will be able to save that AVP, does have a kit, has some utility available. So it's about how you want to utilize Chipan. So far, he's found entries both on A and B. Middle might be the next touching point for him in the cards. Though that being said, Cyber Empire, generally speaking, use a lot of utility in mid. No problem in buying up in this round for Cyber Empire, as their economy is looking amazing. And it's actually a full force behind this on the CD side. I can't say I'm a fan. Well, it's not a full force. It's like a semi.
It's weird.
It's like
it's really weird. Yeah, we have a 5-7 on CGK. I mean, they'll have cash for next round. Smoke block. That's a great move by Fripp. We'll certainly be expecting there to be a smoke, or not, because this is a full B fake. Certainly keeps the players on the B side. There's only one on A, and I mean, that's a lot of work here to be done by Preladon. He's on an MP9 as well. I mean, this can go south really quickly. There's a 4-player stack. Rotations now being made. Preladon needs to lay down the smoke, hope and pray that they don't exactly push through it immediately. Nekwai trying to cross over. The util gives away the position. Oh, that's beautiful from Displex. Nekwai tries to dodge the flash, but Displex peeks before it pops. And now this attack is really halted. I mean, B is still well defended. They're still looking to go towards A, but now there's 2 players on it. Maybe a little bit undefended, but Preladon's position is everything here. If they can just use the first one as bait, maybe, oh, Preladon wants to peek, wants to take the fight. Now Displex, what the double spray down, leaving Gaster in the 1v3. That worked out beautifully for hypewrld. I did not expect there to be a double, but certainly is a huge triple for Displex to get, especially in a round that has been, the game that has been quite slow. But Cyber Empire, if we know one thing about them from Mirage, is that they are always on for a good clutch. Unfortunately, so far, have not converted a single one, but man, a lot of them have been close. Now Aster, horrible timing. Takes out his knife, and yeah, unfortunate way to lose the round. As well, one that, obviously, they don't see the minimap, but like it looked like Cyber Empire had the perfect setup. The A attack with 1 defender on site.
Yeah, for Cyber Empire, I feel like once they lost that initial player for a brief moment there, it looked like they were kind of divided in opinion as to where they exactly want to go. Some of the pit team kind of instantly turned around for the reroute. Others called for, no, let's stay, we'll do it A-take delayed. Ends up being a 5-5 on the board for hypewrld, as I said, you know, for them. I feel like 4 would be great, and anything above that is amazing news. So they are in that territory as we speak. Final funds, more or less, at least for some, on Cyber Empire's side, have been spent. Preladon contemplated about pushing the smoke and figured otherwise, as I think the smoke just simply fell in an unfavorable fashion for him. Like, he would have to go fully through the smoke fall into the water, and then you're just like fully committed for the whatever is like waiting for you. So good job hitting the brakes. 1 minute and 15 on the clock still. Not a lot of utility though remaining on Cyber Empire's side, and it looks like they are still yet to make a decision as to where exactly they want to go.
Minute left on the clock. Cyber Empire have figured out that mid is left open rather often, as you mentioned, that Eternal Fire, now Aurora type of approach. But I mean, hypewrld are no strangers to just a good side defense. Smoke is laid down to slow them down a little bit more, and man, they want to... They're hiding in the smoke. This can be crazy. 1 nade could finish them off. They try to push through. Disciplex is overwhelmed and taken down. Prelude moves in with a double, but it's Nekwai to keep the dream alive. They're on the side. Op arrives. Chipon going for some crazy flicks. Bomb will be planted, and there's a backstab coming through as well, but CGK should be expected. A 3v3 retake necessary for hypewrld, as Nekwai actually wants to take the fight a little bit, but has so many angles to worry about that he's just going to tuck in, and I mean, that's a very strong position to hold for Nekwai. Don't know if it goes clear, but he actually peeks out, ruins the element of the surprise. Meow will get the frag, and now they're not expecting CGK to be on the backstab so late, which means Meow is against the world, trying to isolate these angles, but ultimately getting run down by Chipon's 5-7 while being worried about CGK. And I mean, CGK did so much in that round. Just 1 kill, but just the fact that he's so slow to arrive actually works out in their favor, because he's not cleared, gets a free frag, and I mean, the rest is history. That's hypewrld now to take the lead. 6 on the CD side, feels like it's plenty.
Should be.
Yeah, should be.
Well, that bomb plant, though, still pays off in the sense that you still have 4 AKs with full belts of utility on that T side, so yet another chance. Like, for Cyber Empire, it doesn't seem like the problem is so much getting onto the sites. It's more about, like, establishing yourselves on those sites, especially in post-plant situations, right? Like, so hypewrld just very good feeling out the timings. That being said, though, Displex is already lost, so it's a 5v4, and at this stage for the T's, the general call would be just like to calm down and wait for any sort of CD pushes that often is prompted by losing your first player. Molly towards camera. Once again, A site is going to be tested. Missed shot from Chipon, has 3 position to Broken Wall. Misses again. The flank will fall. It's a 4v4 now. And the health slightly favors hypewrld. Last round before the half changes. There's 3 kits available as well. A lot of utility damage, no re-smokes available. Actually, I say that Meow still has a smoke, but will he have a chance to put it down? He will fall as Preldon finds the kill as well. The retake is strongly on its way, and Xado last to fall. It is going to be 7 on the board for hypewrld on the CT side, so they should be able to close this one out, right? I say should because we've seen things.
I still feel like your prediction being 2-0 for hypewrld is just too good to be true. Maybe I'm not a believer, you know, but from my years at this point of casting, I think I made a correct prediction like 1/5 of the time, and usually it's like a basic prediction, one that should go through. So we'll see. Maybe your luck is a bit better. Maybe it's a skill issue.
The most uninteresting one, right? Like
yeah.
It's usually the boring option that goes through, and then the most exciting ones is like meh. Well, let's see what the plan is. I would say that's probably hypewrld. They're going to continue with their default in the sense that it's all-out aggression, full W, don't stop. Whoever dies last is a loser. Well, they will walk up for a contact play into A, and they've guessed correctly. There's only Neki there. It's a 4-man stack towards B, and we know how hard it can be to retake B site.
Nekwai's mollied, smoked off. I mean, if he gets a kill here, that's a miracle. Instead, he chooses to get away and retake with his team, which I think is smart. So we get a bit of a unicorn round. Bomb planted, not a single point of damage dealt yet. As Cyber Empire look to all come from CT. hypewrld want to clear it. They know this might be the play. It's a lot of damage, and actually Cyber Empire get all the headshots, man. There you go. Big pistol round to be won. Makes them still believe in the possibility of that 3rd map of Inferno. Still a long way to go, but this round looked crispy. And what I loved most is that like their aim was the one thing actually converting, because that is the big thing that where I feel like hypewrld have just been better all throughout the series. They're just the better aimers, man. Like even that last round of the first half, where it's a 4v4 retake, and pretty much all the gun duels go the way of hypewrld when Cyber Empire know exactly where they're coming from. So maybe this revitalizes them a little bit. It's kind of a play that we see a lot, I think, when you plant the bomb on A and pistols and you try to take CT by force, because then you have a lot of positional awareness. With enough time, you can also kind of go towards mid. Well, that'll put hypewrld on a force buy with a scout, Mac 10s. Oh, man, they're throwing everything at this. I'd love to see the scout get some frags.
Yeah, well, obviously the bomb was planted, right? So it's kind of justified for the Ts to do this. Quite often CTs will play with more utility and with MP9s. That might be the presumption hypewrld are working with, and Fripp with the first kill. Eesh, that is scary if you're on the CD side.
That was real clean. Well, still the B-stack is there to try to push in, jumping out, refrags, Preludin gets a frag, and man, it just looks like hypewrld cannot stop winning. They might have lost the pistol, but they're confident enough to go for the force. They're confident enough to convert around, as it seems.
Well, Meow still has a kit, so this could potentially happen. We'll have to be on the last seconds, because Xedo doesn't have a lot of health, and Meow will find the first, gets the second as well. Now suddenly it's Preludin in a 1v2. This is doable for either side. For Preludin gets the first, and Meow's position was known, so it's just a game of timings, and Preludin will come out on top. This is worst case scenario for the CTs. Winning the first, losing the second. You invested everything into that second round, and now look at your money. It's like 1.5, 1.8 on the board. This is going to be a force into an eco next for Cyber Empire, and well, logic would dictate it would be like a 10-6 point score line. You know, the thing on the top. That
we got
numbers.
there. Yeah. We got there eventually. Now would be a good time to buy a PP Bison. I don't even know why he has it equipped. I'm still perplexed by that.
Yeah, that's true. All right, you have to put it in your loadout, right? So you kind of sacrifice something.
And especially for the SMGs, like there's a lot of good options because you have the shotguns as well. And this round goes just about how expected. It's just a big money farm for the side of hypewrld, where I mean, their cash is just going to be looking amazing after this. Right? Only Xedo will be taken down. They waste no time. 6-9. You said 10-6 should be the scoreline. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, certainly.
Well, it's a full eco now, right? So
yeah.
I wouldn't expect for anything else to change. Very rarely, actually, I can remember moments where a full eco on the CD side has gone the way of the CTs on Anubis. I feel like there's very... Like, the Ts have to make a dire mistake, either blindly rushing into a stacked site, or the CTs just pull off the craziest of pushes, like from A and through con, and just kind of smashing people in stairs. There are a couple of deagles available, though. Neki with the first in hand.
Ooh, that is a big shot. Now, they don't want to give away the M4, that's for sure, but we still got to recover it. I mean, it's some information for Cyber Empire as well. That's a great way to start things. I was looking at them buying the Deagles, going like, you can just end it with the USPs. Maybe I was wrong. I like the creative boost setups as well, just trying to find any kind of advantage that you can with the disadvantages weaponry. Seems like hypewrld, though, they want to group up. As you said, you know, just don't rush blindly into a site, but also don't give away some 1v1 gun duels.
Well, it's just about for hypewrld trying to take these long-distance engagements if they can, so that's why they're kind of leaning more towards this A site. That initial point of contact offers rifles a lot of advantages. That being said, though, Aster perhaps with the dualies up close. The flash is there, doesn't flash anyone. And Chipan will rip the site open. Meow gets one more nade in his pocket.
Still gets a headshot out of it, and there's low HP on Chipon, kind of close range. Maybe you can get him. He still gets another headshot. The Deagle unable to convert. Glock fight now comes through. The pistol wins out, and a 1v3 for Nekwa is simply not possible. Maybe if he can like take down one of the players, get an AK, like that's best case scenario.
I think someone just called out that there's a rifle dropped here, so that's why he's heading this way. Yeah. That's kind of the smart play. Retrieve that. Oh, but it's a Mac 10. You got scammed.
You certainly did. I believed, man. With the opening frag, with the dualies actually catching another headshot, I was, you know, willing to consider the possibility.
Well, 10-6 for Cyber Empire. It's do or die with this buy. With that single Mac 10 saved, does leave room for extra utility. Is there a defuse kit? Nobody picking up a defuse kit? Okay, Nekwa, you should really invest in one, but who am I to say, I suppose? Initial grenade exchange here towards B. A lurk smoke put down as well from hypewrld. Might be mistaken, but I think that's the first time they do it so as well. So that's going to draw a lot of extra attention. As I speak, Chipon already has managed to find Neki. Fripp now just making sure nobody pushes this con smoke. Even puts in a few bullets. The T's are just playing the waiting game as we speak, and rightly so. It's the CT side that really has to find that information. Very inclined to find here with Fripp towards stairs. But the problem is there's people already out on that B bomb site. That's exactly the call. They're inside B. Nobody's there. Astro arrives, but slightly too late to the party. This leaves an opening for Displex to abuse as well if he chooses to backstab A. Astro misses the timing, so now, whilst he is aware that it is a possibility, simply unprepared for someone to be there. That forces Astro off of B bomb site, and the bomb, of course, is heading into B. A beautiful round from hypewrld, completely tearing apart the defense, essentially just like the defense was always on the back foot in that whole engagement.
Chipon is on 19. He was amazing on Mirage.
Yeah.
And he's doing even better here. If you guys were here early on, you will remember that we made an interview with him. I think it was a pretty good one. And we're also going to have post-match interviews, so we might get Chipon back for, well, another round of questioning. Certainly have some interesting ones for him now with the way how he's been playing. Molly laid down, will force Hexo off the angle, and the sound cue is given as well. hypewrld not overcommitting to anything just yet. They play this T-side a lot more different than Cyber Empire did, where map control is name of the game for them. Hoping maybe that the CTs will over-aggress, which is kind of expected on Anubis. You just gotta do it from time to time to get some information. We can see some peaks going down towards mid. Well, that's information for sure, but it's a setup towards B. Another Molly comes in, and this one is going to be huge because it pushes the player out in the open. Nekwai was just not ready to deal with the Dizal at all. Hexo catches some damage as well, and I mean, this is just a one-sided show as Fripp catches a big double on the entry. The round is done. Last two players spotted. Yes, some weird shenanigans happen, but 12 map point, match point, series point, finals point is there for hypewrld.
Well, finals we can argue about.
Making it to finals
like
point.
making to finals point.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, it is. I mean, I do side with some of the comments in the chats as well that it's a bit more also about like experience when it comes into situations like this, right? Like you're on the back foot, like getting the correct read and in a high pressure situation can be difficult if you're not experienced enough and haven't had that many situations like these on a LAN environment. And as I say that, Fripp already opens things up with Neki.
Well, that's a big first frag on Hexo. Chipon, damn, again with a double op. I mean, this guy's just entry fragging with the op. Feeling no pressure. Displex will get another, and that leaves just one. Zato, he was trying to be the clutch element before, but it will be a very confident 13-6 second map victory. You can see the boys on the left side are feeling happy about it, and hypewrld, well, very much deserved to be here. Cyber Empire have a lot to learn. Something in the chat said also this is experience versus no experience, and I somewhat side with that, right? We have, I believe, 4 players here on set of hypewrld that have just been around the block for years at this point.
I would more so say experience versus new experience.
All right.
Because for some it's like fresh territory. For some are already have experienced situations like these before. Nonetheless, hands shaken. It's all good on the server and outside it. hypewrld definitely confidently taking that first spot in the grand finals amongst these two. And well, look, for hypewrld, you know, anyone watching these games, first note to take: don't pick Mirage. That seems to be like a confidence pick for hypewrld, and even if they don't pick it, they have no issue playing it at all. That being said, though, Chipon, you know, I might be mistaken, but I don't think he actually put up that many crazy numbers in the qualifiers rounds. But here on LAN, when it really matters, you know, props to him once again. Like finding impact both with the rifles, finding impact with the AVPs, and even in the pistol rounds, like just simply peeking in, getting a fadeaway kill, making sure he's already obtained all the information that your team needs, is kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I also believe we have the ceremony to congratulate, well, the 3rd and 4th place at this point.
Once they're ready.
Yeah, once they're ready.
Right, like priority is to get your keyboards away.
Mm-hmm.
We do have medals available for the teams. Whatever place they finish, they'll leave with something in the pocket as well. I'm sure we have a goodie bag as well prepared from Monster. I think that would be only suitable in a Battle of Baltics.
Yeah, I mean, you have the logo front, right, and center. You have a lot of the cans. Again, new flavor, the Rio Punch.
Rio Punch.
Rio Punch, the green. I'm happy we can finally show how the can looks. We tried it. It was good.
I loved it. Like
You loved it?
Yes.
I was like 8 out of 10. I mean, I like pretty much all Monster drinks, but
I know,
this was
I don't
on
know
the upper
if,
side of
for
things.
anyone who's wondering like what it tastes like, if it feels like a less aggressive version of the Lewis Hamilton one. That's what it reminded for me. Because like for Lewis Hamilton, it's just slightly too sweet perhaps for my tasting, but the Rio Punch is amazing. I do believe we do have an interview briefly as well with the winners, so hopefully we'll be able to hear from them shortly.
Yeah, we do have an interview with the same man that was here before. hypewrld have just won 2-0, and rejoining us after a short stint, we have Chip Hands, the main man of the hour. A firm handshake. You said confidence was looking very firm as well. I mean, you guys definitely showed it. Congratulations. That was just beautiful from the side of hypewrld.
We tried really hard. Like, I already when I died, I was like, okay, I trolled this round. So I was like focusing on my mistakes to not make any. So I was full focus for this one. That's
good, man. I mean, how are you feeling? Like, was this expected? Like, were you coming into it like, yeah, we're the big dogs, we're gonna beat them 2-0? Because like 13-1 on Mirage on their opponent's map pick, that's crazy.
Well, if Freep and etc. shoots, then Mirage is free. So, but yeah, I didn't expect that. Like 13-1, but I was expecting 2-0, but not this quick. At least I have time to eat now.
Well, that's good, yeah. We have still some time. I mean, well, all right, was it just obviously a lot of practice for you guys, but it felt like you guys were also feeling it. Like Mirage, you got like 4 different players just standing up. You were insane on Anubis as well. You were just entering as the Opera on T-side. Like, that was crazy to see. So I guess feeling it and also like a lot of practice, no?
Yeah, well, this stack is... I think we have played for a month together, something like that. And yeah, we have gone through many maps. We know we have a limited time to get great at those maps. So each practice is full focus. At least I rewatch most of the prac scrims. So I try really hard, and we all do.
We can see it on the server. Like this was very fun to watch. Very one-sided, but a fun watch regardless. Finally, you are now in the finals. You're best in Latvia, now looking to be the best in Baltics. Who would you rather face? If you had to choose, from the other semi-final, like which one you'd think would be an easier opponent in your mind?
Actually, I don't know. I think Genesis is a team, so their team play would be their play would be more structured. So it is what we prac against, kind of like against teams. But I think Lithuania has a mixed stack. I don't want to offend anyone, but I think they have a mix. So it would be the same like this game. I actually don't know, but we'll see.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. Go get your food, get fueled up, and best of luck in the finals.
Yeah, thank you.
So, this is how the LAN finals are looking right now. 2-0 for hypewrld as they've made it to the grand final. And then we have Genesis and Lithuanian Wolves coming up any second. So, actually not any second. I think it might be a bit of a longer break. All of the teams actually fighting for the big prize pool of 1,500 euros. Now, already Cyber Empire will be awarded 150. Then we have second place 450. And obviously, thanks to... Monster Energy, we have 750 euros for the first spot. So, rounding out this one, you probably heard the interview as well. Any finishing thoughts here?
Well, I'm just glad to hear that people are really try-harding this. I feel like that's one of the falling stones for Latvian Counter-Strike often is that like people just suddenly get a lot of confidence on their shoulders, having a few good runs, and then they're like, who needs practice? Like, we're good anyway. So I love to hear the fact that like people are really taking this seriously and potentially taking us to new heights, hopefully. But we'll still need to find that out more because we have one more semifinal ahead of us, and then we're going to have the grand finals later on towards the evening side of things.
Yeah, see you guys on the other side.
Do not dance, watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my head as a CC. That can't fail, all my victories will repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know shoot my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like nigga sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down, my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, ain't got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, gave it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thinking the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up, I spin in the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. The sun is dark, 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 dark. The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark.
I need 9 pound, but a beat ain't one. All I need is my weed and some drums. It's an 808, not gonna stand on stump. I swear I get it just how I get it. Hate a nigga going watch when I stack my bread to the ceiling like, hold up, hold up, hold up. I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I move back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay, got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom, so I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I gotta keep my calm while I hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hold up, hold up. Hold up. The realest nigga out here working, getting that money, smoking that purple. Luke can't kick game, hit like perfect. Hold up, hold up. Swear nigga don't dance, but I bust my moves. Only hitting pools when they coming in twos. Then I hit your show when I f your groove like I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I moved back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay, got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom, so I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I hold up. I gotta keep my calm while I hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Chat and chit. I come through like what's good, these wigs hit and split. Man better breeze and sprint, it's long if I choose to bite down on these pricks. X is a lyrical 4-4 and this, so make sure it's X that you wanna rally with. I'll make a big man turn to a kid. Shout out skull when I splat out wigs. Never seeing X's with your eyes closed, don't mean past girls behind your eyelid. Bars and flows, check out their mixture. Tell them man can't handle the fixture. It's all funny games to the person saying it's all funny games. Get beat up and cocked out the picture. Must be active if you think you can wig me. I'll tell my man put down the liquor. I ain't got none, don't care which means I lost them. Genie's out of the bottle when I ain't going back, so now I'm a problem. They can't land, I'm a pro or column. Lyrically taking lives, I'm taking souls. See man's never been stolen. I take heads off, I leave them rolling, just like balls in bowling. I'm a fully charged in a machine like, man better be careful of me. I ain't just another MC, I'll spin your clock 360 degrees, flat line on set. Man, I need that to see she got a rating, but watch that decrease. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces, don't puff out your chest like Reese's.
Look at me go, look at me flex, it's not a plane, more like a jet. I heard the song, we ain't impressed, then she heard me, now she undressed. To make it all worse, I got a check. You want a verse, double the check. I wanted this, then I got this, I want that, I'ma get that. This how I look when you threaten and kill it. I gave a warning and they didn't listen. I'm at the ceiling, that's independent. She in the feelings and that's when they finish. I've been around in your cities and states, I taking down on your biddies today. I want to crown for the busiest days. You just a clown with your minimum wage, word. This how I go and you pop it, this how I go and you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now when I drop it, none of the numbers gon' drop. She be on me and it's true, but I'ma go finish from top. You get what you want when you poppin', you do what you want when you hot. I just spit quick, but the lines so slick. Get up on the regular like which one hits. Made it on the regular don't sound like this, but it still hits. I don't miss, I just go, go, go like a go, go flow. And I'm almost done, and I told you so. When I throw these flows like it's Rochambeau, and I ain't too close, it's Joe Smo goes. And I'm not in the middle when I'm hot with a riddle, and I got just a minute when I stop. And the pivot I got is a mission, you not. And the one that's on top, go the distance you flop. There's a difference, I'm on my grind. That is all the time. I do not do breaks. That's right, I stay in dry. And look, I'm back with a little bit of that and a little more cash than it came with. Ready, that cat is out that bag, but I still ask you, the boy got skills. I don't need her, I don't need him, I don't need help with me, I got this. I can sing songs, I can spit raps, and I can do both, even do this, word. This how I go and you pop it, this how I go and you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go and you pop it, this how I go and you hot. funny now when I drop it. None of the numbers gon' drop. She be on me and it's true, but I'm gonna go finish from top. You get what you want when you poppin'. You do what you want when you hot.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they at they best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Ain't no one doing the shit that we doing. Ain't nobody moving the way that we moving. Hop out the Sprinter and shoot us a movie. We pull up to Paxton and get us some jewelry. Rocking the newest, but that shit ain't new to me. Watch how I do it, you think that it's two of me. They just be fluffing and that shit is foolery. Coolin', but that shit ain't cool to me. I'm as hot as it gets, yeah, they not on the list. Took a shot of success, hit nothing but net, yeah. So they hit the rim, changed up my number and took out the SIM. I'm on my hustle, I'm back in the gym. I can be humble or I could go in. I go for the win. We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they at they best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah.
Yeah, bitch, I'm young and I'm turning. If you play with my money, then your ass get burnt. I done came off the bench, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym like MJ in the third. If you want it, I said you can get it, confirmed. We done packed the whole stadium like we the one. Ain't in no run, this shit is done. Ball on these niggas here just for the fun. Got a dance, I won't try it. If I furnish the drink, they gon' buy it. Yeah, we 50 something, like it right. If I said it, then I be lying. Yeah, I know niggas hate all the time. Had to change up my rounds, niggas still in my slime. And I know bitches ain't worth the dime. Had to change up my line, they be wasting my time. Yeah,
we got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they at they best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome everyone back. This is semi-finals number 2 on the line today. This is the Battle of Baltics iteration number 3. The grand final weekend is here. We need to find out who is going to be the second team who's going to be joining hypewrld in the grand finals. And this time it is between Genesis and Lithuanian Wolves to find out which is going to become out ultimately the victor in this head-to-head. Now, we obviously saw how things went through the qualification process as well. Essentially no real issues for any of these teams of establishing themselves here and securing their spots in these finals. But of course, from this point on, it should be a very competitive scene between the two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about the teams, we have this new thing where we're also doing interviews. So if we go and check the gaming room, we can see that maybe not exactly everyone is there. Some players are missing, and well, they're here for the interview. So we're going to be having one from each side, obviously. I think the interviews were quite nice last time, and well, a man with a big smile has arrived. Tell everyone, who am I here with?
I'm Poke from Lithuanian Wolves, yeah.
So nice to meet you, man. All right,
likewise,
so
yeah.
Welcome to Latvia, first of all. Best of luck, but well, you were the best team in Lithuania, right? What do you think like set you apart to win those qualifiers?
To be honest, it was other tournament happening, so many strong teams just were not participating in this specific qualifier, so we had a easy tournament.
All right, does that kind of mess with you mentally? Like, do you come into this thinking you're the underdogs, or do you still think like you can come here and, you know, go all the way to the finals?
Oh no, that's definitely not the case. We still think that we could have won against the strongest Lithuanian teams anyway, so we're pretty confident here.
All right, confidence is good. Just so you know, hypewrld were very confident as well in the pre-game interview, and I mean, you saw what happened on the server, so should be looking good. Talking about happening on the server, like, which players should we really keep an eye out in this game? Who do you think, like, really will deliver a clip montage?
I hope GOEXANIMO will, because it's his first SLTV game, and well, he kinda doesn't have this much experience as we don't have either. But comparing to even us, he's still a rookie, I'd say. So I think he may pop off.
All right, so we have somebody that performs. Now, on the other side of things, who's like the biggest goofball in the team? Who's like all laughs, you know, always makes the team feel good?
Well, Berges, he's always trying to keep the mood up, and yeah, I think if something will go wrong, which is I don't think will, but if he will definitely cheer us up.
Sounds good, man. You're confident, right? If something goes wrong, you have beverages to kind of lighten the mood, and well, best of luck in your game.
Yeah,
See you on the server.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that was our first interview. We still have another one because we need to hear, the other side of things. We need to see what Genesis is thinking. So we certainly have prepared yet another interview as everyone is slowly but surely getting ready on the server. We have a new interview. Who am I here with?
I'm Rix from Team Genesis. So
nice to meet you, my friend.
Hello.
Welcome to Latvia.
Nice.
You've made it here. I'm going to start with the same question as for the Lithuanian Wolves side. Like, you're the best in your region. Like, what do you think really set you guys apart?
We didn't get to play all of our matches, but yeah, our first win was a forfeit. But besides that, I think we have a good team chemistry.
All right.
Yep, we've been together for a long time, so yeah, I think that's an advantage for us.
So you think like the team play is really the thing that's kind of pushing you forward? Like certainly you guys are still good aimers, but like the team play is kind of what we should be looking out for, right?
Yep, I think that.
All right. Well, you didn't have the morning game. We were talking about with kind of how the morning games can be a bit off. Your aim hasn't really woken up. Now heading into this game, how have you prepared? Kind of warmed up? Like what's the warm-up routine here?
Yeah, we're just taking it chill, trying to just be mentally there, to try to support each other and take it to the win. We were drinking out last night, so.
Oh, I see. All right. Maybe Monster Energy would help you.
Yep. In the morning,
Monster. All right. Well, final question. Like, are we gonna see? Like, is there anyone who kind of rages on the team? Are we gonna see any desk slams today? Something like that? Like a Nico moment with a desk bent, or are you guys just cool, calm, collected? That Estonian mentality.
None at home. There is a clip on TikTok that has some amount of views where Nun is in a 1v2 behind two opponents, and then he whiffs and throws his headphones at the table. So yeah, there's a voice clip of it. So yeah, okay. Maybe Nun, but he's calm in LAN.
Well, best of luck to you. You seem very calm and composed and collected. I think that is kind of a dark horse, kind of an underdog to go against maybe. But yeah, best of luck. You still have like 10 minutes until the game, so warm up, do your final preparations, and good luck. Hopefully we see you guys in the finals.
Yep, thank you.
See you on the server. Bye-bye. Alright, so with the two interviews done, both guys seemingly in good moods. But they still have a big match coming up. We will be waiting for everyone else to rejoin. Be prepared. And in the meanwhile, I have another interview. Oh no, it's V.
Hello, I'm back. I am very keen to jump into maps. I heard a lot behind the scenes, so I'm curious to see how the veto is going to be looking like as well. Hopefully we'll... I don't know if we have it already or no. The teams should be decided by now, so let's go over. Lithuanian Wolves come in with an instant train ban, so it looks like no fans here. I'm not sure about you, but I actually kind of enjoy playing the map. And Genesis respond with a nuke ban, so the first map on the board is going to be Ancient, picked by Lithuanian Wolves, followed by Genesis taking up Inferno. Oh, and Dust 2 left as a decider if it comes to it. What are your thoughts on the maps? Because I heard behind the scenes that both of these teams are not really too keen on playing Mirage, for example, which we saw as the first map of the day.
Yeah, initial thoughts, I'm happy that we're seeing maps that we did not see in the first best of three.
That's always a pleasant sight.
Yeah, sometimes when it's like 3 best of 3s per day and it's like Mirage and Ancient every single one. Now we're cool. We're starting with Ancient, picked by Lithuanian Wolves, then Inferno, and Dust 2 finisher. And I'll say this, a very strategical start, and then just all-out aim warfare if we do get that third map. Which, in my opinion, I think this could be a 3-map series.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually love the map picks overall. I feel like it brings a fair competitive edge on either side, or rather either map and either side actually as well. So I would be expecting a quite close game between these two. Now, thinking about like looking at the players and how things have gone, some spoke about like Genesis being a full lineup and playing as a team. Like they have played for a while together, and one thing that kind of stands out for me, and that kind of comes over as a narration from the Estonian qualifier, is that like Genesis have played together for a while, and every single time when we do manage to see them, they actually play better than they have before. So taking that like into account, I would expect here that Genesis offer up a fair fight, but I do feel like Lithuanian Wolves do have a few tricks up their sleeve, so I actually am kind of more inclined here in favor of Lithuanian Wolves, but I do think it is going to be a closer affair than we saw in the first semi-final.
Well, it's tough to beat 13-1, so yeah, I'd assume...
There's only one way.
So you're saying 3-map series. If you had to pick, yes or no, 3 maps or
yes,
Dust?
Yeah. I actually do think it could go all the way here, and we could actually potentially see Dust here. But of course, that does mean that each team ideally would like to pick up their own respective map pick. Now, Ancient, Ancient can be punishing. If you get a decent ground, especially over in terms of control over middle. On the map, oftentimes these days you don't really see the T's go for like any sort of early pushes, but rather retake mid, well, not necessarily late, but like not instantly. So let's say around minute 15, around a minute mark, and then from that point on, kind of establish themselves on the map, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. Now, I'm assuming here that Genesis is going to pick CT side on Ancient. It technically is slightly favors the CTs. But that being said, we've seen some things already today where things how it's supposed to be doesn't really go that way.
That has kind of been the theme for this whole tournament, right? We started off in the Latvian ones. I was like 13-1, 13-2. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Just to recap, if you're just tuning into the stream, you're like, what, Monster Energy Baltics? What is this tournament? Well, this is how we got here. We'll go through it real quick. So we had hypewrld just getting to the grand final, beating Havens 2-0, no problem. This is probably the fastest best of 3 that we've had. We also had the Estonian one where, well, Genesis made their way there. They were very kind of not underwhelming. They were like looking down a little bit on their achievements. They're like, well, we only really got to play one game. It felt like they maybe did not have much confidence.
I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you, but Genesis played against Klugerand, who actually made it through for Estonia last time in the Battle of Baltics, so it is no small name to go up against.
Certainly not. Yeah, that whole Estonian interview was just like, this guy is just so calm, so cool. Like
I feel like, isn't that the whole theme of Estonia?
Yeah,
you're just chill and on the ground, and you're like, yeah, we got this.
I mean, some Latvians would call them slow, but I would never.
Okay.
We also have the Lithuanian qualifier, where Lithuanian Wolves made it to the grand finals and got the win, well, quite convincingly, might I add, because it unfortunately was a forfeit. And then finally we had that last chance qualifier as well, where Cyber Empire looked to do it, looked to make the reverse sweep possible. I mean, it was hypewrld exactly who eliminated them in the Latvian qualifiers, and then they got a rematch today, and unfortunately were not able to step up to the task. So that all beautifully leads into the LAN finals here.
Yeah, exactly. First semifinals concluded in a 2-0 fashion. hypewrld booked their ticket into the grand finals. That is going to be taking place later on today. And now Genesis and Lithuanian Wolves will need to find out which of the two countries is going to represent on the grand final. Well, let's say imaginary stage. There is a mini stage upstairs in the gaming room where the players are getting ready. Once again, another talking point, as per usual, is how these teams feel like playing in the LAN environment. That's number one. But number two, most importantly, is like playing literally sitting against each other. Like, obviously, there's a dividing wall in the middle, but nonetheless, like, your opponent is literally right in front of you. It might be someone you're taking an aim duel with at very given moments, right? So I do feel like it brings an extra twist and could give an edge to whoever decides to be perhaps loud on the server. And in the gaming room, we didn't see that much loudness, let's say, in the first matchup of the day, but here perhaps could be a different story. We know Lithuanians do love to get under your skin.
Yeah, I think that also comes with like a close scoreline. Like, you know, it's like 10-10, you lose a crucial clutch. Like, that's kind of where we really see the emotions peak. And you know, so far, I don't know if we've actually seen like double digits for both teams in the whole qualify. No. Yeah, so I think the record is 8 somewhere.
You mean like the closest game? Yeah, 8, 9. Yeah. I think that's the closest we've seen so far. So hopefully it is going to be a different story. That being said, though, the players are getting ready. Final talks taking place. Final adjustments as per usual, I would have to say, at this point in time. Last sips of the Monster Energy drinks and whatnot. You can see the players, at least some from the team, have a chance to take a glimpse at the medals as well. At least one of these teams, unfortunately, will be leaving us after this best of 3. It is a best of 3, though, so, you know, if things don't go your way in the first map, there is still always the chance of doing a reverse sweep and coming back into the match. Ideally, of course, you would like to go through in a clean fashion, because obviously taking on then afterwards, whoever it may be, hypewrld, it might not be an easy task, looking that those guys have come to perform.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what's my prediction here. I'll say 3 maps. I think I just have to be very very basic and go with Lithuanian Wolves as well.
Why?
I'm just feeling
it's a gut feeling, you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely no statistics to back up my points.
Okay. But, you know, that kind of sums up every single caster prediction ever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it also sums up kind of how the games have went, because if we went by stats and who, like, maybe who the winner should be sure, but, like, just the way how some of these maps go is just like, all right, well, that's not the way it should be. We're going to be starting off on Ancient, though. So, what do you think about this pick?
Yeah, as I was saying, like, you know, I feel like Ancient is a relatively safe pick, and I do feel like the map offers a lot of options of getting back into it, and if you start on the wrong foot, so long as you can keep your cool. I wouldn't say it's, like, as telegraphed as Inferno is, which would be the next one up, but still, though, on the CD side, you can get a decent idea as to what the Ts are specifically doing. Obviously, on the CD side, most important position would be the player who is playing Cave, because he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, making sure that the no Ts are crossing into heaven for free, or at least not without a fight, as well as at the same time gaining a lot of information about what's happening down on B lane, and ideally, of course, not giving up your position, right? So, like, you often see the best player in the team taking this position just off the back. That, like, you need both a lot of knowledge, a lot of game sense, and a lot of firepower to hold on to the position. And most importantly, of course, as we've seen today, confidence definitely is king as well. If you are feeling it, if you are feeling good on the server and on your team, like, look, man, just play Cave and you'll have a great time. You'll have plenty of engagements and chances to fight, as well as bring victory to your team. That being said, though, retakes can be quite punishing on Ancient, especially on that B-bomb side. I feel like it often feels that you don't really have a lot of room for error, or any at all. And that being said, you ideally would like to deny bomb plants as much as possible. A side, though, I feel like it's just the way how it's structured. You know, there's a lot of open space available as well. The Ts don't really have that many spots to hide behind in. I feel like it offers some leeway when it comes to retaking A. Bold prediction, I think we're going to see 1 smoke diffuse.
All right, just 1.
Yeah, just 1 is going to be enough.
All right.
And surely there has to be 1 more team kill.
I'm going that we're going to see a knife kill in this one.
A knife kill?
Yeah,
Ooh.
that is a...
I mean, that's spicy on LAN, I'm not going to lie. Like, if you get a
yeah.
knife kill on LAN on your opponent who's sitting in front of you, that has to get in your head.
Yeah, we have not really seen too much of them. A lot of times in pro play, it's like you could go for a knife kill and you just kill him, but I feel like just the 1.5k reward in some situations is really big.
Well, if you're on a force buy and potentially you're looking at losing the round, getting a knife kill on the exit can actually be game-changing. You can still drop like a hero M4 for your teammates in the following round, etc. So, or even brings your team closer to an AVP.
Knife kill on an exit, how do you do that? You like tuck in a cubby or something?
Well, let's say let's say you're on CTs, you're on a force buy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're left in a 1v3-ish situation, and you know the Ts might be coming hunting, or you're hiding somewhere inside cave, and the T is just simply clearing. You get good timing on it and get a knife kill or something like that. So I'm just thinking that, like, I've seen a lot of knife kills on Ancient specifically, just because, like, there's a lot of corners that you can be hiding behind.
Yeah, Ancient. It's still weird to me that it's technically the only CT-sided map in the pool. At least it was for like one pro tourney.
Yeah.
Because it started off as like the most T-sided map.
Oh, it was a completely different story from in the beginning.
They changed some things though. They moved the CT spawn.
Yeah, and they switched things up on B ramp as well. Because previously you could just like insta-peek long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then it was just like, it was a done deal. You would send like the opper out, basically. He would already control T long from spawn, B long that is, and the rest team just simply runs you over on that B bomb site, right? Like, it's very close engagements. and it can be quite difficult. Right, well, fleshing out final things, I'm sure the players are just making sure that last adjustments are in place, and we'll be ready to start shortly here. We don't see the whatchamacallit, the IT
the IT crew,
IT Spetsnaz, you know,
special forces unit.
IT special forces, are not there.
Yeah, well, it does seem like there is a bit of a problem starting the game, so we'll be going on a small break. So one of the players, I believe, has sent in the wrong config, so that should be fixed promptly. Apparently 5 minutes is...
It's the magic one that doesn't work, right?
Yeah, so it'll take like 5 minutes probably. We'll be back and then should be right and ready to go on Ancients. So see you guys on the other side.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Done with decide to go for the run. System firing. System firing.
I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
I come through like what's good, these wigs getting split. Man better breeze and sprint, it's long if I choose to bite down on these pricks. X is a lyrical 4-4 in this, so make sure it's X that you wanna rally with. Oh, make a big man turn to a kid. Shout out skull when I flat out wigs. Never seeing X's with your eyes closed, don't move past girls behind your eyelid. Bars and flows, check out their mixture. Tell them man can't handle the fixture. It's all funny games to the person saying it's all funny games. Get beat up and cocked out the picture. Must be active if you think you can wig me. I'll tell my man put down the liquor. I ain't got none, don't care which means I lost them. Genie's out of the bottle when I ain't going back, so now I'm a problem. They can't land, I'm a pro or column. Living kitty taking lives, I'm taking souls. Can see mine's never been stolen. I'll take heads off, I leave them rolling, just like balls in bowling. I'm a fully charged in a machine like, man better be careful of me. I ain't just another MC, I'll spin your clock 360 degrees, flat line on set. Man, I need that to see she got a rating, but watch that decrease. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces, don't puff out your chest like Reese's.
Look at me go, look at me flex, this not a plane, more like a jet. I heard the song, we ain't impressed, then she heard me, now she undressed. To make it all worse, I got a check. You want a verse, double the check. I wanted this, then I got this, so when I want that, I'ma get that. This how I look when you threaten and kill it. I gave a warning and they didn't listen. I'm at the ceiling, that's independent. She in the feelings and that's when they finish. I've been around in your cities and states, I taking down on your biddies today. I want to crown for the busiest days, you just a clown with your minimum wage, word. This how I go and you pop it, this how I go and you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now when I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. I just spit quick, but the lines are slick. Get them on a regular like which one hits. Made it on a regular, don't sound like this, but it still hits. I don't miss, I just go, 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 like a go, go flow. And I'm almost known, and I told you so. When I throw these flows like it's Rochambeau, and I ain't too close, it's Joe Smo goes. And I'm not in the middle when I'm hot with a riddle, and I got just a minute when I stop. And the pivot that I got is a mission, you not. And the one that's on top, go the distance you flap. There's a difference, I'm on my grind. That is all the time, I do not do breaks. That's right, I stay in dry. And look, I'm back with a little bit of that, and a little more cash than it came with. Ready, that cat is out that bad, but I still ask you, the boy got skills. I don't need her, I don't need him, I don't need help with me, I got this. I can sing songs, I can spit raps, and I can do both, even do this, word. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now when I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and it's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back.
All right, well, I hear we are ready to jump into semifinals number 2. Ancient is the first map. It's Lithuanian Wolves playing a bit against Genesis, and I am very curious to see how this all pans out, because we need to find out which of these two teams is going to be heading into the grand finals, where hypewrld are already waiting. It is going to be Genesis starting on that CT side, Lithuanian Wolves on the T side. And I see a lot of T's heading close to mid. I'm just waiting probably to see if they can spot out any early information. Mysterio trying to land some of these P250 shots. They're actually going to be pushing close to Red Room here.
That's a crazy call. It's so claustrophobic to get out of this. There's a crossfire set up as well. Now they know of it. There's a lot of tag-up damage. I don't know what the play was, but Kuriku is just gonna abuse it, get the frag, and now Lithuanian Wolves looking to head towards B, which, guess where's the stack? Yep, it's on B. This is gonna be so difficult. A retake scenario of the site, really, as they all move in from CT, dangling around. Kuriku with the frag. One more comes back. Kuba and Kuriku come up clutch again. And that is a huge first round for Kuriku and the whole Genesis squad, where Lithuanian Wolves just didn't look like they were on their best strats-wise.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously had an idea in mind they would like to execute. The problem was the stack was there, right? And, like, they really had no early information about it. I feel like, you know, the fact that nobody really was kind of fighting for middle from the CTs was a bit of a giveaway. That being said, by all means, it could have been also an A stack. Nonetheless, Genesis picking up the first round, looking, of course, to get the conversion as well if they can. Lithuanian Wolves have a single flashbang to work with, just waiting out this early utility. This is going to prompt them to push soon enough. Kirikou already trying to spot someone from cave, and None playing up close as well with the MP9. Gets a kill, Kirikou there as well. The bomb is on the ground, and Poke can't really poke any damage in that round as Genesis pick up a convincing second. Well, it's the AKs on the board now for Lithuanian Wolves. This is their map pick after all, so we should see quite a few set plays in motion. Curious to see how they decide to work against 5 MP9s.
Expecting a lot of close up and personal gunfights for Genesis here. They're gonna leave A open for the time being as they're looking to take mid first and then send one towards Donut. What? How is that a frag? Mardik gets away with murder there. Rest of the squad though heading towards A, and for the time being there's nobody there, so most likely we're looking at a retake scenario where the MP9s really will have difficulties shining. Some smokes laid down, that will enable the plant. Actually,
it's the only smoke.
Yeah. They don't plant for Donut, and they certainly don't look to take it either. They just want to get back, play this on time, run as much of it down as possible. As we have a triple retake from CT, yeah, long range. I mean, there's no way the MP9 wins that. Shadow's seen Rix trying to figure out what he wants to do. Will lay down a piece of util. In the meanwhile, the rest of the squad trying to get on site. Problem is, you have the MP9s. Where they're on the defuse. They're sticking it. There's no way they're sticking it, and that is your prediction. It kind of counts, because there was a smoke in the last second.
It was delayed, so I'll take it, you know, but that was very on in the round, and I'm actually surprised, like, Lithuanian Wolves just played so passively there that they couldn't even make it in time to understand that, like, the bomb was already halfway.
Yeah, no, that's probably the ballsiest play you can pull off, right? You're 3 rounds into this, and you're already just that quiet Estonian confidence, man. Silent killers, they get away with it. Don't even need a kill, really. Just a ninja defuse in a 4v4. Madness. Lithuanian Wolves did get the plan, though, so at least they're able to afford the AKs. Some Galils in the mix as well. And this time going for a lot more of a default take. Just stacking towards mid, trying to, you know, pierce through some of these positions. Smoking off Donut as well to deny information. As another rifle round is underway.
Yeah, non-pop flashing for himself, will not spot anyone up that B ramp just yet, though Cave is definitely making a lot of noise. It's Poke as the spearhead for Lithuanian Wolves. Will fall, Gopster does get the trade, but another trade follows from Genesis in return. It's Onyx, single man standing on the side, the teammates are there as well. They haven't really spotted Cuba, but he will fall nonetheless. It's a 2v3 retake scenario. There is a kit somewhere on the ground, but no in hands as of yet. Onyx playing close and hearing this commotion from the CTs. Lithuanian Wolves should have a good idea as to where this retake is coming from. Smoke towards cave and towards ramp.
The util is big, but they were not accounting for Onyx, who gets one, and damn, there was actually a double. There was a chance. The molly is what saves this. I don't know how Mardik gets a double out of there, but it will reset Genesis' economy quite a bit. I think they're just going to go with some deagles.
Yeah, shouldn't really invest too much. MP9, well, Mardik was on 4K, so I guess he can afford it. Actually, well, never mind us. They're going all in on the round. They have 2 M4s, 1 MP9, a deagle, and a 5.7 available for Genesis. Lithuanian Wolves, of course, looking to see if they can perhaps get that back-to-back round. That would really pay dividends for them. Gopster doesn't hear anyone pushing cave just yet, so bails out on putting down the early utility. Instead, opts in to do so in ramp. Gopster needs to be careful. Like, I mean, the timing always is not in your favor when you're playing in heaven. The connection is there from the ramp, but it's Rix to get the kill. And Onyx now is forced to surrender B lane, at least for the time being.
Genesis have gained some valuable insights. They're still not sure about long, and they're actually sticking around, which, I mean, with every second that A just becomes more and more vulnerable. For now, Mardik is helped out, aided by the smoke, but as soon as they go for the pop, this is going to be rather difficult. So they're just going to wait it out, and in the meanwhile, we can see rotations arriving. Oh my god, look at this, Cuba is all the way in T-spawn. So he's hoping, he's praying that they don't pull the trigger right now. But as the util starts to come in, they're clearing all the positions. Nice util as well. Mardik in the corner needs a frag. Can't get it. Now the backstab arrives. Can it finish off the players? It can. The MP9 simply not too good for the long ranges. And that leaves Kirikou and Rix in a situation where they don't even want to ponder if it's possible. It's a save. Their cash is not good. They went for the force and they paid for it.
Yeah, you should really send Onyx hunting as well with the MAC-10 being on low HP. I'm sure that's going to be the case in a few seconds. But for Kirikou and Rix, they can start thinking about how they're going to utilize these weapons in the next round. I feel like, You know, for Genesis, I feel like they could have rotated a bit sooner as well. If I'm not mistaken, Cuba was already in T-spawn whilst the teammates were still in kind of lingering in B lane. At that point, like, the only real danger there was like Red Room was open for a brief moment and someone could have sneaked through. So slightly unlucky, I would say, on Genesis' part, as they did a great job of taking control over B, just simply slightly too slow on the rotation. Lithuanian Wolves with 2 on the board.
Yeah, all right. Lithuanian Wolves maybe didn't start how we wanted it to, right? That third round is a little bit of a tilter, perhaps, where we're like, oh, is that how it's going to be? You know, Genesis watched hypewrld play and seemed to want to follow the blueprint. But I love seeing Lithuanian Wolves come back and now actually take the lead. I mean, that is a weapon, the only one of sorts in the round. The M4 certainly goes down. Mardik falls. Now there's an AK on Rix. But this 3v5 is, yeah, send some pistols on a lookout, save the AK. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, and I love this approach from Lithuanian Wolves. You know, they recognize the fact that majority of Genesis is most likely going to be on pistols. Worst case scenarios, there's like MP9s, and kind of relying on these long distance duels. Now, Poke got slightly overzealous there and pushed the CD smoke, just probably hoping to get himself on the board. The man's sitting at 0 kills and 5 deaths, so I can understand why. Perhaps it wasn't really needed. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be the third on the board and an even scoreboard here between the two. In the first map of the second semifinals, Copster does find none, so that's at least 1 armor and pistol out of the way. And though it looked slightly shaky in the beginning for Lithuanian Wolves, they do manage to scrape it back with, I would say, very decent calls and having a good understanding of the situation they are in.
Guess what?
What?
Our favorite.
Oh, it's a technical pause. Hello. Well, that's just minor issues, I'm sure. This does give some time, at least, for the players to think about how they want to individually approach these situations that they find themselves in. On the Genesis side, you know, like, it's not for a lack of trying. They find themselves now on the back foot in these last few rounds. It's more so just, you know, the proactiveness that they have is great, but the follow-up after that is what really kind of messes them up, in my opinion. So I like the fact that, like, they took the B lane. The rotation was slightly off there. Nonetheless, it's a full buy round. And, you know, there's always that ever-present threat of having that AK on the CD side as well, is that 1 bullet single kill or even multi-kill potential for Rix. That's going to be an insta-B door smoke.
The insta smokes, man.
You can't play Ancient without them.
They did not used to be that popular, no? I think they really gained popularity in the last couple of years.
Well, it's only because everyone's using them, right? Like, the only way how to counter it is, like, you have to learn them yourself at this stage. It's a bit of a standstill, but it's a double man push from A long. This is something that Lithuanian Wolves might not be expecting. Berzis, of course, yes, checking. Now will spot, and it's going to be prompting a rotation from Mardik back over to B. In the meantime, though, Poke does find his first kill, and that's an important entry into Donut. Now the problem is Cuba doesn't really know. Is it 1? Is it 2? I guess it doesn't matter as Poke falls. And Kirikou, next point of contact.
Taken down as well, and now only 1 more Bastion on the B site. It has to be none to take down, well, 2 here. Damn, that's quick. He appeared on his screen and instantly got the frag. Without the X-ray, that would have looked crazy. And it's Lithuanian Wolves, at this point out aiming, feeling confident, certainly have recovered the 0-3 deficit at first. Looking a lot stronger now. Poke went there with the donk slide. It's one of the most frustrating things ever, when, you know, you try to shoot your opponent and he moves. He moves way too much, you can't really track him that quickly.
I've started practicing it.
Yeah.
It does help.
Yeah,
given that, like, as we discussed before, my spray is horrible. It has saved me multitude of times. So there's definitely benefit in getting accustomed to it. It felt strange at first, though.
I mean, there's a lot of things. There's like I think movement is just a lot more used in gunfights now, just because you can be a lot, for some reason, you are a lot more accurate while not crouching than you were in CSGO. So, you know, there's the donk slide. There's also the fact that I think Donk, I watched like a video on this, in like 80% of his gun duels, he crouches instantly. As soon as he like sees the player, he instantly crouches, starts shooting, and then instantly uncrouches.
Yep.
So that really throws off your opponents as well. There's a lot of different things you can kind of finagle your way into.
First time out called by Genesis, so obviously now for the first time they have also the luxury of picking up the AVP, so I'm sure the discussion is about like how they want to utilize the weapon, as that could be an answer to, well, I would say the slight problems that they're having. Again, it's not for lack of trying, it's more on the execution part where Genesis seem to fail on their CT side so far. They did manage to get the first 3, but that's been it so far. It's 4 in a row for Lithuanian Wolves, and they definitely don't look like they're going to stop. Onyx especially delivering on those entries.
Yeah, this roster is exciting, and another thing is that like you have 3 players on 4 kills total. Like, I'm not trying to downplay, I'm just saying like Onyx and Gopster have been doing so much.
Oh yeah.
And like if the rest of the squad wakes up as well, like it's gonna be difficult for the young Estonians here.
Oh, it's just the teammates haven't left anything to do. That's so much being asleep.
Also, yeah.
They're just like, man, give me a shot. And speaking of, Rix will miss his. Will be forced off the angle, but this off angle from Cuba is huge. Needs to nail the second or survive as long as possible. That's the bomb dropped as well. We spoke about the ideas on Genesis side, and there's the execution to follow up on it. Kirikou even manages to get one with the MP9 in a long-distance engagement. Poke now will be spotted. And he can't nail the headshot. It always feels horrible fighting someone in heaven when only you can see his helmet. It's Berzius, last man standing with the AVP. This is going to be a long save.
All right, it might be too early. I'll make a prediction for this map. We see the first double digits for both. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not picking a winner yet.
Yeah.
That is
but
impossible.
It just
I feel
simply
like,
both teams make it at least to 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be our first one. As we talked, I think. Oh my God, Berzius. All right, something else. Nah, it will be shut down. But a no-scope headshot is, I guess, a stylish way to go out. 4-4. We're all tied up. I mean, seems like there's firepower on both sides.
Oh yeah.
I will say that like Lithuanian Wolves just look a lot more. All right, well, you go first, click heads. I mean, that's literally the fact here that Onyx and Gopster are on 8 each. For Genesis, I mean, this is something they alluded to in their interview as well, but they seem like just working a lot better cohesively. That's a missed smoke.
Yeah, he got pushed. He got pushed.
Yeah, but obviously that happens right when I talk about them being great at team play. But yeah, I love what I'm seeing setup-wise. Like, it always seems like they're going for the refrags. They're very coordinated, and now a ding comes through the wall. Damn, that
was from none, right? Like I
hate that that's a new meta on Ancient, where you just kind of have to spam it because your opponents will spam it. And yeah, when it first started, I just got caught off guard so many times. So, some damage and a lot of flashes towards B, but look at Genesis, dude. They're calling this. They're pretty much 5 on B, or they could be in very short notice as they're trying to go for the push. I mean, should be shut down. Instead, Gopster has made his way towards Cave. Nobody was accounting for this. A gunfight. Onyx, oh my God, no way. You have 5B. You have 5B. And it all really comes down to the gun duels. The first one is a little bit weird. I'm not sure how they lose none, but I mean, everything just kind of falls apart from there.
It was off the back of the smoke on B Long, right? Like, the smoke is there, so obviously Long can't help you hold Cave, and the player was just simply unaware of the fact that one of the T's already has made it so far and is so close. And it's actually Mysterio to get one of the exits here as well. Rix just standing with the USP. AVP in the pocket will fall. It's Lithuanian Wolves to take the 5. Though, well, taking significant amounts of damage along the way. Not losing their lives, though, and that is the most important part, as the CTs now are struggling with cash. And, you know, buying up here sets Lithuanian Wolves up for 7.5 if they can close this round. Well, should. I say should. You know, things happen these days. Unexplainable things.
That's, again, crazy amounts of util, but Poke will get the better side of it. Damn, there's a double refrag coming through. That saves the round, but it still seems like Lithuanian Wolves almost have it crogged down. Should be the A-side plant. Donut player, I think they spot him. Oh, that's beautiful. Still, they can't win out the gunfight, but Berzius hits the shot, and that's a 1v2 for none. He spotted the player on Donut, then he just waited for the swing. I thought that was a nice little touch. up long range on Berzius. I mean, he hit a no-scope headshot, close range. Let's see what he can do with the scope. Long range, well, frag nevertheless, a pretty quick shot as well. None goes down. Lithuanian Wolves recover the initial 0-3 start and move up to 6 on T-side Ancient.
You know, it might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm just going to say it. I am still actually very much in love with the CD side of Genesis. I love the ideas and the constant switch-ups that they're putting up. You can quite often see on the mini-up that they're right with their guesses. It's just that the engagements don't go in their favor entirely or from the get-go. But overall, like, I feel like Genesis do have a slightly better read on the game. It's just Lithuanian Wolves are shooting that much better. It's Mysterio with the kill, and Rix is there trying to get the refrag, but the flash is too good from Berzius. And now, though, as I say, Kiriko and Kuba both come in with crucial kills. It's a 2v3. The problem is that Onyx has made it so far into CD spawn that there is no way in hell Genesis are reading this.
Should be the bomb plant. A 2v3 would follow. None looking for maybe a weapon he could pick up. Some of the more real chances for Genesis to convert. The real problem, the real spanner in the works is Onyx here, because yeah, if he hears something, he can swing as well. They're actually going to go 3 towards Donut, which actually avoids all of the initial engagements. And, well, they should have the site now. Now, the plant is for long. You can spot it from CT as well. But if they smoke it, we've seen one Ninja defuse today.
Onyx has an 8. Not going to be needed as the both engagements go Lithuanian Wolves' way, and Onyx puts an end to it as well. The man's an absolute menace.
Yeah, it really is the individual performance right now, just carrying them forward. Onyx is crazy, double KD, 12 and 6. I mean, Gobster's there as well. The rest of the team has started to wake up as well. We saw some nice shots from Berzius. Mysterio was there. Poke maybe taking some time to warm up, but that's cool. That's all right. We're still on the first map. Yeah, I agree though. Genesis CD side, I love what they're doing setup-wise, but just because they seem to be the better team strategically and the worst one aim-wise means that they have to win Ancient, man. Because if this goes to Dust, I mean, Dust is just going to be, you know, aim on top of aim for Lithuanian Wolves. So I'm really hoping that Genesis, maybe they can win the 5th round here, you know, win the pistol at that point. You're kind of back in the game.
Oh, by no means Genesis is out.
Oh, nice peek by Kuba. Gets the first.
Shouldn't overplay this though,
yeah.
no?
Just stay, just chill. No reason to peek. Nice shot from Berzius. Actually tags him up. Can't believe it. Now push comes through, and they're unprepared for it. Poke goes down. Gobster drops the nade on top of Riggs. The mortar from the sky will take him down as Berzius finds another. They're again trying to recover this. A player advantage twice for Genesis, and twice it has been refragged by the raw firepower of the Lithuanian Wolves. Oh, that's...
Why? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that opens up the possibility to go towards B, where currently nobody resides. Through the smoke, Berzius just going to punish that any day of the week. Look, I see that maybe he thinks he hears the footsteps for sure, so maybe he thinks there's nobody there, but man, that's...
Look at the diligence. They're even clearing the smoke. They're like, there's no way someone's in that smoke, but we're going to clear it anyway. Kiriko in a 1v3 that he has to go for. He does have the kit, but it all needs to kick off with this engagement against Gobster here. And with this off angle, I feel like he has lots of upper hand. And as I say that, though, Kiriko does find the opening. Now, the problem is, I'm pretty sure it was evident from the death cam that Kiriko is heading donut. Nobody's hearing him. Hello, Mysterio. Headphones on? No, maybe. Berzius now in a 1v1 needs to hit the shot. He misses it as well. The bomb can be tapped. And Berzius, of course, makes it happen while
he swinged instantly. Yeah, I don't know what was that around. That was a weird ending. Maybe there were some tech issues, like the guy was just standing like alone, didn't hear anything, looked in the wall like that. That's either my premier teammate or just some tech issues.
Well, not only that, don't forget, like, the team comms can get quite hectic, right? And at times, like, when you have a bunch of people speaking over each other and giving as much of information as possible, yeah, this does happen sometimes. It can be difficult to hear things. That being said, though, great job from Lithuanian Wolves, showing us 8 rounds and showing us why they picked Ancient as their map pick. Genesis putting up 4, but showed a lot of good ideas. Now it's a 2-man setup towards A, and it's going to be all 5 for Genesis heading out. And Berzius with the off angle. I mean, come on!
Berzius with an insane 3-piece that might as well shut down the round. The rest that they have to do is just find these last 2, and that's easy for the young Wolves. Berzius is on fire right now, and this guy is supposed to be the goofball. This is the guy who's supposed to like alleviate the mood a little bit, you know, say something funny when they lose. No, instead it's just the
well,
Berzius
there's no
show.
need. They keep winning.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Damn, that was so clean. That beautiful stuff from Berzius. 13-6 on him. Yeah, the whole team showing up individually. Somebody's AFK, so we might get a reset as no damage has been dealt yet.
No, I think they're just utilizing the eco. It's a Fnatic eco strat. Like I just talk about the strats. Onyx there to be the first point of contact. Gets actually 2. Poke there chimes in with another 2 of his own. And it's Cuba last man standing.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just cursed
it is.
With my predictions.
I'm sorry.
That's what my mother said.
I pre-fired for no reason.
No, I mean, look, remember what the scoreline was when I said double digits for both?
Yeah.
Yeah, since then, not a single round for Genesis. I'm sorry.
Can you stop?
All the Estonians in the chat and yeah, excuse me.
It's his fault.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
All right, well, I hope the teams are in such good spirits as well, as this is, well, better time than any for Genesis to come back into this, and it's a missed mid-smoke. Or was that a decoy? Yeah, it's a missed mid-smoke, and Mardik is going to be heading towards mid, just to show some presence. Ultimately, it is an A-take, what seems to be a contact play. And they've made the correct assumption as nobody is on that A side, but Lithuanian Wolves seem unstoppable. The rotation is there now. Mysterio should just live if he can. Ideally, of course, would like to get a frag or 2.
This is big. It exposes the bomb plant, and damn, Mardik still wins out the engagement. That was your ticket back into the site. Instead, the bomb will go down. Smoke will still remain there for a couple of more seconds. And Genesis choose to stay on site. They choose to stay vigilant, fight for these gun duels. That is Cuba with a big headshot on Onyx. That's a heavy hitter eliminated. Mardik gets one, and it just all falls apart unless Mysterio can do it all. A 1v4 would be necessary as he has pieced together 2. Still 2 more to be eliminated towards Donut. He spots the first, spots the second, gets a frag on him. And the bomb, I think he can defuse. Oh, it's close, but Cuba still gets it. Mysterio just committed to it.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Yeah, I don't fake.
It was one of those pros don't fake moments, right? But like there was actually a world where if that second bullet doesn't really connect, he could have gotten it quite close.
Yeah.
Well, with everything on the line, Genesis do manage to break the streak of Lithuanian Wolves and finally put up another round on the board for themselves. Now, of course, the most important follow-up is what's needed, and if that goes their way, they really have a foot back into the game and try and close the gap. 3 people heading towards B from Genesis. 4th one on his way as well, so it looks like it's going to be a delayed B pop. Clearing out Heaven, just waiting for any of these CTs to take a peek.
There's one spotted. Nade will be laid down. Nothing found for now. Genesis really want to approach things slowly. Last time their plan got halted a little bit by the aggressive CT push. This time they're waiting for it, and there's nothing to arrive. They go for the push themselves. That is a very interesting approach to clearing cave by Nan. Just sprayed and prayed, you know, all around. Couldn't find anyone. Bad timing on him as well. So now you lost him. What's your plan? Just to keep pushing B? Alright, well guess what? It will be shut down unless Cuba can again deliver big. It's a double from Onyx. Gobster gets one, and Lithuanian Wolves again just win out their gunfights, man. Maybe the first one doesn't exactly go their way, but I mean, that was just a pretty bad beat. And it will put Lithuanian Wolves still in a very dominant position. 11-5 seems to be a slight tech issue. That should be fixed any second, as yeah, we're ready to go for some more.
Yeah, I mean, for Genesis, this was kind of like the worst case scenario because they didn't even manage to get the bomb now. Now it's going to be 5 men heading towards B with the sole mission of getting the bomb plant and hopefully winning out on that post plant. But before that, they actually need to make their way onto the side. It's Gobster with the first kill, Mardik there with the trade. The smokes are there. And Gobster expecting for someone to push this, and he's right and still loses out on the fight. The bomb is down on the ground. 3 kits available. Not a lot of health remaining on Mardik though, so he needs to choose his position wisely. Kiriko shortly will hear Onyx here with the pre-fire. Ooh, almost misses it, but makes it count.
And the crossfire will finish the deed. Mardik, I mean, I gotta highlight the guy, right? He's on 16 and 12. Sure, you have Cuba and Kiriko assisting as well, but it seems like Mardik really delivers a lot of impact, you know, frags that should go their way, and they do. So Genesis try to fight back with all their might. They get themselves up on 6, and they get a bit of a freebie here as... the cash is so low, you just gotta force. Deagles and a scout.
Yeah. So once again on the breaking point, Lithuanian Wolves, this is another way back into the game for Genesis. They recognize the fact that there's most likely pistols, or at best case, like MP9s on the Lithuanian Wolves side, so the Genesis are keen to take these long-distance engagements towards A long. Nobody's pushing for info there yet from Lithuanian Wolves, and as I say that, of course, it's Onyx to open things up. It's the bomb dropped in middle as well. Oh, this is all falling apart for Genesis.
Gobster gets a frag, and this is an insane round to lose. Not a single kill comes through.
Oh, this is cursed, man.
Yeah,
this is cursed.
That is me, again, saying that this will be double digits for both.
I'll allow you to take it.
I love that they still get 2. If it ended like 4-13, I might need to consider like a different job prospect, just because the predictions have been horrible lately. But it still seems very one-sided for the last 10. And
yes,
this round is cursed, as you say.
Keep in mind, this is Lithuanian Wolves map pick, right? Like this is what you would expect to see from a team that picks up a map and saying like, we don't care at which side we start, we have all the answers, right? So, and it seems to be the case so far for Lithuanian Wolves. Now Genesis, there is nothing really preventing them of doing the same on Inferno, or perhaps we get suddenly 6 rounds in a row. And then it's overtime.
Well, just go for 10 then. Just 16-12. You know, that's. I feel like 6 in a row.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I feel like that's just so difficult to do. With everything we've seen, like, how do you mentally tell yourself you're going to win 6 in a row when you literally lost against Deagles?
It starts with this round, actually, because if they win this one off the back of the MAC-10 and a few pistols, that is all the inspiration that you need. Poke sticking his head out the cave, can't spot anyone there, nobody's home, everyone's already on that A site.
I don't know maybe there's an audio issue. Like, I saw the guy running on Red Room, there was so much noise made. I mean, Mardik, he's gonna pick up an easy double then.
No, I still think it's just the comms, like there's screaming going on, they're out A, whatnot, like obviously teammates are calling what they have for rotations and whatnot. It is going to be a save for Lithuanian Wolves here, so Genesis, with all 5 alive, managed to upgrade a few weapons for free as well along the way. So this, as I said, like this is the way back in. Because look at the money on the CD side as well.
I just need 10, Genesis. I just need 10.
Not to feel bad about it.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe that is the round, as you said. You know, like they certainly convert with the lower of buys. There's still an AK in the picture that will be saved. Unfortunately, Poke not able to save his. And this is a round where economy is looking really, really down for the side of Lithuanian Wolves. They have plenty of rounds to still work with, so... Well, I did not expect a force, but seems like, well, they feel confident. And if there's one true thing so far, like one statistic, it's that it seems like the most confident team wins, right? We saw this in the hypewrld matchup, where they just went for aggressive peaks that sometimes you'd say like that's a mistake, but they simply converted off fame. And now Lithuanian Wolves throwing everything they have at it, trying to convert some early wallbangs, trying to find someone. Kirikou catches some damage, but it's going to be a double setup towards A. Well, Genesis stay towards B as well. They probably want to fake this out, look if the site is clear. It actually is. So they can just kind of walk up on the site now. It will lead to some interesting engagements as Rix gets a frag. There's still 3B. And they're running out. None just punishes them both. I mean, that's a great setup from Genesis. Again, we expect them to be kind of the more strat-savvy team. And it shows. It certainly shows. Like, that's something in Tier 1 that would fool players, right? You have 2 out A. It seems like it's the A tag. They even had some couple of smokes. And then just leave a couple to remain towards B. They should have cleared the left side, though, but I mean...
the bomb shouldn't have been alone in front of Donut, I'll be honest. But there's 3 Genesis players here. Surely, right? Surely they close this one out in their favor. 8-12 now. Money broken for Lithuanian Wolves. Do we see another unlikely round picked up by Lithuanian Wolves to close this first map in their favor? Or is this indeed overtime on the cards? I do feel an overtime here.
You do?
I start to get a good sense of it, just off the back of these calls from Genesis.
I'm saying 9 to 13 just so I don't get my double digits. That's the whole world revolves around me, so...
So you recurse yourself once again.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, like this round is just should be just a cash grab for Genesis, where they get to build up their economy a little bit more. Not that it matters. A lot of flashes. They all try to push in, but the stack is there. So can the USPs do it again? No way. The Deagle again the Deagle strikes a 2v3, 1v3 nade on top. Mardik trying to look for the 1v3 clutch, but the last player has a USP and he will clear it any second. That is Mardik having to put in some extra work to convert around against Deagles again. Losing twice to that in a span of 10 rounds would have been just absolutely demoralizing.
I was about to lose it myself. Like, that should have never gone so close. Well, props to Lithuanian Wolves, like obviously showing us that it doesn't really matter the weaponry that they have. They can definitely put up a fight. 12 to 9. Yet another buy round for Lithuanian Wolves here. As looks like Genesis are keen to take control over mid. Ideally get a kill or two along the way. Smoke and Cave prevents Poke from helping out, but it's Berzius actually to open things up from Red Room.
He has been so impactful in this first map, man. So that leaves 4 of these Genesis players to keep the dream alive, to keep the idea of a comeback of an overtime potentially in the cards. They're playing slow.
Yeah, and for the Wolves here as well, it's just don't overstep your mark at this stage. Like, it's the Ts that are forced to look for answers. Now, Genesis have a lot of those, but is it the correct one this time around? Yet again, there's 3 players from Wolves on B. And more so than not, Genesis seem to be inclined to head that way.
I mean, it almost worked with Deagles, so this should just be an instant shutdown. I do love the double aggression towards Cave. Like, they get a lot of information, and if they just all walk up from lane, right, you still got to clear 2 Cave. There's 2 fights to be on CT. Lithuanian Wolves are calling the stacks really good for now. 4 on the other side. There's a backstab coming through as well from Red Room, but that won't be important too soon. Bears his big chance to deliver big impact again. The refrag is not there. Trying to get away. Mysterio gets overwhelmed. There's still 2 towards Cave 1. They might expect a double. They won't, but they don't need to. They just need to win off the gunfights, and that is a very dry ending from Lithuanian Wolves.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like it was going to be all over, but, well, 5 quick kills go the way of Genesis.
8 double digits.
There we go. I told you. I told you. Should have listened. Should have listened.
Well, it's back to pistols again for Lithuanian Wolves. They showed how close they can take these, and rather make these rounds. Let's see if they can take them all the way. That would be one upsetting way to lose a map for Genesis. It does seem like they've learned from their mistakes and don't put all eggs in one basket. At the beginning of the round, as Kirikou slowly clears out Cave. The loved cursed view models I see are being used.
I'm worried for Genesis. This is another Deagle round for Lithuanian Wolves, and they're so mighty with them. Yeah, this is a cursed view model. Please.
Just well, nobody really is keen to take that first engagement, right? So, but
I feel like Genesis want to play this super slow just because they've had kind of the cold shower of losing this once and having to clutch a 1v3 to win the second. Like, they want to be extra sure that they just move together, don't give away any 1v1 gun duels, and ultimately, hopefully, get rid of the first player towards Cave here. Now the long player is spotted as well, the Deagles are exposed, and damn, Gobster is still going to hit the headshot, none with the refrag. But it seems like they've made it onto the site with brute force as Kiku and None going to keep delivering. And just Mysterio in the 1v4. He burns, that's a sound cue given over. And it's 11 to 12. We do go until the final round of regulation. I kind of jokingly said, yeah, right, like 6 rounds in a row, might as well be 10. Well, they've gotten to the halfway point of 10, and they are 1 away from putting us into overtime. But it seems like, well, the game might be even a bit longer because we have a bit of a tech pause again.
Yeah, quick technical there. One thing to point out for Lithuanian Wolves, they're bringing out the AVP in this round as well, so that might be something that Genesis are not really expecting to deal with I'm curious once again to see how that is going to be utilized on the CT side. But yeah, as I said, you know, like all things considered, apart from like going 5-man blindly into an eco round to B, where there's potentially a stack, I love Genesis calling. So I'm quite certain they're definitely feeling it right now, and they feels like they have all the answers they need.
We also do.
One more round.
Well, I'm expecting them to play super, super slow. That is my prediction, right? It worked against the Deagles. It has kind of been the approach from Genesis, just kind of poke and prod, find some information, and find a way how to use that information. What strat to go for. Very little map control, though. They don't have mid, they don't have lane. I mean, Lithuanian Wolves don't aggress here, obviously, because it's the last round, but a lot of this territory is really unclaimed.
Yeah, I feel like Genesis just want to avoid any early utility damage as well they might potentially take. It's a re-smoke towards Red Room, which has been left absent. It's Onyx to peek the cross from Donut. We're going to have 4 Genesis players walking out mid. And probably are going to see if they can test the waters against Onyx here. Now, might not be a player you want to face, considering he's sitting at comfortably 23 frags and basically has impact in every single round. Misses the
Big
smoke
flash.
as well. Yikes.
Ooh, he gets away in time. There's a player long as well, but it's Onyx to deliver again. It's a double spray down. It's a team kill. Poke comes in as well. Poke with the double, and that's just none left in the 1v5. A very, very underwhelming end to this ancient matchup where Lithuanian Wolves seem to be in the lead. They seem to know. They seem to have all the answers, and then Genesis just come in with a strat book as deep as possible, but it is going to be the first map converted for the Lithuanian Wolves, and it's going to be, I believe, 2 predictions converted for us. I got my double digits for both.
I got my team kill.
Your team killed, yeah, in
yeah,
the last round.
exactly. Well, all in all, Lithuanian Wolves managed to close out their first map, and that was their pick on Ancient. Next up is going to be Inferno, the pick of Genesis, and we saw already the strats here in Ancient. It's crazy to imagine what we're going to see on Inferno, but before that, we're going to go on a brief break, get a breather in, and get ready for the next map.
All in my zone, they not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. Went and brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah.
Yeah, bitch, I'm young and I'm turning. If you play with my money, then your ass get burnt. I done came off the bench, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym like MJ in the third. If you want it, I said you can get it confirmed. We done packed the whole stadium like we the one. Ain't in no run, this shit is done. Ball on these niggas here just for the fun. Got a dance, I won't try it. If I finish the drink, they gon' buy it. Yeah, we 50-something, like it right. If I said it, third, I be lying. Yeah, I know niggas hate all the time. Had to change my routes, niggas stealing my song. And I know bitches ain't worth the dime. Had to change my line, they be wasting my time. Yeah,
we got a nurse. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. Went and brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. Went and brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah.
Frank Bentley. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories on repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, they can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, they can never count me out, I know. I make it look easy, make it look easy. I know make it look easy, make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know love, shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, side man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, huh. When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know there's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me. cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Whoa. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
Tell me like you like it. Tell me like you like it. Tell me like you like it.
Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. The sun is dark, 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 dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark.
$99 but a beat ain't one. All I need is my weed and some drums. It's an 808, not gonna stand on stump. I swear I get it just how I get it. Hate a nigga going watch when I stack my bread to the ceiling like, hold up, hold up, hold up. I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I moved back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay. Get got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom. So I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I gotta keep my calm while I
Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hold up, hold up. Hold up.
The realest nigga out here working, getting that money, smoking that purple. Luke can't kick game, hit like perfect. Hold up, hold up. Swear nigga don't dance, but I bust my moves. Only hitting pools when they coming in twos. Then I hit your show when I f your group like I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I moved back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay. Get got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom. So I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I gotta keep my calm while I
Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
To go for the right. It's the fire. It's the fire.
Welcome back, everyone. It is map number 2 in semifinals number 2. It's Inferno time between Lithuanian Wolves and Genesis. Lithuanian Wolves managed to secure a big W with a 13-11 on Ancient, and now it's time for Genesis to show what they can do on their map pick. We saw a lot of strats going down from Genesis on Ancient. Unfortunately, they were unable to prevail, but let's see if that's going to be the case here as we jump into round number 1.
13-11, the scoreline of the first map sets us up for what should be very thrilling series. Genesis looking to now win this map, pushes to Dust 2, but for the time being, it's a 4-man setup towards B, which, well, only now Poke figures it out. Rotations are not going to be there. We're might be looking at another 5v5 retake. Poke actually fights. No way he gets that frag. That is huge. A very risky gamble to engage instead of waiting for his team, but it pays off. Because now all of the Wolves will be arriving. The bomb to go down. Checking for some backstabs perhaps as well. The Genesis want to get out. They want to take church control. They know they will be crushed on the side by 5 of the CT players. The Glock close range rips them apart, but Gopster and Onyx move in with 2 of their own. As Gopster will find another, it is a big shutdown from the big boy Onyx, the one who was performing so well on that first map of Ancient as well. Seems like nothing has changed heading into Inferno. It's going to be Lithuanian Wolves winning the pistol, securing the first round on the board.
Yeah. Well, beautiful jump from Poke there in the initial engagement, definitely. You know, everyone was kind of like full blind in that situation, and he still manages to come out on top, and it looks like that was really the edge that set these two apart. Now for Genesis, it's back to the drawing board, though they, off the back of that bomb plant, have been able to pick up a few MAC-10s. There's actually a Galil in play as well. Cuba clearing out any close quarters, doesn't spot anyone just yet, actually moving with a lot of pace now. The problem is he's stuck behind the corner. This molly from Onyx might just be the death sentence Lithuanian Wolves were waiting for it. Prom to push into the side. Onyx with a follow-up kill as well. Ooh, it's sloppy from Genesis.
That third one was crucial there.
Yeah.
For Poke, because if the Tech-9 peaks, both of them are on the same line, they're both kind of low. That could have still been messy. Here it's just kind of waiting for it to fizzle out. The force buy, unfortunately, does not work out. Mardik is left in a 1v5, and I have not, in my career, casted the 1v5. I've been close to it.
Well, you have the opportunity. There you go.
Oh my god, it's Mardik heading down.
Well, he has managed to get a few kills in the first round, so definitely has a feel for the enemies. And as you said, both B players are tagged up, and at least one position known. But yeah, that's going to be an oversight from Mardik. That was just Poke playing the bait game. The good old bait and switch on B pays dividends for Lithuanian Wolves as they put up a second round on the board. Genesis no plant in this round though, so this does mean it's going to be only pistols in this before we head on into the next. But what would be a game without a brief technical pause?
Yeah, of course, man. I mean,
like we haven't had those.
Yeah, I feel like look at the bottom right there. Some of these not too happy with things.
He might not just be feeling himself. I heard some of these players had a good time in town last night. Who knows? Headphones are off, so at least for one of the players, so definitely something's gone array. That being said, though, you know, Lithuanian Wolves, as per usual, I would have to say now, have kicked things off nice and strong here. Showing that on the defense. And what's interestingly enough on B, Banana specifically, where those initial engagements are going down, they're really not putting down that much utility. They're just kind of allowing for Genesis to get up close and then block with utility from that point on, rather than kind of fighting for Banana. What seems to be a lot of CT teams opting in for this style of play, just off the back that, like, you know, if you have by default limited utility and funds available as CTs, you might not want to dump it all out in the beginning of the round just to fight for a territory that you will most likely will have to give up anyway.
I think that might be just, we'll see how the rifle round goes. I'm kind of assuming that was their strategy for getting the first two. Simply because they maybe wanted to stay compact, you know, they don't want to take those long distance fights. They're kind of expected as well, you know, some USP player to appear. We'll see how it goes. Seems like we have the cameraman there as well, but, well, headphones are back on. That's always a good sign. The in-ears come first. And the headphones on top.
Wow.
I know. Eloquently put, right?
Yes.
I've never actually played with this setup. I don't really have that CS.
With the noise-canceling headphones?
With, like the two headphone setup, the in-ears and then the...
Yeah, I don't like it personally. Like
it seems bad.
But I suppose if you want to go pro, it's something you have to get used to. Because once you get to stage games, at some point in your career, it is going to be a requirement. And a requirement for Genesis to put up a round on the board, though this one is unlikely, as they only have pistols and a little bit of utility. Oh, there's that fight for Banana.
All right, Poke with the double, Onyx with the double. I mean, shouldn't get too excited, right? There was absolutely no buy-in plays, but a very clean setup there for the Lithuanian Wolves. Puts them right back on 3. And if you remember Ancient, this is exactly how that started as well. Now, this was the point where Genesis started to make the comeback as they have their hands on rifles. We'll see if Lithuanian Wolves keep up with this slow approach towards Banana. And we'll see what Genesis, who, again, both of us have been praising for their strategies. What's the idea here for T-Side Inferno?
Poke somehow evades the majority of the nade damage, only loses 20 health. Cuba with the molly on the corner as well is going to push back any CTs that might be inclined to trade should someone stay in the sandbags, but it's vacant. So Rix now is going to opt into shoulder peek and see if he can spot someone out in CT. Instead, Poke, it's the one who comes out on top on the engagement. Well, slightly overzealous there from Rix. Nobody really in position to trade from his team. Smoke put down into short to see if they can, if Genesis can take control over the middle. But Lithuanian Wolves look unwilling to give it up. And that's a problem for Genesis because in their mind they might think that they're kind of selling this potential A play, what ultimately is going to be a B finish. But this is very telegraphed and Lithuanian Wolves should be ready to take on the fight head on.
But when they do, they lose out on the fight. Poke goes down, the push continues, and the CTs are just forced to play a retake, wait for the team to arrive. Maybe Onyx wants to overextend a little bit. The bomb now goes down, but the smoke there. They try to deny it, get a little bit of chip damage in. The meanwhile, Gobstro activates, almost gets a double, but Mardi has been crucial for Genesis. Needs another, and he gets it. It's an overextension by Bearzeus. A 2v2, both players a toe stub away from dying as nade comes in on the first. It's Kuba against the world. He's playing slow, he's playing Banana. This is still not clear. The P comes in from Mysterio. Love that he delayed it a little bit. Yeah. You know, that throws him off as well. And that'll be Lithuanian Wolves doing better than Ancient at start. 4 on the board. Now at least the plan is there for Genesis, so we have another rifle round on our hands.
I mean, once again, you know, Genesis do find their way onto that B bomb site. Yes, A is yet to be tested from Genesis. And now with the AVP in play from Lithuanian Wolves as well, that's something that quite often, you know, when you're kind of scrambling for answers might evade your memory that something like that might actually happen, you know, like, so I'm curious to see, will this be overlooked by Genesis, because it doesn't look like they are aware, at least so far, that there is an op in play. That's Bearzeus playing long. Boost onto short as well. So Lithuanian Wolves are fully committed into on this A side, holding on to middle. And for Genesis, they're kind of just simply waiting out the util at this stage. They still have 3 smokes remaining. There's a resmoke in mid once again. Now, the problem is that, like, if you don't really challenge the CTs or apply any pressure onto them, they can actually quite effectively cycle through these grenades, and then you really have essentially no time remaining to go inside the site. So that's exactly what Genesis is doing here. And, well applied indeed. None opens up that B bomb site.
Look how far away everyone else is, so None wants to take some extra aggression towards CT. The scoping, I think, was heard, man. This is beautiful from Genesis. When it works, it works. This will be cleared by Bearzeus, though, and they still head towards B. I mean, there's a world where he can get the timing on Church. For now, still careful about somebody being there. Bomb goes down. An AWP and an AK for the retake, and yeah, one look that they take. Actually, it's a bit weird. I'm kind of trying to see if it's a save or not by the movement of Mysterio, but he doesn't even know. He kind of ran around. CT now goes back, but yeah, the op is just too valuable, and there's just not really any way to get yourself back into the retake. So a save comes through. Genesis win the first round of the heroics of None. An absolutely beautiful double that ultimately opens up the site. And this is where that slow Banana control might be a bit of a problem. They had the players there, simply they were not able to deal with it.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is that, like, well, Machen kind of started off in a similar fashion. It was Lithuanian Wolves up 4-0, and then Genesis brought it back into an even game. So I'm very curious to see if that's going to be the same case scenario here as well. And as for like favorable / unfavorable sides on Inferno, I feel like it's you know, very subjective. In my opinion, I do feel like the T's have a slight advantage, despite the fact they have to fight for territory. Just if you're explosive enough on the map.
Oh, that is a lot of util. This is the Genesis special. A quick approach towards Banana. Onyx on the other side gets the first one in, but it's only the one. Poke now has to be the hero. Lays down the smoke. On the other side of it, tries to hide inside it, but Kirikou is too smart for plays like that. So a 3v3 B bomb site taken again. Smoke will be blown open to perhaps spot someone through it. But Genesis make good use of tucking in the corners here. This one Lithuanian Wolves will go for. Arriving from Church, but there's so much util still on the side of Genesis. It's going to be a re-smoke. They leave Church open though, so Rick's first point of contact, good flash, but even a better frag from Gopster, long range. Mardik will get the frag, and now it's a 1v2 where Berzius gets the first, switches out, but this position from Kirikou just too strong. Beautifully played. Waits for the smoke pull. Plants the bomb and did not pick up the AVP. I don't know if you saw it there, but...
Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily needed on the T side because it really slows your team down, and on a map where rotations is pretty much everything, especially on the T side, if you manage to get the defense out of positions, like, you need to be able to move fast and effectively around the map. Now, Genesis have done a very good job of utilizing that pace change. The question is, like, do they want to keep up in a similar fashion? Because obviously, well, Berzius still has one more AVP in pocket, and for the first time, it's a 3-man setup on that B Banana, given that majority of first contact has gone down there. Stereo needs to be careful of the spam in apartments. In the meantime, though, it's yet again Rix to see if he can find those openings, or at least some information on Banana. Finally, the rotation is going to go through for Lithuanian Wolves and bring one man back up towards A.
Gotta think Lithuanian Wolves want to figure out a way how to hold down B, because that so far has been the problem child, really. A has not even been attacked that much. It's just Genesis continuously trying to go towards B, and the Wolves are like, surely at one point they go towards A, so they actually go for the stack. They're banking big on this. I mean, again, it's just Poke on the other side. They push through, and it's a story that should end with defeat.
It's criminal that he even gets one.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. But, well, that actually opens up the possibility of a retake as the Wolves are arriving again. One thing for Genesis that really works out is that they get on site with quite ease in terms of their utility, so then they can just re-smoke, and it's just so difficult to get back in the game when you're getting constantly flash smoke, not checking the angle, will be punished by Q, but a big double shuts this one down. The Wolves evacuate, and they still have not found an answer.
That's the op.
Yeah, picked up, but you can't get away if you don't hit the shot. Onyx will do it. But still, you need to figure out a way how to shut down this B side. I don't think Genesis have tried to go A once, and this is now 7 rounds played. They're playing wingman at this point.
Yeah, Onyx doesn't manage to hold on to it. It's 4 against 3, and it puts Lithuanian Wolves down only onto pistols. Now, we saw some major work being done by the pistols on the Lithuanian Wolves side. We'll have to see briefly, will that be the case yet again? But all in all, I mean, you know, some will say scripted, but this is literally the same scoreline as it was in Ancient. Everything's happening exactly the same.
Yeah, yeah. So 4-4, and then the Wolves.
Yeah, so
get
this
ahead.
should be a very close eco for Lithuanian Wolves, but ultimately goes Genesis' way, right?
I mean, there isn't really too much to work with here. Push is expected. The Eagles trying to find an edge. Yeah, that's one. Colin, all right, that's one shot. One shot.
I believe.
They're going B again, though. They're literally spamming it. The flash play is not going to work out any day. So Mysterio and Gops are just looking to pick up some rifles. Maybe they can take down 1 or 2 of these AKs, if possible. Genesis are really slow with their approach, though. You can see they're working as a team. Nobody's over-peaking, and even in situations where it's a 4v2 and you know you're up against 2 pistols, like, they really take their time to meticulously really clear all the angles.
Well, to some degree, that was also the problem in Ancient, right? Like Genesis were reliant on their ideas so much that in some situations just the execution was lacking. Was it due to down to aim or just not diligent enough? Either way, Lithuanian Wolves were ultimately able to come out on top, but Genesis put up a good fight, and now once again they've evened out the scoreboard, looking to even bring the AVP into the next round should they choose to do so. That is still kind of unknown. I suppose they will, but where did they plan to use it? So far, a great job at conditioning Lithuanian Wolves for this ever-present B bomb site threat for the first time, finishing on A. Now it's really going to be a spanner in the works for Lithuanian Wolves. Just try and understand what's going to happen. I feel like to some degree it actually puts Lithuanian Wolves in a position where Genesis is forcing you to fight for banana if you don't want these continuous B hits to go through.
Yeah, I feel like they don't have to like figure out which side it's going to be. They just got to figure out what to do on B if it is B. Because A, I mean, it hasn't been tested, but at least they had like... We don't have a record of losses there, but for Genesis to just spam B, I mean, this is the first round where they go A, and that's a 2v4 where it's like, okay, they didn't actually take A, they just went there because it was free.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Now we go for triple B, I believe.
Nah, it's just extra util, yeah.
Damn, alright, well, it's still going to be the same then, and so far not really any aggression towards banana. They actually go back again, try to play it passively. I feel like then Genesis will just kind of slowly move up, do what they've done so far. If they ain't broke, don't try to fix it.
That seems to be the name of the game.
So Molly laid down, and this is exactly what Genesis should do. Slowly clear out banana. There's nobody there. I mean, again, it comes down to Poke and Onyx, who, don't get me wrong, have been amazing. It simply feels like they have so little info, and because of that, rotations come in so late that it's just retake simulator. Now, sure, there's some util still to be picked up. Onyx is playing a nice position. They're trying, you know, they're switching up their setup, but they're still keeping with the rather passive hold towards B. In the meanwhile, Genesis want to explore towards A as well. The Molly will delay that plan. And this really, I think, comes down to the first engagement, you know. If they get a pick, they go towards. If they don't, they probably want to rotate over to the other side.
Well, off to B we go. It's going to have to be Poke and Onyx again to try and hold on to this site. There's only Mardik left lurking on A, and he's going to fall as well. This is going to prompt the exec onto that T site. Yeah.
Flash comes in, but the Molly was absolutely huge. All that's left is to finish off some of these low HP players. As Onyx and Poke double up, the dynamic duo have found two. Need the third, but the bullets are out. Onyx.
Time.
Well, he'll deny that possibility. Flash comes in at millisecond too late. It will be the Wolves after a bit of a stint by Genesis to put the fifth on the board. Put themselves in the lead again, but yeah, it's literally a mirror of Ancient. I think it was 4-4, and then it went to 4-10, I believe, something like that. Maybe 10-6, I don't know. It's all 4-9. I'm sure about 4-9. So we're expecting 4 more.
I'll have to see. I mean, for Lithuanian Wolves, it's actually quite crucial to get this follow-up round, because once again, like you see the economy on the line, everything is kind of invested here. For Genesis, as long as they get a plant, they should be able to put up a competitive follow-up round. One more time. Lithuanian Wolves will try and poke and prod for information early now in banana. It's Poke behind the half wall. Asperzius lingering there as well, just leaving some extra utility on the side. Gopster with the spray through the smoke, and in the meantime, Onyx as well simultaneously finds an opening. Gopster just staying alive as long as possible for the rotations to come through. Kirko in the apartments as well. Apartments have been silent, so this might be overlooked, or the timing might be unfavorable, but as I say that, Mysterio still finds the kill. And now a 2v4 for Genesis. I mean, looking at Cuba's health, it's looking very unlikely unless Poke falls instantly here. He will spot it. Puts down the money as well and chooses to stay behind as well. That's dangerous given that, you know, Onyx wasn't really on the move.
What's the idea of the smoke there by the T's? They threw it. They threw the smoke. Is there like a boost play maybe coming in? Like something I'm not fully in grasp of?
Oh, there we go. Nope.
Push comes through, good setup by Poke. There's a crossfire as well, and this attack just fizzles out as quickly as that.
That's something we might ask in the interview. if we get to it.
If Genesis reverse sweeps.
Yeah, if Genesis reverse sweeps.
Guys, remember on map number 2, round number 10, you threw that one smoke towards Banana.
Yeah, why? But yeah, so far definitely a repeat of what we saw on Ancient. Now the problem is this is Genesis map pick, so obviously we're kind of expecting a bit more from them on the T side. They did an amazing job at conditioning Lithuanian Wolves for these continuous B hits, but the problem is that, like, on the other hand, they can't really find a success here on A side, and that puts T's in a very telegraphed position, right? So as long as Lithuanian Wolves can hold on to banana control long enough, and as I say, that none is going to be blown up, really, it shouldn't be a problem for Lithuanian Wolves then to close out the round in their favor. Re-smoke downwards in banana. Kirku does find Berzius through the smoke, so that's a bit fortune going Genesis' way. They still have one more AK as well to work with in this round, so Cuba is with a Glock, so he should be the sacrificial lamb. Go for an info play once they decide whichever side they're going to go to, and it looks like B is probably on the menu once again.
I think all problems disappeared when they just started to take good control of Banana and at least have information, because, yeah, since then, B has been attacked but shut down nicely.
Well, also the fact that, like, once T's play fast and aggressive in Banana in the beginning, it kind of forces you on the CD side to really use your utility or just blatantly call a bluff. And more often than not, that will end up favoring the T's if they hit the brakes and then re-aggro onto B. But it's an A take this time around. Two-man setup in the pit. Gopster is there with the kill, gets the second as well, and Mysterio also doubles up. So beautiful play from the CTs. Lithuanian Wolves recognizing that we should just divide our strengths and put everything in one position. 7 rounds on the board, so most Genesis can get as T's is 5, but again, this being their map pick, I am quite certain they have plenty of setups in mind as the CTs.
They should. The problem is that it's slowly but surely starting to get out of hand, and we saw what happens on Ancient when, you know, there's a 6-round difference. Sure, you might win 5, but that one round, it's gonna come back to bite you at one point. And so this would be a crucial round for Genesis to win. Together with the pistol, we're on equal footing. Going fast towards Banana, that is aggressive peek by Poke. Nobody was really flashed there. Now smoke comes in. Onyx out in the open, tries to now jump up, but damn, he was really taking his time there, maybe listening for some footsteps, but ultimately left alone on the side. Help arrives on the other side. Onyx gets one, needs a double or to remain alive. The double is insane from there. I don't know how he manages that. So that attack is completely shut down, and now Genesis look to go back towards A, but I mean, the Lithuanian Wolves have not moved an inch. Op shot should have hit. Mysterio, oh, he's not careful. The apps could be a problem. He's ready for it, but Mardik still with the frag. A 2v2 now. And you'll have to wait for Onyx to make the long rotation from Banana here.
Yeah, Gops are pushing through the smoke as well, confirming nobody's playing close and short. This will allow Onyx to push this, positioning himself in the apps. So is this going to be a double short or one short, one apps kind of retakes? Looks like the latter.
I like this setup, to be honest, from Lithuanian Wolves. There's a crossfire in place, though, and it's pretty hard to spot these players from apps. So the short player has to engage first, but he can't if Mardik is there to shut him down. The frag comes through for Onyx, though. He pushes in, and caught on the drop. None takes the perfect time to peek. Gets the headshot, gets the 5th for Genesis. Puts us at a closer scoreline where, as you said, the CD setups should be there for Genesis.
Well, but most importantly, it needs to start off with the first round. Definitely. Because on Inferno, you know, like I said before, that you can find your ways back into it, given how close and engagements are usually with the Ts. I feel like force buys are very viable on Inferno. That being said, though, so far Lithuania seem to have slightly more control over the pace of the game. Mardik actually playing info and anti-flash. He's going to peek into mid, doesn't spot anyone, actually fully flashed. Hopefully his teammates did see something. There's 3 Wolves in second mid, and nobody from the CTs is aware of it.
That could be a problem. 3B. And looking around for kills as Gobster, maybe to drive some attention towards that B site. Seems like Poke actually wants to join up with him.
He has a smoke and flash, so this is going to be a bit of a fake play into B. Just fight, ideally get a kill, really sell the idea if you can.
Well, the A rotations are not changing though, but they're on B side, dude. Wow, now they push out of AB. The setup is still there. USP should have gotten one there, none. He goes down. Now the banana fight is still on while the bomb is being planted on A. Kiriko actually wins it out, so still a chance to convert. A 3v3 situation. The Wolves just have to hold down.
Ooh, that's
not
the
peek, or do that, I guess. Or peek, just hit the headshots. You're better than me. I mean, who am I to say what you should or should not do? As Mysterio has found the first, this is just a very difficult site to retake. Half the time ticked off already. I don't exactly see a defuse kit either.
There is one.
Oh yeah, there is one. Wait, what? Kirikou just gets, what? He gets all 5.
Yeah,
that's an ace out of nowhere. They all peaked.
As impressive the entry onto A site looked, it was so lackluster on the close. I really felt like Lithuanian Wolves are going to peak at least together somehow, given the fact that they were low on health. That really didn't happen, and Kiriko, yeah, just nailing his shots and picking up that very important first round for the CTs. Now, once again, off the bomb plant, there is a force buy behind this on the Ts, and actually they have the favorable rifles, but the utility is definitely not something Genesis can complain about, so we'll have to see. As long as the CTs can cycle the nades in a good timing, they should have no problem in blocking Lithuanian Wolves, but that still means that ultimately you'll have to win out your gun duels, and it can be difficult if you have an AK in front of you.
I'm gonna go for the peek there. Poke gets away. There's 2 on Banana, but that's it. If these players go aggressive and go down, they're in huge trouble. Good for them, Lithuanian Wolves are actually moving towards A, where there's a very strong setup, but Onyx still wins it out with the AK headshot. And this would probably be the worst way to go out, right? To win the pistol and then lose.
That is worst case scenario.
Your buy, that's worse than losing the pistol. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Only 1 kill for now.
Right? Kuba making his presence known, spamming the smoke, fearing someone might be pushing through this. Oh, the Ts have cleared out their corners, and this is going to prompt a move back towards to B, where Poke at least has confirmed nobody's playing close. This is going to allow Ts to set up for their exec. And utility-wise, CTs only have 3 flashes remaining. There are 2 defuse kits available. The problem is, well, you have Rix and None, both sitting at 3 kills only. You really need impact in moments like this. It's Kiriko, though, the hero from the previous round, gets a double, looking for the third, can't make it happen still. Does an amazing job at evening out the player count on the board. Onyx now dodges the flash and looking for that re-engagement. And for the timing, it's good, but is it good enough? Cuba now, 1v2, doesn't have the kit. He hasn't picked it up, but the MAC-10 is simply too good. It's Lithuanian Wolves to come back into it, and it is worst-case scenario for Genesis. Being a map down, they win the first CT pistol round, lose the second, force buy, and now have to go on a full eco. If they force here, oh my god, they're forcing. They are literally saying we're all in on this. They're forcing. They're forcing. Help.
Isn't one of... Yeah, that's... I don't know.
I mean, I'm sorry. I might just be old-fashioned, but I really feel like that's a huge error.
Yeah, it's Inferno. Maybe they believe more
Well, I spoke about... Well, that being said, I did speak about force buys being viable, you know, so they're just...
But yeah, Gopster, I mean, he's gonna get the first. Mardik wanted to go aggressive there. It's a bit weird, like, maybe the force is not, but like, going for the swing instantly with the MP9, like, that position is just gonna be held, and you're banking on your MP9 converting faster than the AKs. Like, confidence is one thing, overconfidence is problematic. There's a double setup though, but the AK should be getting rid of both of them. Instead, None gets one with the 5.7, and now they wanna deny picking up the AK as much as possible. The Wolves were now playing very slow. They already saw 2 peaks coming through, so we're certainly not looking to be punished by something like that.
Yeah, I mean, for Wolves, they're doing the correct call here as well, right? They're just grouping up and they're saying, like, worst case scenario, there's 2A, so we're just going to play the numbers game and trade out these fights unless None comes up huge here. Started off with 1. The problem is CTs are on the flank already. None just needs to survive. Unfortunately, can't make it happen. Gopster putting Molly down in pit, and I feel like he heard something behind him. He's just checking Boiler, not paying attention to mid, and still is ready for that peek. Now Kiriko, last man standing in a 1v3, gets the AK, can't get the kill. It's 9 rounds on the board for Lithuanian Wolves, and for Genesis, it's dire times. And I feel like, you know, you mentioned beforehand about like being overconfident and whatnot. It might be just off the back that, like, look at the situation Genesis are in. Like, they're on their map pick, they're a map down, they're down 2-3 points on the board. So it's really, even especially if you're not playing good on the map, you're going to have that feeling that you need to be the difference maker, and that kind of forces you into situations that might not be favorable for you. It's just desperation.
Yeah, it does seem to feel a little bit desperate, right? You're a map down, your map pick, things are not going your way. You're gonna have like 1 or 2 good rifle rounds here. Poke is just on a farming mission with the Mac-10. Kiriko gets a jumping USB headshot. There's not even an assist, so I'm kind of maybe even got a double think through. I don't know like how that's possible, but at least it makes for a nice clip. Unfortunately, you're not playing for clips. You're playing to make it to the finals, play against hypewrld, and potentially take home 750 euros if you can take the first place.
Well, speaking about potentially, this is very likely
one
the
good
last
rifle
round for Genesis. And is it the only one? Right, yeah, there wasn't any. Oh, no. Well...
And they won the pistol.
Yeah. It's an MP9 and rifles galore for Genesis. They're going to push into Banana and good spam through the smoke. Unfortunately, can't find the kill onto Poke, and as I say that, he will fall ultimately. There's a deep smoke in Banana, so this does bring a lot of control for Genesis for the time being. Question is, do Lithuanian Wolves pop on A behind this? Just flash over to the balcony. None is blind, and Rix does get a blind kill, but there is already a Wolf in the pit. He will fall. Berzis is there with the trade, and now last man standing in a 1v3. There's 2 players on extremely low health, though, on Genesis. This is very doable for Berzis. There's a lot of time as well. But Mardik, he's just too keen to put an end to it. A convincing buy round for Genesis, and most importantly, getting 3 people alive. This does, you know, kind of lessen the economical damage done to the rest.
Yeah, we've seen this once. We saw this on Ancient, where it was like 12-6. I was already halfway checked out. I was like, alright, well, I guess Inferno then. No, Genesis, they always had the fight. Maybe they couldn't bring it over the line on Ancient, but they really came as close as possible.
Oh, yeah.
So, I think there's still a world. A lot of Molly burn comes through on Poke. Not what he was looking for at all. It's good utility setup for Genesis. See the Wolves, this is how you take Banana. The Wolves are just burned up. They're like, okay, yeah, we're going to leave Banana to them. Instead, try to approach A, where there are 3 players waiting. The Molly is going to be good. It makes Onyx make an audible Q as well.
I really thought that was intended for Boiler. It looked like it for me.
All right.
Just dry shoulder peeking?
Why not? There's a double setup, though. It's a bit of a weird one. That's an insane shot by Onyx. Do they expect double? This is the big problem. It's None and Rix and Mardik to put in 3. Poke will get 1 back, but a 1v4 seems impossible, and the smoke spam will take him down. So
it's happening.
It's happening, man.
I believe.
And sooner than Ancient. Faster than Ancient. Was not a 12-6. A 10-6, where the Wolves... I will say I did not like how they played when the momentum shifted and it was not on their side anymore on Ancient. It just seemed like, for them being a quite new team, like obviously your strat book is not going to be big, but it just felt like they had to call something and they couldn't. They just kind of kept playing defaults that were at that point not working anymore.
Yeah, well, it's not for lack of experience on the Lithuanian Wolves side. It's just a more like very good banana control from Genesis, and it really funnels Lithuanian Wolves towards one part of the map. Kiriko once again opens up with a kill to his name, up to 17 now. Well, let's see if Onyx can respond. He's sitting at more than 20. It's actually Gopster with the first kill. Mardik has to drop the molly, will be forced slightly to fall back. Onyx can't get the opening. He had an AK, has a chance. Once again, the AK is going to be retrieved. Mardik is going to be stuck in pit. It's really up to None to hold on to these long players and try and see if he can quickly, on the fly, set up a crossfire. Poke just unaware of the fact that there's a player inside. It's Mardik to chime in, and it's Mysterio out of the round. 9 on the board for Genesis.
I think it might have been just a little bit of tunnel vision. Like, that happens to me as well sometimes when I know there's a player, like, there, like, right around the corner. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to super focus on him if he swings me or something. And yeah, sometimes you, well, you don't look on at other angles that you should.
I guess the T's didn't really clear Boiler as well, so there was the potential for someone to lurk somewhere around short, if I remembered the round correctly. Nonetheless, though, Lithuanian Wolves back on the rifles again, though. Let's see what the plan is.
Oh, fast banana, let's go. This is lovely to watch. Certainly not fun to play on either side of. So much util will be chucked in, but Lithuanian Wolves have established a dominant banana presence. But look at this, there's a cheeky lurk somewhat on Rix from Apps. He gets a frag and should just be getting away in the night. So player advantage again, AK will be retrieved. Swing out again, damn, Rix is just going for all kinds of peaks. He has gotten one, can't stop here, can't just hold things down. Instead, he's hungry for more.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a passive setup on B, and then the CT is continuing with the aggression close to mid on A. I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of that. You're 5v4 up, right? Well, it's going to be Poke with the low HP. Poking his head out of Boiler. Will not spot anything just yet.
So a 4v5 where Lithuanian Wolves are starting to feel like the game is not in their favor anymore. The momentum has shifted and Rix is the one to do a lot of 4, gets another frag, confirms the information. But Lithuanian Wolves are going for B here. And oh, look at this, Kiriko arrives, he'll want to check CT. The idea is they're good smoke, 20 seconds on the clock. You got to get through it. Kiriko hiding in it, but he'll be cleared, and that leaves just one on the B site. Oh, another fall from Kuba. A 2v2 now with the bomb going down. Smoke towards Banana, and I mean, the smoke that you just laid down is now actually not working out in your favor, because Lithuanian Wolves can, if they wanted to, aggress a little bit further. Now, ideally, they should just be playing in a situation where they could instantly refrag. I'm not a big fan of kind of isolating yourself in this 2v2. Genesis is waiting for the player from Banana to arrive, and then Mardik will try to retake it. Molly comes in, but there's nobody on site for the time being. Instead, they're super close towards Church. It's a good conversion by None, and a 1v2 for Gopster necessary. They're just going to be holding it. Flash comes through. The fight is there, dodging the flash. The last one. Oh, that's beautiful stuff from Gopster. The flash blinded him. He gets a frag, and with last dying seconds, milliseconds of the defuse, he converts on the second one as well. And that puts the Lithuanian Wolves on 11, making them feel confident again. And at this point, 10-10, it's over. I'm sorry, but it's over. It would have been map 3. Just with the momentum and everything, my prediction. But 11-9, I mean, you only need 2 more rounds. Sure, you know, things have slowed down considerably. A lot of times you find yourself at the unfavorable position, but I think it's still doable. And actually, look at the cash as well. This has to be Genesis round. If it's not, you have MP9s and 5-7s to close things out.
At best.
No loss bonus either.
At best, yeah, absolutely. Well, some damage exchange through the smokes. Let's see if Genesis can come back into this round with a fresh mindset after the previous, where it felt like it was essentially robbed from them. So far, neither side is really keen to overcommit themselves to a duel, just shoulder peeking off info. An interesting setup. It's a double up in short with one man playing from pit, paying close attention to balcony. Well, CTs do have a lot of information about Banana so far, so problem is for Lithuanian Wolves, are they even aware of the fact? This is going to prompt for Cuba to reposition closer to Speedway, see if he can make his way towards A. There's going to be some util drop now in Banana to make sure there's at least 2 players sticking around. It seems that ultimately the idea is to finish on A, as the bomb is Onyx's shoulders, and he's still in Boiler. Lithuanian Wolves going for the fake. Kiriko with the first kill, and it's Cuba actually to chime in. Now the bomb is shown. The players are out of position, really caught off guard. Genesis here, that fake really sold it, but the problem is it has to be a 2v3. Berzius with an insane kill onto Mardik is really going to slow down Genesis. They have to clear out long, clear out middle before they can even approach the site. The smoke towards long as well. This is very doable now for Lithuanian Wolves.
They're moving from short. It's a big try from Onyx, and Berzius gets another. The Wolves are roaring forward. They've found 2 rounds in quick succession. Kuba is left in a 1v2, but this seems all so impossible. He's tagged up. This is a heroic play by the duo of Onyx and Berzius. Both of them deliver in spades. Perfect timing to peek there. That is gut-wrenching. That is heartbreaking.
This is a facepalm moment if you're sitting at LAN, like really losing a round in that fashion. You know, it seemed like the information was there quite quickly enough from the B players on Genesis side to say that, like, look, it's not a complete B take, but unfortunately just the players on A were very keen to help out, and it ultimately backfired. 9-12 now. Map and series point on the line for Lithuanian Wolves to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion and get themselves into the grand finals. It's Mardik with the opening kill, but once again it's Onyx there with the trade. 4v4 now, and a lot of time on the clock. This ultimately does favor the T's and should prompt, well, if you're on the T side, you should be saying, like, there's 2A, 2B. Most likely the problem is, though, Cuba has a lot of territory in Banana. And it looks like Gofter is considering this. There is going to be a molly down onto mailbox.
If they don't clear the other side, that's crazy.
Ain't no way they don't clear it.
100%.
Yeah.
You should be dead to your rights. And Kuba, unfortunately, falls. The molly was just a tale of the times, a sign of things to come.
And now it has to be a gamble a bit from Genesis. They actually opt in to send one player toward B. Unfortunately, that means Rix falls alone. It's only none on the site, and he will get none. Last man standing, Kirikou, 1v4, no kit, MP9. He does have a lot of kills, so definitely feels the mouse, but it is ultimately Onyx to come out on top, and Lithuanian Wolves securing themselves with the second map win, a 2-0 series take to head on into grand finals and go up against hypewrld.
Yeah, a very dominant performance here by the Lithuanian Wolves. Certainly was a closer game than that first one. I was honestly fully expecting to go to that third map, but just the fact that Lithuanian Wolves won that, I believe it was 1v2, like that's really what set it apart. All right then, well, handshakes being given. Yeah, maybe not how they wanted things to end. They've traveled all the way here from Estonia. Went out, had a good time yesterday. Today, not as much of a good time here.
It is what it is. Obviously, the one who prepares the most ultimately prevails. As I said, like, ideas-wise, as to what we saw on the map, I still prefer the way how Genesis tried to play the game, but ultimately, you know, as we saw, Lithuanian Wolves just stronger on the shooting department and simply better today. So that is going to be how Lithuanian Wolves make it into the grand finals. Now, of course, they'll need to see if they can do the same against the Latvian powerhouse, but in the meantime, Genesis do have to pick up their medals.
Yes, yes, yes. We have the medals. Genesis, well, I believe you deserve a medal, even for making it to the LAN finals, right? I feel like that is something that is really difficult to do. It still takes years of practice, and maybe they don't go out in the way that they wanted to go.
Just a few Monster Energy drinks.
Yeah, that's something to keep you fueled for the next year, I guess. For
your on your way home.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a bit of a ride. Obviously, we'll get to hear from one of the Lithuanian Wolves players as well. I believe Poke is going to be making his way to us, so we'll get to find out what really went down and why exactly both of those maps started off in an identical fashion. It beats the hell out of me, like, absolutely.
Look, man, like, obviously there's a script. I just want to see it next time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's all scripted. I forgot.
Alright, so as the last remaining players of the Genesis lineup will get their medals, will get their Monster Energy, sponsored by Monster Baltics, we are slowly but surely getting ready to get yet another interview. Still, we gotta finish watching this, and then we should be good to go. Lithuanian Wolves now have advanced to play in the finals against hypewrld. And we got some good insight from both sides before the match started. Now, with the Lithuanian Wolves just one best of 3 away from winning it all, we want some insights, man. We understand some things, how it will go down. So, right here, joining me again, Poke. Always smiling, always smiling. I like the attitude. First of all, congratulations. Just initial, like, give me feelings. How you?
Well, it felt like we just controlled pretty much the game. Maybe it was a little sketchy sometimes, but overall, over the game, I didn't feel like it was slipping away from us or something. So it kind of confident, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, Ancient was real close. Like that, we were kind of expecting overtime. I love that you guys closed it out with a statement.
It was,
but
I think, in the beginning, I didn't really feel the game. It was hard for me, I finished it maybe with 5 kills or something. So I told my boys that I need some more time, to wake up, to be in the game. So I told them we need to play a bit more rounds, So we kind of trolled a few rounds, and then we obviously closed it as I was already, hot. And Inferno, as you could see, I've
you popped off on Inferno, man.
Yeah, so that's why we played so many rounds on Ancient.
All right, so strategical mastermind.
Yeah.
I see. That leads me to another question. Like, Genesis is a team that has been together as the score for a long while. Like, I think their strat book is probably bigger than yours. Like, their chemistry, at least, has been building for longer as well. How have you guys managed to become so good in so little time since this roster was formed?
Well, as a core, honestly, we are also kind of old ones. Me and Berges, we're playing like for a second year right now. But yeah, other guys are new. Well, but that's I guess it's just that individuals are here. Everyone understands everything, and so it's not that hard to create some kind of a game when everyone understands what's happening.
All right. Well, finally, you guys have made it to the finals. I think that is to be celebrated already. But you still have that one final hurdle, and that will be the Latvians, hypewrld. Can you give me, like, your thoughts on them? Like, what you come to expect, maybe what you come to prepare? Obviously, don't give away the secrets, but yeah.
Well, as far as I know, they're kind of mixed at this point. They're not really a team with certain system or something. They're just a couple of great players individually. So we expect just for what you usually expect from this kind of team. Just sharp shooting and running and gunning.
Yeah, they are sharp. They are sharp. I think you guys can definitely find a way how to beat them in the tactical department a little bit. But I think it's going to be a close game. You're already smiling. You feel like you know what's about to go down. All right. I mean, that's cool. Thank you for the interview. Again, congratulations. And hopefully I see you back again for the winners interview.
I hope so too. Thank you.
See you on the server.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Well, what a nice young man, huh? Gives 2 interviews, gives some good insight, and now leaves to get ready for that final matchup. And well, guess who's back? It's the crowd favorite, the man who made 2 correct predictions today.
I unplugged myself.
All right. Well, while we're fixing that a little bit, we can go.
There we go. I can hear myself.
We're back.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately it's going to be a bit of a showdown in the grand finals. I do definitely think it is going to be a 3-mapper between Lithuanian Wolves and hypewrld once we get to it. That being said, though, Lithuanian Wolves, damn. I really thought this is going to be a lot closer in the sense that, like, we're actually going to see a 3rd map for the first time.
Did you hear what Poke said? I asked about the comeback in Ancient, like it was 12-6, and then he was like, yeah, I wasn't feeling hot, so I told my team to troll some rounds so I can, like, warm up. I don't know if he was kidding or not. I was just listening to that, like, God damn, like, you're that good? All right, that might be,
that's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, that's really dangerous
game. That's a Latvian game to play, I'll be honest, like, if you're looking at our local leagues. That being said, though, of course, the players need to prepare themselves for the grand finals. That means you, myself, etc. We will be going into a brief break. We're going to set up a timer for you. That means that you have plenty of time to visit our Instagram, make sure that you participate in the giveaway from, of course, our main sponsor. That is Monster. I'll make sure that I find another 2-3 cans here somewhere around in the studio to take us through the grand finals. Anything else to say?
No, I think we're good to go on a break and return with the grand finals. A lot on the line. Be ready. Grab some snacks. Grab some Monster, because you'll need some energy as well if it is a 3-mapper. And we'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah.
Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boy, I'm 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, I'm gonna pick the reason with repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out, I know. I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. Make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love, shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like nigga sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play up, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know, yeah.
Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. New days are born. The sun is dark, 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 dark. The sun is Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark.
$99 prime, but a beat ain't one. All I need is my weed and some drums. It's an 808 not gonna stand on stump. I swear I get it just how I get it. Hate a nigga going watch when I stack my bread to the ceiling like, hold up. I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I move back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay. Get got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom. So I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I gotta keep my calm while I
Hold up. Hold up.
Realest nigga out here working, getting that money, smoking that perkin'. Luke can't kick game, hit like perfect. Hold up. Swear nigga don't dance, but I bust my moves. Only hitting pools when they coming in twos. Then I hit your show when I your groove like I be that nigga named still getting work in the Cape. Then I move back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay. Get got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom. So I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I I gotta keep my calm while I
Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
To go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. To go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
You know I I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed.
Chat and chit. I come through like what's good, these wigs getting split. Man better breeze and sprint. It's long if I choose to bite down on these pricks. X is a lyrical 4-4 in this, so make sure it's X that you wanna rally with. Oh, make a big man turn to a kid. Shout out skull when I flat out wigs. Never seeing X's with your eyes closed, don't mean past girls behind your eyelid. Bars and flows, check out their mixture. Tell them man can't handle the fixture. It's all funny games to the person saying it's all funny games. Get beat up and cocked out the picture. Must be active if you think you can wig me. I'll tell my man put down the liquor. I ain't got none, don't care which means I lost them. Genie's out of the bottle when I ain't going back, so now I'm a problem. They can't land, I'm a pro or column. Living kitty taking lives, I'm taking souls. See man's never been stolen. I take heads off, I leave them rolling, just like balls in.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the culmination of all things here in Battle of Baltics. It's iteration number 3. Over the 3 weekends, we have finally gotten to this point where it is grand finals time. It is hypewrld taking on Lithuanian Wolves for the title of the best team in the Baltics in 2025 at least, if not perhaps in the future as well. Who knows? Here's a brief overview of how things went down today. Take us through, Twist.
hypewrld dominance on map number 1. A bit of a closer affair for Anubis, which was their map pick, but ultimately hypewrld reigns supreme. And then we also had the Wolves beat out just now, get to the grand finals, and guess what? Talking about the grand finals, we're going fast, we're wasting no time at all. Straight into the matchup, straight into this Fripp 3-piece. What a crazy way how to start off the round. You barely get to see it, but Distiplex will get another, and it seems like that should be the round for hypewrld, as it's only Poke. But a matter of time as he goes down. First one on the board for hypewrld. What an insane 3-piece to open things up for Fripp.
Yeah, it's Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke on the menu, and definitely Fripp with the dessert before the main meal. With that insane 3K in the cave, putting hypewrld up by 1 round. No bomb plant as well, so this is going to be just a flashbang or 2 invested from the Lithuanian Wolves. Hoping to get a bomb plant in this one. Ideally, perhaps a few kills along the way. Though, so far looking at the form of hypewrld, it might be looking unlikely. Lithuanian Wolves, just moments ago, managed to find their way into the grand finals, getting over Genesis. Now they have to take on hypewrld. It is going to be an A pop. Prelden is ready there with the molly in hand and should ideally be good for 2 kills. Let's see if he brings us more.
Sometimes there's a bad timing, or like you spot them when you're strafing out and then you get tagged up a little bit, but alright, let's see how this unfolds. He sees a shadow, so no problem in that department. The double, the triple. Onyx will get one back, but long-range Frips M4 will roar for another, and the palm plant denied as well. hypewrld, tidy as can be. Only Prelden loses his life, so it's a clean up. It's the second round, and it's still Cash looking good with 4 rifles saved. But this is where Lithuanian Wolves, they didn't have to go for the 4s. They got no bomb plants, so on to the rifles in the third.
Well, Lithuanian Wolves definitely had decent warm-up, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
When they played against Genesis on Ancient, so I would say they should be feeling good to go on the map. If I'm not mistaken, it is actually their pick as well, so correspondingly hypewrld starting on that CT side. A lot of utility being used towards B lane to try and catch off any aggression from the Lithuanian Wolves. It's a double MP9 setup towards ramp. It's Chipan to fall, and CGK can't put up a trade. Too many flashbangs in the air. Somehow still staying alive, gets a double. And only Onyx able to respond. It's a 2v2 now. The bomb still hasn't been planted, but Fripp, not playing patiently enough, as he will fall, and it's only Prelden left now standing.
He has somewhat of a good timing here. Ultimately, Cave should still be checked, but at least he arrives quickly. That helps him to figure out where these players could be located. They're choosing to stay 2 on site, which is an aggressive setup, but you only need to deal with 1. So the peak is going to be coming from Cave. The first responder is Onyx, and I mean, Mysterio is in a great position. Even if Onyx goes down here, should be good, and he does not. Catches the headshot on Prelden. That's a clean round for the Wolves, finding the first rifle.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unforgiving angle to walk out of Cave like that, especially if you do it slow. You know, you kind of have that left eye, right eye engagement going head-to-head, so good job from Lithuanian Wolves, able to put up a round in on the board nice and early as well, being that their first gun round with the bomb plant on top of that as well. Should be all good.
Yeah, we're ready to go. We have an off on Chipan. We know what he can do with that AVP. He was just insane, for lack of better wording, the first best of 3. So it's good to see him back and talk about the beast. Chipan delivers a huge opening frag on Onyx, who has been one of the better performers individually on this Lithuanian Wolves lineup.
Yeah, as the smoke fades, Fripp doesn't spot anyone, but definitely a lot of noise was made beforehand, and the T's are making it no secret as to where they're trying to get to, as Mysterio will fall in Donut. We do have Berzius heading along. He's going to be greeted by Prelden. That's also the bomb spotted, left with like literally 1 HP. It's really up to GOEXANIMO to find a huge impact play in this round if Lithuanian Wolves want to take this.
A 2v4. They're on the bomb side, but no bomb. That's a big problem.
Yeah, and you can see the timing as well for hypewrld. They understand something is off here as they're heading back into B. They're going to be greeted by an HE nade. The problem is, though, GOEXANIMO doesn't know someone has already crossed into short. He seems to be aware of the possibility, though. Now Berzius with the smoke as well can't get onto the site. A single point of health remaining, as mentioned before, and he will, of course, fall easily.
That was a bit of a weird timing there. I thought it could work out just the way of the cave clear. Like, there was a world, but hypewrld are no strangers to shutting down rounds where they have advantages in. So far, we have not really seen them choke, per se.
Yeah, there have been some overconfident plays, you know, from individuals, but all in all, they do tend to play it safe. So this is going to be another pistol round for Lithuanian Wolves. Just a few deagles on the board. And a single flash yet again. It looks like it is going to be disturbance on that B bomb site. Displex putting down quite a lot of utility. Onyx boosted up. Let's see if he can do it with the Deeg.
We've seen some very nice Deagle clips today.
Yeah, absolutely. especially from Lithuanian Wolves.
That's that new Deagle skin as well. Push comes through, it's CGK dealing with business as usual. Preludin wastes no time getting into frags himself. It's a USP headshot as well in the mix, and hypewrld really dominant start, a 4-1. Interestingly enough, this is not their map pick. We didn't really get to talk that much about the map picks just because we got so quickly in the game. But it was interesting to know that actually Lithuanian Wolves did not ban Mirage as their first map. So there was a possibility.
There was a world.
Yeah, of course.
A hypewrld.
They pay you for this, you know?
I'll just leave.
Alright, push comes through. Preludin, flash does not matter. Still catches the headshot. It's mid-control taken now for the hypewrld. So is lane. Smoke is down. I'm actually surprised nobody's heading towards A because they have so much map control here. They're probably still waiting for somebody on double doors, but like, you have one guy on A. This is almost giving away the bomb plant if Chipon can't hit the shots, and that is a big miss. An unfortunate one is that. Two more now cross. Information will be there, but the opportunity to get a quick one easy is gone. They'll be looking to go for the plant. Actually fake it out a little bit. Now, 5v4 retake. This is a crazy setup. Flash is big though, they clear the first. That is beautiful from hypewrld. It all falls apart for the Wolves. A 2v5 would be necessary, but they're getting put a stop to one at a time. Berzius with the double, but out in the open there's a team kill in the mix as well. Would have loved to see Chipon's POV. I think it's one of those where like you're scoped in, and right when you try to shoot your opponent, your teammate walks into the scope.
It is what it is. Ultimately, it won't cost too much for hypewrld as they have 5 on the board, a lot of money in the bank as well, and sitting comfortably. Off the back of that bomb plant, obviously Lithuanian Wolves will be able to force up here and once again present themselves as a threat on the map, and seems to be going to be the case. The question is, what is the plan here? Because so far for Lithuanian Wolves, as I said, you know, like they do manage to get onto the plant. Problem is holding on to it very quickly. The CTs go for the retake. A break in the smoke for Preludin as he spots out Poke. Can't get the kill just yet, but surely some utility will be laid his way. None to follow so far. And Preludin actually playing aggressive close. Doesn't want anyone to cross inside here. Fripp needs to be careful of this timing. Will spot the first, can't get the kill as there's 3 players heading through Donut and it's an A split, nobody's home.
Well, that's a surprise if I've ever seen one. Looking to do the same through the same smoke. Oh my god, Preludin is gonna get a double, and that puts the retake in a very good position. The bomb is not even down yet. Mysterio fighting for his life, but shut down as well. And that is just a cleanup on aisle B from hypewrld. I don't know how it all falls apart for the Wolves, but I mean, I guess the name of the game is Preludin. Double, man, through the smoke.
As I said, these retakes are very fast for hypewrld. They don't want for Lithuanian Wolves to really set themselves up in a post-ban situation, right? So obviously they're going to go for it nice and early if they can. Now this brings a lot of questions into mind for Lithuanian Wolves because so far, yes, they can make it onto the side, but like look at the kill discrepancy between these two teams, right? Like there's not a lot of frags heading Lithuanian Wolves' way. It's just more like they're working as a unit, making it onto the side and ultimately fumbled there. So this being their map pick, I feel like this game against Genesis might have lured them into a false sense of security when it comes to Ancient. It's not all doom and gloom. There's definitely moments of brilliance and hope there. Just a bit more on the execution is required. And speaking of, it's a B exec, and once again they make it onto the site.
Well, do they? Do they really? No, they don't, because it's... Yeah, they're the brief, very brief moment. All right, I'll give you that one. Well, that's a start. We're like 10 minutes into this, and hypewrld are already looking to close. A map that was picked by the Lithuanian Wolves, they need a recovery, and they need it quick. This is T-side Ancient as well. Yeah, CD side might have a slight edge, but I feel like with the Wolves game style, you're actually looking at T to be your stronger side no matter what map you play.
I mean, you need 5 here as T.
Yeah,
I feel like 4 might not be enough, and that means everything needs to start heading Lithuanian Wolves' way right now. And it might kick things off with that AVP that Berzius has in his hands. As per usual, standard utility deployed, flash towards middle through the smoke. Poke not spot anyone just yet. Molly put down by the defense, and that is Chipon on the rotation towards A. It's a three-man stack towards B. Chipon playing Donut with the op. Prelden has a lot of territory gained over in A main. He's pushed way through, just making sure nobody can really play into A long early without any information given. So this is a bit of a standstill, but ultimately it's on Lithuanian Wolves to make the first step. CGK just making sure nobody has gone through Red Room. So hypewrld well aware of the holes on the map, and they are actually going to be prompted to investigate all three players heading back from B into mid. And that's exactly where Lithuanian Wolves are. They're essentially mirroring each other on the map. Triple spot now, a few more in mid as the op finds the bomb. And very quickly, Berzius, last man standing. Excuse me, the bomb is still in play. But it has to be a 1v4 close for Berzius. He has the first. Can he get the second? hypewrld are not offering anything up for free. It's a shot with a P2K from Berzius to close it out. From Chipon onto Berzius. There we go. I've lost it. I've just vice versa.
Happens. It seems like Wolves are kind of in the same boat with you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you're in but not there.
Yeah, just watching things pass by. It is not looking too good for the young Wolves, but I loved what I saw in the semis. I feel like they can still find that fighting spirit, but at this point that might have to be an Ubis or a Dude, because look at this, like, it's impossible to take them down. That's like the third time that a player mid has been flashed fully and still gets a frag, gets away. Well, guess what? You have one more option left, that's to go towards A. The setup should be there. Prelden playing a very angle that would anger me a little bit. Will still be taken off of it.
Well, yet another bomb
we have a plan.
Lithuanian Wolves, yeah. Can they hold on to this?
Well, the good thing is that like there's still some util to be laid down, so that smoke will stop the retake happening from CT as they're looking to reroute towards Temple, perhaps. Time is slowly ticking away. You got to find 4 players here. hypewrld obviously going for it, but there's just so much work to do. A ninja defuse, perhaps? They try to push in. This is 15 seconds, 10 perhaps. They get the frag. Copster with the refrag. And at this point, the bomb is so low tick that you just got to stick it. You just got to stick it and pray. But no, Lithuanian Wolves will get the second. And I mean, if you can try to recover this, you know, it starts now. Another interesting thing, I just looked at like the whole tournament so far. hypewrld have lost a single map. That was actually their first best of 3 in the Latvian qualifier. They lost the map to Cyber Empire, who they sent home today. And seems like their performance is only increasing, because after that, 3 straight rather, to win Latvian qualifiers. Now they deny the map for Cyber Empire in the semifinals. And I mean, just heading into the finals, looking like they're on vitality form right now.
Yet again, tons of utility deployed towards that B lane to stop any early play from Lithuanian Wolves. This obviously throws a huge spanner in the works for Lithuanian Wolves. Unable to obtain early territory, feels like you're kind of denied the opportunity to really put up the pace of the game on your shoulders. Displex spotting for Cave. Poke in the meantime, seeing if he can put some work in towards Donut. Will ultimately join his teammates, and it looks like it is going to be a take onto Cave, and the rest are gonna head towards ramp. Displex, you can see him contemplating peeking there, but he knows better that probably shouldn't do it just yet. So the T's are just waiting out these smokes and are going to recommit towards B. You can see Prelden has pushed through A long, already out elbow. This is a lot of info.
But at what cost? He goes down. And Lithuanian Wolves still stick around. They want to actually reroute back to A. Now this is now spotted. A lot of damage. Headshot initially and finished off by Frib, but he has to be the first point of contact on A. Quick rotations being made, but the Wolves already on site. We're looking at another retake where hypewrld have been really good so far. Still have a player towards mid. Actually, 2 of them are waiting out, which means there's nobody to fight on site. Fripp will just get his second of the round. And now look at this. Oh, Displex arrives. Shot missed by Berzius, and that might spell the start of the ending there as they get on the defuse. There's a denial, but it does not come through, and it's 9th for hypewrld. Smoke in place, and that is a tough, tough round to lose. The Wolves really disconnected there. They get the plant down, but they have one still watching for the backstab on Cave. They have one towards mid, and I mean the op miss is just crucial. Berzius, he has been good so far, so yeah, it hurts even more.
I mean, in that situation, I feel like the play for the AVP in the hands of Berzius would have been go back through A main, knowing that Prelden pushed it, right? So realistically, it should be clean and try and help out your team that way. Once again, a lot of fight happening towards middle, exchanging pleasantries both sides, but ultimately hypewrld come out on top with a single man advantage. And now, with one set of utility in Gobster's hands, it's looking unlikely.
This is such a strong angle on the A side. You see the shadow first, you're on a position that perhaps is not pre-aimed either. You do kind of have to switch between like somebody peeking close and far. Oh, hello, that's spotted. Smoke will be laid down, so Berzius AVP probably not getting that much impact in the round. Minute left on the clock. Lithuanian Wolves kind of trying to piece it together as they go. For now, still looking to head towards A. Waiting out the donut smoke. But then they have to take down Fripp, who has just been playing so well all throughout today. It's a big task. Do they clear the angle? It's Fripp for the first. AVP misses. Fripp almost gets a double, but the damage might be good enough. As now Chipon arrives with the AVP, knows not to overswing, spots the player, will hold down the line. They try to plan, but there's just too much work. Onyx will get one. A 1v2 would be necessary, but the shadow seen. He actually got one. He actually got the flick. That's a nice flick by Onyx. But hypewrld just reigns supreme. Preliden is locked in. Fripp as well. I mean, just the whole squad. And Chipon is like on 6 kills. We saw what can happen when he's the only one locked in. So it's looking so difficult for the Wolves right now.
Well, as per usual, everything starts with the first round. There's still a way in the world. We've seen quite a few ancient maps in general where the CTs are just simply have an iron grip on their side. But it's currently, as it stands, it's kind of hard to imagine. There's some team damage. It's hard to imagine an even better CT side. It would have to be impenetrable.
They're really slow with this. I love that every time that hypewrld are at a big lead, like they play the defaults. They play it like it's 0-0, right?
Yeah.
And this is what has made them so strong to not drop a single map. Poke, at least will be trying to make that more of a reality. Gets the first frag, but there's still so much work to be done. Honestly, I kind of dislike that hypewrld are just not in position for refrag. Like, they're kind of disconnected, and I guess they're just setting up for one good execute towards B, which actually, given the timing, is the perfect time to hit it, because there's only Poke on the site. Smoke now comes in. Ooh, that's some damage. And what's the reasoning of that smoke again?
It's just to clear out Cave and seed the thought.
But you're trying to push Cave, no?
Well, for me, it seemed like hypewrld are willing to switch it up and head back into middle, which seems to be the case now. He's going to leave Chipon as a lurk. He could potentially backstab someone who will have to go and clear Cave. And yeah, they've guessed correctly. Or red. As Berzius, only man standing on A, is screaming for his dear life as he manages to get a kill as well. Needs to fall back. They just need to play the number game. It's a 5v3, and they know Chipon is stuck on B. 2v5 required of hypewrld to secure the first round. Yeah, and there's absolutely no chance against the elites of Gobster as he gets a double. And we'll get that ever so important first round on the board for Lithuanian Wolves on that CT side. It was a bomb plan though, so you can... It's a safe bet to say that hypewrld will buy up. Or no. Of course, now they don't.
Well, we've seen comeback attempts. We have not seen them materialize. It was actually Genesis who pushed the same exact map to its breaking point. 12-6 turned into 12-11, but the Wolves were able to finish things off. Now we'll see how they do. Currently being the underdogs, huge ones at that. Oh my, that is unlucky for Disciplex. Poke will take him down, and so the attack now heads towards A, long range. Mysterio wins it any day of the week, and this... what? Hello, that's some damage. Maybe if that was the insta-kill, but instead it's Onyx and Berzeus with the frags, and a 1v4 underway where Fripp, I mean, if you can clutch this, you deserve to win it all.
Yeah, these are just a few confidence kills going through for Lithuanian Wolves. They're trying to get the pace back up and get a good feel for the game, as quite often they have been denied the opportunity to have a real duel. Now, though, with AKs in the hands of hypewrld, we'll get the first glimpse of what is yet to come on their T side. Now, I'm kind of expecting for them to start off slow as well and just go for like Poppy-style finishes, because with MP9 still in play, it's kind of slightly hard to get a good read on the game. That being said, though, it looks like it is going to be a fast contact play into A with a single man that is Pril then playing the edge of the smoke in mid. Lane is going to be cleared, going to confirm nobody's home, and that should start ringing alarm bells for Berzeus as he returns and sees already nades being deployed. The molly is good, though, but Prelden still finds a kill and causes some havoc in middle. The
boost is huge. Fripp will take down Berzeus. Now that's the site where you just have to take down one more, and it's an aggressive engagement for Poke, which simply is not going to be working out. And now a 2v4 situation where, yeah, you still have not planted the bomb. Maybe Mysterio can find this kill before you do. He can't. CGK with perfect timing turns on a swivel, finds a player, leaving Gobster to a save, and hypewrld move 1 inch closer. It has been really difficult for the Wolves to get in the game, and I'm not flaming them too much. I mean, hypewrld are just playing really, really good CS. Yeah, maybe there's sometimes some overconfidence plays from a single player, but we never really see them like make a huge mistake as a team. And I think, again, you know, like, CS a lot of times is not about like making all the right decisions, it's just eliminating the very bad ones. And I think hypewrld have done very good management of that.
So far, so good for them, obviously, and for the cities as well, given that the state of their economy. You know, if in this following round, if they don't get a few of these engagements heading their way, it might prompt an early save as well, because essentially everything's on the line here. And this being a round for potentially a map point for hypewrld, CTs might be inclined to play it extra safe, which seems counterintuitive at times. I feel like, you know, if you're on your map pick down 4-11, I think it's justified to go for any sort of aggression you want to go for, because something needs to change, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. At the same time, you're just being bested left, right, and center, so that confidence to go for those swings is probably not there as much. A nice flash in play, but it's actually hypewrld to get the better side of it. They're looking for the refrag, but the smokes make it very difficult. And now they know about Donut and Red Room. So what does that lead to? Well, you can probably just set up for B. Ooh, this suplex comes in with a headshot, and Berzeus, man, they're just winning out their gunfights one after another. As I say that, Gobster perhaps looking to make the difference, but there's still only one defender on B. It has to be Poke to go nuclear. Help now arrives. First point of contact. Poke stands tall for 2. It's a crucial double that might shut down the round, or at least slow it down considerably. And Poke wants some more. He goes for the swing. What is that pre-fire chip on? What?
That's the shadow. The shadow.
Perhaps that just looked so tilting from Poke's POV. But look at the rotations. The Wolves are like, okay, now A is open, so we got to go mid. Well, nobody's there, so they slowly want to go back. hypewrld are trying to play mind games right now. Slow down the play, so Lithuanian Wolves might second-guess themselves, might go for a split, might go for a call that doesn't exactly work out. And look at this. I mean, talk about perfect timing if you go towards A now.
Well, the Lithuanian Wolves tried to do the same as well, right? Like, they double rotated towards A just to make sure the T's can hear them and to prompt them push back into this. We have Chip on essentially on no HP. The nades, of course, confirm it. That is a B take through the smoke. Fripp has time to plant the bomb. He has health as well. There's no kit on the CT side. Oh, Mysterio is in a very tough position. This should be very telegraphed for Fripp as to where he's going to come from. That being said, though, once again, it's down to timings. Mysterio with the pre-fire reveals himself in short.
Oh, Fripp, they're lucky to be alive. The push continues. Fripp elbows, but the wall bang goes Mysterio's way. And that feels like such a victory for the Wolves. A 1v1 where if they lose it, let's be real, it's over, but they win it. It's 5-11, and maybe everybody watching that 1v1 clutch inspires the rest of the team. They came here from Lithuania, things start off amazing, but heading into this final game, this final best of 3, it seems like one of the teams is just way more locked in, way more confident. I think hypewrld is just synonym for confidence at this point.
There are times where it feels like you can do no wrong.
Yeah.
That being said, Lithuanian Wolves have done a great job of building up some opportunities for themselves. That being said, they are still limited in the rifle department. Now, Mysterio with a cheeky boost onto a main might cause some havoc if there's quite a few hypewrld players heading his way. Will get to drop the molly, but can't make it out in time. It is Chipan to come out on top. Onyx, though, there with the trade. More often than not, has been a pivotal player for the Lithuanian Wolves and comes out on top yet again. He's second in the round. Berzius looking to deny the bomb plant. Instead, will find Displex. It's Fripp with the return. It's a 2v2. Gopster with a long-range kill with the MP9. And Fripp, last man standing, will come out on top and will close it, putting hypewrld at map point in the grand finals in the first map of which was Lithuanian Wolves' pick.
Yeah, you put...
Well, still is. It's not over.
All right. I mean,
right?
Fripp, yeah. No, Fripp is...
We go overtime.
Is looking to make it closer. You put him in a clutch once, he might fail, but I mean, this guy recently advanced to FPL as well, so that's a huge achievement. I mean, the second clutch is beautiful. 1v2, that he heard the footsteps. I mean, he had all the upper hands, really. And yeah, you really love to call overtimes when it's like, I think it was 6-12 when you called overtime last time. All right, let's see the overtime. Prelden and Fripp with the frags. No, hold on. 3v5 underway as Onyx will get the frag. Molly burns him down. He's looking for more, but it's Distaplex with the Mac-10. Leaving them in a situation that seems irrecoverable as Fripp just continues mauls them down. It's a nice Berzius scout shot through the smoke. It would need a miracle. It would need another one like this. And hypewrld, as good as they have been, not over-aggressing when they have the advantage, surely you just hold the line, right? You're a man with a scout against the world. That is 5-13, and that is just dominance from hypewrld.
Definitely hypewrld amping up the pace and making sure they don't leave anything up for chance. Recognize the fact that Lithuanian Wolves are still on a poor buy, just going for a good old rush B on Ancient, closing it out 13-5. Now we'll have to look forward heading into map number 2. Which is going to be Anubis, and that is going to be the map pick of hypewrld. And for Lithuanian Wolves, they have a few words to share amongst each other.
Yeah, let's go real quick with the map picks since we didn't get to do it before the game started. Obviously, the score is 1-0 for the Wolves. Ancient is done. Next up is Anubis. 1-0 for hypewrld. Next up is Anubis, picked by hypewrld. So 2-0, I think it's a possibility. Their Anubis looked strong against Cyber Empire earlier. But if we need it, I'd absolutely love to see myself some nuke.
I would love it as well, but we'll have to see if Lithuanian Wolves can bring the action that's needed on Anubis. But before that, of course, a brief intermission for myself and for you, dear viewers, because it's been a quick one.
It has been a really quick day, dude. So far, I just love an overtime. I think one overtime in the entirety of the qualifiers and the finals would be needed. But we'll see how things go. Anubis is next up, and we'll see you guys after a break.
Working the K, then I move back to the Ville, and them niggas wouldn't come where I stay. Get got crazy. Times got hard, but I lose my faith or I lose my mom. So I'm smoking this herb, trying to keep my calm. I gotta keep my calm while I gotta keep my calm while I hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
hold up.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. Decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. or I might just go another feed. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed.
Man when I chat and chit, I come through like what's good, these wigs getting split. Man better breeze and sprint, it's long if I choose to bite down on these pricks. X is a lyrical 4-4 and this, so make sure it's X that you wanna rally with. Oh, make a big man turn to a kid, shout out skull when I flat out wigs. Never seeing X's with your eyes closed, don't move past girls behind your eyelid. Bars and flows, check out their mixture. Tell them man can't handle the fixture. It's all funny games to the person saying it's all funny games. Get beat up and cocked out the picture. Must be active if you think you can wig me. I'll tell my man put down the liquor. I ain't got none, don't care which means I lost them. Genie's out of the bottle when I ain't going back, so now I'm a problem. They can't land, I'm a pro or column. Living kitty taking lives, I'm taking souls. Can see mine's never been stolen. I'll take heads off, I leave them rolling, just like balls in bowling. I'm a fully charged in a machine like, man better be careful of me. I ain't just another MC, I'll spin your clock 360 degrees, flat line on set. Man I need that to see she got a rating, but watch that decrease. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces, don't puff out your chest like Reese's.
Look at me go, look at me flex, this not a plane, more like a jet. I heard the song, we ain't impressed, then she heard me, now she undressed. To make it all worse, I got a check. You want a verse, double the check. I wanted this, then I got this, I want that, I'ma get that. This how I look when you threaten and kill it. I gave a warning and they didn't listen. I'm at the ceiling, that's independent. She in the feelings and that's when they finish. I've been around in your cities and states, I taking down on your biddies today. I wanna crown for the busiest days, you just a clown with your minimum wage, word. This how I go and you pop it, this how I go and you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and that's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now when I drop it, none of the numbers gon' drop. She be on me and it's true, but I'ma go finish from top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. I can spit quick, but the lines are slick. Get up on the regular like which one hits. Made it on the regular, don't sound like this, but it still hits. I don't miss, I just go, 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 like a go, go flow. And I'm almost known, and I told you so. When I throw these flows, like it's Rochambeau. And I ain't too close, it's Joe Smo goes. And I'm not in the middle when I'm hot with a riddle, and I got just a minute when I stop. And the pivot all I got is a mission. You not in the winners on top, go the distance you flap. There's a difference, I'm on my grind. That is all the time, I do not do breaks. That's right, I stay in dry. And look, I'm back with a little bit of that, and a little more cash than it came with. Ready, that cat is out that bad, but I still ask you, the boy got skills. I don't need her, I don't need him, I don't need help with me, I got this. I can sing songs, I can spit raps, and I can do both, even do this, word. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now and I drop it, none of the numbers can drop. She be on me and it's true, but I'ma go finish on top. You get what you want when you pop it, you do what you want when you hot. This how I go when you pop it, this how I go when you hot. Funnier now when I drop it, none of the numbers gon' drop. see me on me and that's true, but I'm gonna go finish from top. You get what you want when you poppin', you do what you want when you hot.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Ain't no one doing the shit that we doing. Ain't nobody moving the way that we moving. Hop out the Sprinter and shoot us a movie. We pull up to Paxton and get us some jewelry. Rocking the newest, but that shit ain't new to me. Watch how I do it, you think that it's two of me. They just be fluffing and that shit is foolery. Coolin', but that shit ain't cool to me. I'm as hot as it gets, yeah, they not on the list. Took a shot of success, hit nothing but net, yeah. So they hit the rim, changing my number and took out the sim. I'm on my hustle, I'm back in the gym. I can be humble or I could go in. I go for the win. We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah.
Yeah, bitch, I'm young and no turn. If you play with my money, then your ass get burnt. I done came off the bench, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym like MJ in the third. If you want it, I said you can get it confirmed. We done packed the whole stadium like we the one. Ain't in no run, this shit is done. Ball on these niggas here just for the fun. Got a drinks, I won't try it. If I finish the drink, they gon' buy it. Yeah, we 50 something, like a right. If I said it, then I be lying. Yeah, I know niggas hate all the time. Had to change up my routes, niggas stealing my song. And I know bitches ain't worth the dime. Had to change up my line, they be wasting my time. Yeah,
we got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah.
Back on track, grand finals, map number 3, almost said 3. I'm hoping for 3, but
Me too.
It is 2.
It is 2, and since we got started real quickly last time, we'll just go through the bans and the picks. So, Ancient was won quite easily by hypewrld. Now we have Anubis, a pick by them, but honestly, Cyber Empire looked better on Anubis than they did on Mirage today. So maybe that is some silver lining for Lithuanian Wolves to look at here.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if that's going to be the case on Anubis. Of course, you would expect that Lithuanian Wolves will choose to start on the T side to see if they can get an early advantage, as hypewrld definitely was able to convert theirs. And if all goes well for Lithuanian Wolves, it is going to be map number 3 that ultimately is going to be Nuke, which, of course, as a decider is a tough one, I would say. I feel like whoever comes in with a momentum advantage in that map probably has the upper hand. That being said, on Nuke, we've seen crazy wins and crazy losses in the past as well from various level teams. So, all in all considered, has to be Anubis first, and hypewrld so far looking good to take the whole thing in a clean fashion, unless Lithuanian Wolves have had some crazy good team talk along the way.
Yeah, let's hope that this is the recovery. I want to see map 3 as well. I mean, no favorites here, really. I just feel like for the finals, especially with how quick a lot of these games have been all throughout the qualifiers and now the LAN as well. I mean, we deserve it, right? When it's semifinals 2-0, 2-0, a Nuke finisher would be absolute cinema. But it would require Lithuanian Wolves to play much better on a map that they did not pick. It's Anubis, though, and they've started on the T side, so all the advantages on their side, just need to convert the pistol. It's an early spot for CGK. He's not aware somebody might be tucked in the corner, but we don't come to that. Instead, it's Lithuanian Wolves to look to take mid. And hypewrld, just leave it open. That has been their signature move.
Well, look at this. It's a B split. It's CGK to be challenged, and he will fall. Berzius with the opening kill. Chipa now needs to stay alive. There's really no point in going for this. The rotation is there already from the team. The bomb is being planted, but as I see that, Chipan will find his first. Gets the second as well onto Onyx. That is a lot of firepower unavailable for Lithuanian Wolves in a 3v4 retake scenario. Gopster needs to get the kill, only gets the damage, and Pelden is there with the flank. Poke now, though, finds Chipan. It is a 2v3. The clock is ticking. There is a kit available onto Displex. Mysterio, though, finds his second and Poke to close it.
Good stuff, Wolves. You want to get in the game fast. You don't want to be in this situation where you've lost your map pick and then you're down like 0-5 on your opponents. So the pistol round goes a really long way, especially with how T-sided this map is. You give away the pistol, that's almost like giving away 2, 3 in some instances if you go for the force. So they'll convert the first. Was a little bit uneasy there for CGK, like he heard the mid push and then he was kind of caught on an island of his own, couldn't really deal with it.
You know, and being in Temple as well, you realize that this is most likely a split, right? So you can't really step out for free as well. You're kind of expecting to be shot in the back and put yourself in a corner. Well, it is pistols and the scout for a hypewrld. Copster clearing out, connector, Poke making his way there as well. Flash over B, pop. And another kill onto CGK. There's plenty of more for it. That came from a triple kill from Gopster. And Prelden, last man standing, no kits available this time as well. Prelden can hope he could perhaps take a gun with him into the next. There's really not much reason for Lithuanian Wolves to hunt for kills here as well. So Onyx, of course, with the MAC-10, kind of justified, and he'll find Prelden at the end of it to collect his extra few hundred.
And now we get to the fun stuff. The rifles have been bought. I say that, I mean, there's a Scout, there's a FAMAS, there's an MP9. This can get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for CTs, obviously, with this kind of weaponry, it is still kind of challenging, and any sort of risk you take might feel extra punishing, given the fact that, like, you, of course, have invested everything into this. That being said, though, with the Scout, this might not be the worst of choices. Spotting out across towards A, and, of course, that extra bit of utility is going to be a dead giveaway. Prelden only manages to take one with him, but Displex is there with the rotation. Can't get the kill. Well, he gets it, but not quick enough, and this will force a reroute from CGK together with Fripp.
The Wolves move quick. They waste no time, get on the site, and yeah, now you have a Scout and a retake. That is the big problem here. All three of them coming from camera. Oh, we have a disconnect, so well, that's a 2v3 for free. They push on the side. Chipon gets a frag. A 1v2 necessary, but Mysterio burns, and his body ends up in that same molly as hypewrld. A little bit of an assistance there, as we got a disconnect.
What do you call this? A heavenly intervenience or whatever. Divine.
Yeah,
there we go. That's the word I was looking for. Of course, this is going to prompt a tech pause to kind of understand what went down. But yeah, well, a gift from fate herself. Perhaps this is what hypewrld were hoping for, to start establishing themselves economy-wise as well. So I do think the players are going to be shortly ready to jump back into the match. Slightly unlucky, but ultimately these things happen also in online environments and whatnot. Nobody is kind of safe from it. I think I've told the story many times, but I even sometimes manage to unplug myself from the power outlet, just how my PC is positioned. So, you know, things happen. It is what it is. I think we're live.
Yeah, we are definitely live. We're good to go. And look and see if hypewrld can just bring it back like they've done so far. Man, this Diplex, that's huge. The double comes through. Gopster will punish the double aggression. You did not have to push afterwards. Now, this is something that hypewrld have been really good at, like taking the advantage and then not overextending, but I guess just they deal with the aggression with more aggression. That's crazy that he walked through the smoke, man. I mean, it's unexpected for sure, but yeah, the ball's on that play.
Well, we've seen this from quite a few teams, you know, on the CT side. Like, all-out aggression is often the way to success, and for hypewrld recognizing how important it is to get this follow-up round, They absolutely needed to nail these engagements and, of course, caught Lithuanian Wolves off guard. Essentially, they were definitely not prepared for swings like this. Now, because there was no bomb plant as well, this essentially leaves with Lithuanian Wolves with very minimal investment possible. So there's just going to be a few deagles, and that's about it. So should be an easy third for hypewrld. That being said, I will remind you how Lithuanian Wolves played with deagles in the previous matchup. That was still in the semifinals. They were an ever-present threat. They won like, what, 3 force buy rounds, something like that? Yeah. So do not discount them just yet.
The boost. But at this point, so expected. The push comes through, the Glocks go down. Onyx will grab one, and that's a free M4 upgrade. And Preldon actually wants to get a little bit aggressive here, because team is arriving as well, long range. Oh my god, Onyx, that is a crispy shot. The MP9s and M4s still have to find 3 more of these players. I mean, they're making this a possibility with Berzius getting the frag. It's still a 2v2, long range. Chipon will get it, and it's a 1v2 for Gopster. But that sound cue is certainly heard. We can see some Fripp tracking through the walls, or rather just hearing the sound cue, trying to follow the player. Gopster is aware of it, so we'll relocate to head towards mid, but that's exactly where the clear is coming through. And man, hypewrld, even though they leave mid open for the better half of it, when they arrive, they're strong on it, and I mean, they're also W-keying quite a lot here, but it seems to be working out. 3 CT rounds now, and not a single rifle round converted for the Lithuanian Wolves.
Well, if I would be on the Lithuanian Wolves team, you know, I would be telling my teammates, like, not to be too worried about it. Still getting 3 kills on an eco round is a good job all in all, and in making sure the CT economy doesn't get built up too much. That being said, there's still plenty of reserves available. There's also an AVP in play on both sides. Berzius, so far, I'll be honest, you know, we probably would be expecting a bit more impact from him with the AVP. That being said, this might be the moment in time where he starts doing so. So let's see how it all pans out. Initial utility exchanged, no real openings found just yet. And as I say that, Preldon falls. Excuse me, how? Where? Huh?
Yeah, that's an interesting moment. I guess too much aggression. I mean, you gotta do it. You gotta do it, but that one was certainly not calculated. We're still trying to figure out where exactly that went down.
I feel like that was in a main, but there was a smoke. Was there a boost? I'm not really sure.
Maybe
now,
you just pushed through the smoke.
Yeah, could be the case. Well,
if it works for Fripp, it must work for me.
The T's as well decide not to push ahead of this smoke. There was a timing where they could have entered, instead decide to break it open for Berzius, and there's that impact with the AVP. Fripp, though, is good for 2, looking for the 3. Can't really make it happen. The bomb is there. Chipon, last man standing in a 1v3, has a kit, but realistically, should he go for this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He gets one, now knows another one was on site. A 1v3 op clutch would be absolutely insane. But now they're grouping up. Lithuanian Wolves, they know they're up against an op, so they don't want to give away any easy 1v1 gunfights. As Chipon is slowly but surely trying to finagle his way in. This is going to be a nice setup and an even better headshot from Poke, putting the Wolves on 3.
Yeah, and very good job from Lithuanian Wolves, right? Like recovering quickly off the back of those previous round losses. You can see what those 3 kills also are doing still in the eco round, what it has done for the CT economy. Yes, they can scrape together a few rifles and even an AVP, but that really puts the rest of the team on subpar buys. At best, there's a single kit available and some utility. So, all things considered, Lithuanian Wolves with the right approach could really break the backs of hypewrld here and finally put themselves in the lead on Anubis. This being hypewrld's map pick could finally put hypewrld in an uncomfortable position. That is something for us still yet to see in the whole event.
Yeah. It does feel like you're just having a bit of a David versus Goliath situation. hypewrld have looked so strong, now looking to hold down that B side. This is a big push coming through. Smoke comes in, but they're going to disrespect the M4. Good for 1. The spray transfer not there, but CGK arrives with help. Now the Molly comes in, so CGK has to find a better place to get this fight from, and he does get it on Gopster. It's a huge double for him. A 2v4 now necessary. Berzius on the AVP. It's a difficult weapon to convert it with, but he's just going to be holding the line. Takes out the Molly. And in the meanwhile, look at that. There's a cheeky backstab coming through. Hello. No plant allowed. Cash will be looking quite low now on the Lithuanian Wolves side. They needed that plant, man. Without it, looks like they're going to be on Tech 9s.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that Lithuanian Wolves were spotted, I mean, I think the biggest issue there was that it just kind of got afraid a bit from the smoke, and everyone was essentially standing for a few seconds waiting for CDs to peek and hoping they can clear out the site that way. But CDs just played it passively, and then from that point on, it was just like one-by-one attempts from Lithuanian Wolves to clear out the site, which of course is not going to net you any gain. That being said, though, Lithuanian Wolves now on the forest by themselves. Only 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and a single Deagle. They're looking to set up for a boost, but there's no smoke following, and this is a giveaway for Fripp's AVP, who still finds impact as he gets Gobster and Chipon on the secondary op. The bomb is making its way through middle. Will have to cross tons of utility should they choose to proceed, but they opt in to fall back. They've shown their presence. Question is like what they do afterwards, given that how Mysterio is posturing himself. I feel like there's an A finish in mind, but there's 3 hypewrld players in wait.
This is something that the Wolves certainly observed from the previous matchup of Cyber Empire versus hypewrld, where, yeah, the mid is open. You want to take it, go for it. The problem is just getting on the sites, really. We saw it being an issue in the previous round, and now in this one, I mean, just got to do your best on A, man. But it's Fripp there with the AVP. We have a double op setup, and Fripp, well, maybe you shouldn't be opping. Prelude will recover, though. Another miss by Fripp. Third one will do the charm. So, you know, eventually he likes to play on the op.
It was just the sun in the eyes from Anubis.
Yeah. No fault of his. So it's cool. We should be getting right back in the game. I think it's Chipon who had a little bit of a cheeky smile there. I think they're certainly feeling that, you know, they're getting ready.
Yeah, Chipon is just probably saying, just leave the AVP to me, man.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he didn't actually get to see it.
Yeah. Well, this does put Lithuanian Wolves only on pistols. And so far, yes, there has been some threat with the guns, but ultimately hypewrld have been able to close it out. CGK needs to be careful. I don't think he's aware of the fact that someone's playing so close. There's the shoulder spot. It should be prepared, and despite the fact Berzius comes out on top, there's the first, needs the follow-up, and he gets it as well. A drive-by kill onto Fripp. Chipon now with the AVP needs to land the shot. He didn't hear him.
I mean, look at this position from Berzius. How do you even clear it? He should be dead to his rights here. Gobster will get another, and Berzius there to shut it down. Hello, that's one. That shuts it down. The AK of Discipline still in play, gets the double, almost a straight transfer on the third. All right, I was not familiar with this game. Now 1v2 still necessary.
Has a kid.
Low HP, he's just gonna tap it. He's gonna be sticking this, but the low HP, no way. The spray right around, the ninja defuse almost comes through. Would have been the highlight of the whole tournament, man.
I still feel like this round for hypewrld is a bit of a tilter, right? Like just the way how Berzius finds those 2 entries, just drive by, take 9 kills, and taking that deep position into spawn as well, finds Chipon in the back. It's just from one point of view easy to write off, but like knowing a bit about hypewrld, this could be the momentum change Lithuanian Wolves are looking for. And the opportunity definitely is there, given the fact that like all of the money once again is invested in the round by hypewrld. So essentially, the lead of the half is riding on this round.
Riding on a 5-7, man. Lithuanian Wolves looking to attack A quickly. All the utilities drop. Preldon tries to get away through the smoke. They spot a player who now burns on sight, and that is just insane with the 5-7. Only gets 1. Onyx is flash, but still good for the job. A 3v4 now, where hypewrld, I mean, yeah, they have no economy to go for this, and they don't have the positionings either. I would assume them going for a bit of a look around. Maybe they can get a pig, but if Fripp goes down there, then it's Evacuation City. Oh, there's the backstab coming through. CJK actually gets Gobster. That's a kill almost given away for free. And with 20 seconds left, they can still attempt this. They can still spot the player on site. The double from Fripp is just nasty. And a big miss by Berzius means that he needs to hit 2 more. The flick is not there. They're going to double swing him, get on the defuse. And Fripp, the MVP of that round, the double is really nice. Lithuanian Wolves give away all the advantage. They even had the backstab, man.
I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, like, how, well, this is a tilter in return from Lithuanian Wolves. Like, what the hell?
And I mean, you talk about a tilter as well, but it's like they had 5 rounds on CT side at that point. Like, their only mission, like, they can give away 3. It's okay. You have 5 on CT. Just win the pistol, right? And at this point, it becomes even easier for them. 6-4. They're looking to close out the CT side of Anubis with a dominant half, which is something you don't see often. And this being their map pick, I mean, T side is not going to get any easier for the Wolves here.
In theory. I'm going to say, in theory. I want to see Nuke still, so I have to say it. Berzius with the boost above the smoke and AVP in hand will not spot anyone just yet as the team follows through the smoke. This Bex might have a nasty surprise for him, though Prelden will find the lurk. And he falls back for free as well. There's a smoke in camera. And a smoke in temple as well now. Prelden last man standing on that side. Of course, his position most likely known. Playing around the smoke. This is cheeky from him. The flash, other hand, pushing through the smoke. Doesn't find the kill, but causes enough chaos for the rest of the team to come through. Onyx, though, together with Poke, have managed to find a few, but Neil still 3 players alive. Onyx in the clutch now. And yeah, it's too many angles, it's too many players, and hypewrld, despite the fact what felt like an overwhelming retake, actually took their time, and that was really like the issue, right? The team simply didn't have enough chaos to take that.
I think Preludin seals the deal here. He didn't even get a kill, but just the way, it's that like potential. That's unreleased potential where you got to be aware that he might push, but all he has to do is just stay in the smoke, wait for the help to arrive. At that point, it's like enemies 360 around you. And I mean, that comes to an internal implosion. So, 7th on the board for hypewrld.
Well, on the bright side, though, for Lithuanian Wolves, it's not that anyone particularly is slacking. It's always been a team effort on the map. It's just some of these rounds completely fall apart and some don't, you know, and ultimately, hypewrld show a bit more resilience on this. That being said, though, hypewrld, of course, looking comfortable to take an 8th if they can. Prelden on back-to-back smoke pushes. Is this really... Yeah, I thought so. You know, that smoke is way too deep for you to push through for free.
Calculated aggression has been the name of the game for hypewrld, and now they know when to not overstep the mark. But it's going to be Mysterio with a flying Mac-10 chip on. That's a quick flick. They're trying to get on the side. Berzius is there with a huge double, and that will open up the side that Disciplex is trying so hard to deny entry to. Bomb will go down. Now a counter smoke laid down as well. A bit of a lurk smoke here. Both coming from CT. But it's chaos. It's a smoke that now fades, and that sets up the crossfire for Poke as he gets a headshot out in the open. Prelden with 1. I almost thought we were going to get another sick flick, but it's going to be Poke to shut it down. And that was a round that we wanted to see more of, because that is what Lithuanian Wolves are capable of. You know, just a fast push, good aim, and good crossfires as well. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that much of it on the T side, and now a really big test for them. If we want to see Nuke, we got to see an even better CT side, and that seems very, very difficult to materialize, since 7 on CT is already a big number.
Well, as per usual, it starts with the first. I see a couple of dualies on the CT side. And for Lithuanian Wolves, really want to hold on to this. It's a quick play into connector. It's a quick B split, and Chipon with the openings, or rather looking for them. In the meantime, though, it's Onyx to open things up for his team. Poke there with a quick double as well, looking for the third. Can't make it happen. CGK takes a closer approach, but the rotation is on its way. It's still a 2v3 for hypewrld, and the bomb is yet to be planted. So they're hitting the brakes. They're actually thinking about rerouting towards A, and it might be the right call given that nobody is there right now.
Berzius, I think, will have them beat on the timing, though. So it'll be a single-man solo defense.
He shouldn't commit.
Yeah, he hears them arriving, will allow the bomb plant. Actually wants to go for a swing because he's getting pushed as well. CGK, that is a nasty shot. And now 2 arriving from camera. CGK hears all of this. They actually want to tuck in, but I think they've just spotted the first one. Do they expect 2? They don't, so CGK gets another on for an absolute all-time play, and that is going to be the triple for CGK. Man, he swings out and already just double dinks his opponent. Like that's insane what the CGK did in that round.
I think that was an ace.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was an ace from CJK in the first pistol, because pretty much closed out every single engagement. So
he does not want to finish the finals being the bottom frag man. Any means
yeah,
necessary.
he just quickly racked up a few kills, right? Well, I mean, hey, look, it's CT's on an eco. It's 8-5. hypewrld get there first and likely to get the conversion as well for Lithuanian Wolves. It's really going to be dire times when it comes to that next buy round in this one. They can hope and see if they can perhaps transfer a few of those Galils over in their favor, though it might be a tall order given that there's a majority of USBs in hand. Displex calmly, I say, as he flicks around, will get the 2. Fripp will find 1. They know that one more player was lingering around in mid, trying to find him as well through the smoke. Prelden, of course, just full W tactics with the MAC-10. Displex will fall, but Prelden's there, so all in all, good stuff.
I think you got a bit too excited for the USP round.
Just give them some hope.
All right. Yeah, no, I side with that. We both want to see, I think everyone wants to see Nuke, just kind of again with the way how the whole tournament has been going. But, I mean, I got to be honest, hypewrld are just looking better, right? The pistol is a perfect example of that. They don't overcommit. When in a position that they're at a disadvantage, they always try to kind of outbrain their opponents. You know, they still fight hard and they don't kind of throw it away. And when they have the upper hand, I mean, they don't change anything. Finish things off. hypewrld with a quick push towards the side. There's a MAC-10 looking to deal damage on the first Deagle. Now the backstab comes through. I mean, just everything working out in their favor. The bomb will go down. The double re-smoke towards Temple as well, as there's Berzius with a 5-7 and a dream. CGK looking to wake him up from that dream. Chipon will get one as well. Poke with a frag, and that is going to be 10 now for hypewrld. Double digits. Man, I don't know if we've seen a map where it has been like double digits for the opponent team.
Against hypewrld? Or yeah, definitely not. This is actually the closest match. Apart from that one time hypewrld lost in the qualifier rounds. Anyone's gotten kind of relatively close. That being said, though, Lithuanian Wolves with a big opportunity, of course, in the AVP in GOEXANIMO's hands. And Berzius, it's actually a double op setup. There we go. My eyes do not deceive me. Chipon playing up close. This might catch hypewrld unaware. Mysterio, though, with the trade, can't really make it happen. hypewrld lose a lot of health in the process, though ultimately have that man advantage. And now it might be too much of an order from Berzius on that A site, as he's currently being flanked as well by Prelden. He, of course, as per usual, finds the best of timings. Makes his presence known, though. And he's just trying to put Berzius in an uncomfortable situation as much as possible. Even a spam through the smoke. There's the rotation in CT spawn as well. In the meantime, Berzius falls, and Prelden actually is no stranger to playing with the AVP as well. So should be good, but this play from Poke. The backstab onto the backstabber.
It's a nice play, but ultimately exposes that one is on A site, and I think hypewrld are just looking to reroute towards B. Fripp as well is going towards CT, so he has a really good position actually to catch this rotation, but it's Gopster, angle that I didn't even know you could peek up from. That's a nice way to turn this 2v4 into 2v2. Yeah, that's always great. The Wolves showing us how it's done. But they still need 2 more, really, to bring that confidence back into their sails, to make them believe that maybe they can. Look at this crossfire, man. That's just nasty. They're so confident that both are coming from CT, and I mean, they're not wrong. The flash is there. That is 1 for CGK, looking for the double for the pre-fire. The op misses, Gopster out in the open, the miss, and that is CGK just activating. Somebody chugged a monster in the halftime, it seems, as he's on 11. Bringing his team to 11, rather. He's on 14, man. He was bottom of the scoreboard, I believe, in the first half. So a great recovery. And like, look at the scoreboard as well. Like, there's nobody underperforming now. So literally, wherever you go, you know, it's a problem. hypewrld doing so well, just 2 rounds away from winning it all.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's looking unlikely that we'll be heading into map number 3, which would be Nuke. For this, Lithuanian Wolves really need to start to build a comeback now, and it needs to start now. There's literally no other way about it. Missed shot from the op, but Fripp is there with the AK and gets the kill. Prelden playing close towards A. Chip uncovering him. Prelden finds the kill as well. Simply nothing is heading Lithuanian Wolves' way as they lose 3 people without any real opportunity to reply. Fripp already inside con will find Gopster as well as just Perseus with the MP9. Doesn't even have a rifle. Well, can upgrade for one, but how long can he hold on to it for? Surely he will be hunted for this. CGK is just making his way towards B as everyone else is positioning around. Berzi is trying to lock him in as this Plex locks in the map series championship point for hypewrld in map number 2 in this grand final between Lithuanian Wolves and hypewrld. And hypewrld so far have come to play for sure. As Lithuanian Wolves, they have the idea and the team play, but pace-wise seem to be simply outmatched.
Yeah, I mean, it all really comes down to this. 7 rounds needed for the Wolves. I'd love to believe, man, there's going to be a push towards mid, and Poke actually wins out the engagement. Now they're low, and there's no way to get back as Chipon is on the other side. Mysterio will catch Preludin, though. And finally, in a long while, Lithuanian Wolves at least have the player advantage. One player is low, but hypewrld, they've been so good at any kind of disadvantage. We saw this in the 2v3 in the pistol as well. Like, they just figured out a way how to kind of finagle their way back in, you know, find an opening here, get a pick there. And somehow, some way, it's like a cat dropping out of a window, always landing on its feet. So looking to head towards B. There is a bit of a clear coming through. The timing is going to be insane on this. They pass through. Berzius does not drop down for now. Now the util comes in. They're trying to pop on the side. They have not cleared this corner. Bomb plant to go down. There's a ding coming through from Berzius. Now he drops in, and there's M4 trying to deal some damage. Gopster will finish things off. A 1v4 for CGK. Seems impossible as he gets the first. Needs to isolate the angles. The aim is not there, and we go for another round.
I was about to say as well, you know, for, well, actually either side, I suppose for hypewrld it's not so much necessary, but Lithuanian Wolves haven't really utilized any tactical timeouts as well to like kind of stop the momentum of hypewrld or have a brief, longer chat about what exactly they want to execute on their CG side. It seems just like calls from the get-go, and then whatever happens, happens, and might be what is needed. That being said, great job for Lithuanian Wolves on extending this further. Of course, back-to-back and so on until we get to 12 would be required from them, and that means, let's just say, a lot of work ahead of them.
And a big bank that they have to break here on the side of hypewrld. They should be able to draw for next round if they don't win this, but they're looking to close things out here. CGK is going to come in with a crucial double. He's been so great all throughout this second half, and now he's looking to put that final nail in the coffin. 3 more of the Lithuanian Wolves players separate hypewrld from being the Monster Energy Battle of Baltics 3 champions, as now they're heading towards B. It's a triple setup towards mid where I feel like you just got to gamble a sight. You're at player disadvantage. You got to pick something. They're going to clear out mid. hypewrld certainly take their time to clean the corners, so that will give an opportunity for Berzius to arrive on CT, but I think a smoke should be there. Surely they don't just dry peek into an upper. Ooh, Gopster comes in with the frag, and actually, that's a bomb dropped over, but look at this, Gopster arrives quickly, there's a flash coming through, they're both pushed off the angle, another flash comes in, but they can't exactly plant, and there's still danger from long. Fripp gets another, it's a 1v2 for Berzius, this could be it. hypewrld, take it all, they are your Monster Energy Battle of Baltics champions. Well then, the music has ended. The hype is certainly still there. hypewrld only dropping a single map all throughout the Latvian qualifier and the finals, and that map that they dropped against Cyber Empire, well, today they showed up in the semis to show that they can also win 2-0. Huge congratulations to both teams. We can see the Wolves maybe not being as happy with it as they wanted to, and now we got to give our medals to the Wolves. They fought hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Nonetheless, you know, like you should definitely not be overlooking the achievement of Lithuanian Wolves making it so far. This time around, yes, it wasn't enough to get across the finish line for that gold medal, but ultimately a good showing. Definitely showed us what it means to play on the back foot and at times in dire situations. As for hypewrld, it seems like whenever they amped up the pace in their group stages they just simply never stopped and were able to kind of run over any sort of opponent that was put in front of them. Finding the right timings, finding the correct amount of aggression, and even more so playing together as a unit. You saw this specifically when it came down on Anubis here, especially in those close rounds. As for Lithuanian Wolves, obviously they're not leaving empty-handed. Some cash still in their pockets, as well as few goodies from Monster Energy to make their trip home lighter, quicker.
Yeah, faster with Monster.
Faster, if you want to sprint.
Talking about Monster, we still have that giveaway going on. I think we'll be picking our winners quite soon, so certainly go on our Instagram page and check it there. There's a lot of goodies to be won. We also have an MVP who wins a Monster-themed racing chair.
Oh, okay.
Gaming DXR Racer chair. So that's cool as well. We'll be announcing the MVP a little bit later. For now, it's time for both teams to celebrate. We still have another interview coming through as well, I believe. So, you know, that's something to be looking out for in the cards.
Well, at least for the 2025, we know that we can call hypewrld the best team in the Baltics so far. As this event, I'm sure we'll see more iterations of it, and I love to see how the scene has grown as well, looking back for the first Battle of Baltics and the level of teams, returning names, returning faces, different lineups at times, mixing things up, hoping to find that key to success. So far has been hypewrld that has prevailed here in the studios on the 26th of April. It's been 3 long weekends going through country by country, last chance qualifiers, and now ultimately it came down to this. We started things off today with a match between hypewrld and Cyber Empire. hypewrld, of course, in a convincing fashion, were able to take the win there and head into the grand finals. The second match of the day was between Lithuanian Wolves and Genesis, and Lithuanian Wolves, of course, got the W there, though I still, you know, Genesis is my viewer favorite, I would say, in terms of the style of play and creativity when it came into the rounds. And then, of course, just now you saw in the grand finals, hypewrld securing it, getting all the goodies.
Yeah, we can see Frib there, who has certainly been a rising star recently, a 22-year-old Latvian talent who slowly but surely has put his name out in the scene, advanced for FPL as well. And hypewrld, well, seems like just another achievement under their belt. This team is looking real mighty, the best in Baltics.
And I think for the players as well, right? Like, this is definitely a stepping stone that we can confirm with their recent lineup change, which only took place only like a month ago or so. They are looking very strong, and it might have been something that reinvigorates the lineup as well. You know, there was a different player instead of Preldens playing on the lineup beforehand. That was done, so switching things up brings more fuel to the fire of hypewrld.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the interview, as we can actually announce the MVP. It is going to be Fripp.
Oh!
Yeah, I think well-deserved. I think he, like everyone on the side of hypewrld, had a lot of kills. I just think he had the most impactful ones.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, getting the MVP doesn't mean you give it to the one with the most of the frags. It usually coincides with it, but that being said, impact, timing, you know, and everything else that comes along with it. So we'll see if we can hand it over to Fripp soon enough as well. I'm not really sure who's going to be joining us. Probably Chipan, I would assume. He's going to be back here once again. So we'll get to hear from the perspective of the AWPer how things went down. There's a team photo taking place now. But yeah, of course, would be keen to find out like what kind of thoughts were going through their head heading into the grand finals, knowing it's only moments away before everything kind of what he works for is on the line, at least so far. I'm sure this team will continue to see if they can find further challenges. They definitely have the material for it. As for Lithuanian Wolves, I can wish them, you know, to remain with the same lineup if possible and see if we can grow upon those iterations that they've recently added. As spoken before from Poke, the core is still essentially the same what they've had previously, just adding a few new faces to the roster. And even when it comes to looking back at the matches that took place today, you know, there's a lot of lessons and a lot of key takeaways that you can draw for either side here, or even from the semifinals, right? Like, we've seen so many situations being played so differently that there's definitely a few things to take away and take a note for yourself.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of comes out a victor out of this if you can find a way how to look at it. I think for the Wolves as well, like, they're a very recently formed roster. They came together around a month ago, so the fact that they even make it to the Baltic finals, I think that should be inspiring them. And if anything, they get two good demos to watch to understand what mistakes they made, or maybe what hypewrld did just a little bit better. But that is gonna be. Oh, somebody spilled some Monster. Too much energy.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's usually my scenario. For those very reasons, I have like a cup holder attached to my desk, so it doesn't happen anymore. There's just like
cup holder. That's like the most American thing I've heard.
Yeah, there's like you know, in IKEA you can buy one. Like it's it is what it is. It's a cup holder attached to the desk, so you don't spill your drinks out whenever you're sitting at the PC, and it does wonders for me. No more sticky keyboards.
All right, well, if it works for you, that's great. Maybe that's something the players should consider, because all of them get a lot of Monster as well. Again, thank you, Monster, for sponsoring the whole event. But finally, the long-awaited Mr. Confidence back here. Yeah, back here for the third time, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, crazy.
Tell me, crazy, what's going through your mind right now?
First LAN victory, so yeah, it's...
Oh, first LAN victory. Yeah, yeah. Damn, congratulations. That's big, that's big.
Thank you.
All right, well, I still have a couple of questions for you. Just with the way how you guys played, you dropped a single map. All throughout the qualifiers and now the LAN finals, you dropped a map against Cyber Empire. That was actually your first game, and then you beat them 2-0. Obviously, you know, great individual skill. Fripp getting the MVP, I mean, he's a great player as well, but, like, you can't just have, like, 5 donks on the team. You also need strategy. So, like, what is the X factor that really sets you guys apart to be the best in Baltics?
I don't know, like, I think our roles and, like, we match our positions really well. Like, if one, like, how can I say, if there's a, like, if somewhere lacks something, we immediately, like, fix it, or, like, I don't know.
You look very dynamic, like,
yeah,
with rotations, everything.
We like to play really dynamic, so it's hard to read us, I guess, and we do crazy stuff.
Yeah,
we do it, like, coordinated, but
I mean, it shows on server, like, you had a lot of, like, refrag possibilities as well, where, like, other teams maybe go for a swing, lose a player. You always had, like, on point, at least, you know, somebody able to refrag. Also, just the confidence that with which you play, man. You had, like, Fripp twice pushing through a smoke on B main. Like, it's insane, but it kind of works out. I think the Wolves were kind of just bamboozled, you know, by the sheer force you guys attacked on the T and the CT side. Well, with that out of the way, you guys are the best in Baltics. So the question is, like, okay, this is a small region. Like, what's next? Do you have plans for, like, some bigger international tourneys, maybe?
Well, yeah, tomorrow is a...
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow is a qualifier for, I think, one of the biggest events in at least Latvia, world, whatever, the IESF qual for Latvia.
All right, yeah.
So, yeah, we need to get up early, rise and shine, and play well there. We need to qualify. And, yeah, more lands, more local lands, Europe lands, so we are trying to do it all. So, yeah.
Well, I won't hold you on for too long since you have qualifiers for tomorrow. You'll be able to go home, enjoy your victory. Just some final words, you know, to maybe the fans, you know, the family at home. You can say in English or in Latvian, whichever one you prefer.
I can say English for all. Thank you everyone who supported me, like us, everyone. So only positive from you, positive words, positive attitude. So thank you. Yeah, very nice first LAN victory. So
yeah, again, congratulations. That's huge, man. See you in the next one, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye. Well, I think with that, we can slowly but surely say that this event is over. It was a pretty good one. Yeah, of course we need you back. What do you mean? I'm not going to be closing this out on my own.
I thought you were done.
No. We still got some final things to say. So, thank you to Monster. Obviously, got to
for
plug
sure.
them. Yeah.
Definitely wouldn't have made it through today without my good old Monster. Even though, who's following on social media, GOEXANIMO, definitely saw that I didn't guess a single taste correctly.
Yeah,
so there's
the
that.
fact that you thought like the basic one was like the white
sugar-free one. Yeah,
I don't know, maybe whatever. Yeah, you can also check that out on GOEXANIMO Instagram once you're over there to participate in the giveaway that's still ongoing. You can also check how we did. I think hopefully there's me as well. Maybe I'm not that high level as you are to be put there. I got 3. Just saying, I got 3 out of 4. You know, it's okay. So that's cool. You know, check out our GOEXANIMO Instagram. Obviously, check out all the social media platforms that we are on. But I think with that, we can pretty much conclude. Well, we can certainly see that, well, the gaming room is completely open. Everyone is going home.
Everyone's just like, thanks, bye.
Yeah, just going home to either celebrate or try to figure out what went wrong. But with that, the day will be finished. Thank you, everyone who watched. This was a big event. Hopefully, you guys did enjoy. Again, follow us on all social media platforms, and we'll see you next time with another installment of Monster Energy Baltics. But for now, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Boom.